I'm audible, guys. मेरी वॉइस आ रही है आप लोगों तक? चार्ट शो हो रहा है ना? नहीं होगा तो बता देना कमेंट बॉक्स में। आई थिंक विजिबल है चार्ट भी और मेरी वॉइस भी आ रही है। ठीक है, बाकी कल एक्सपायरी भी हो चुकी है फ्यूचर की। नेचुरल गैस में तो नया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही चल रहा है, फ्यूचर का भी। क्वेश्चन होगा तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना। कल क्रूड ऑयल वहां पर वापस आ गया था, एक रेजिस्टेंस पे था, याद होगा। वो ऊपर गया फॉरेक्स में, वहीं से नीचे आ गया था। वो एक ऊपर मैंने लाइन ड्रॉ करी थी ब्लू कलर की। दैट इज द लास्ट मैक्सिमम रेजिस्टेंस जोन जो उसने होल्ड तो किया है फिलहाल। अभी देखते हैं, इंट्राडे में भी थोड़ा अच्छा खासा फॉल किया है मॉर्निंग से। यहाँ पर क्या कोई प्लान कर सकते हैं ट्रेड, या फिर थोड़ा सा अभी अवॉइड करते हैं? नीड टू सी, देखना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, बाकी डेटा मैंने बता ही दिया है। आज कौन कौन सा डेटा है, शेड्यूल काफ़ी डेटा है। 5:30 अभी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, 6 PM पे डेटा है। फिर आपका 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, फिर 7:30 पे एक डेटा है। डेटा जो मेनली है वो गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेंगे आज के दिन। तो देखते हैं कुछ अगर ट्रेड बनता है तो। अभी देखते हैं, क्रूड ऑयल में देखते हैं। नॉट राइट नाउ। कल देखा था, उसमें था नहीं सपोर्ट एक्चुअली। वो नेचुरल गैस में तो सपोर्ट वही कल का लो जो कल बनाया था, लेवल सेम ही है। सपोर्ट तो वही बना हुआ है स्टिल अभी भी। तो जो चार्ट है ना थोड़ा चेंज हो जाता है, लाइक कल हम जो यूज कर रहे थे का एक्सपायरी डेट था, तो कल हम नॉर्मली नेक्स्ट मंथ का यूज कर रहे थे, आज वो नॉर्मल चेंज हो गया। तो एक बार रिकन्फर्म करने के लिए थोड़ा सा लेवल फिर से देख रहा हूँ मैं। ऐसा ना हो कि थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस आ जाए चार्ट में। इसको होल्ड कर दे, इसको देखते हैं अभी इस लेवल करो। ठीक है, 5415 से मिनी बाइक किया हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में। कोई ट्रेलिंग एसएल कहाँ शिफ्ट करूँ, पोजिशनल होल्डिंग है। हाँ, प्रॉफिट तो बुक कर लेना चाहिए अगर 5415 से बाई किया था ऑलरेडी। कल मार्केट ऑलरेडी 5670 का हाई मार के आ चुका है। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो अगर कर रहे हो, या बुक कर लिया अगर, तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल फिर अपना 5530 पे रख सकते हो। यही बनता है ट्रेलिंग एसएल। बाकी थोड़ा तो नीचे आएगा ये मुझे लग रहा है, 5570 भी दे सकता है, तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल वहाँ पर रख सकते हैं 5530 पर। उससे बड़ा ट्रेलिंग एसएल नहीं लेना चाहिए, उसके नीचे 4 आवर की कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो निकल जाना चाहिए। ठीक है। 5700 गया था, बुक नहीं किया, ट्रेल कर सकते हो फिर। एक ही लॉट है तो बुक कर लेना चाहिए, एक लॉट में क्यों रिस्क ले रहे हो। अभी लगाते हैं, लगाया नहीं है थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस में। नीड टू वेट फॉर द लेवल, अभी कोई लेवल नहीं है। कल का सपोर्ट है नेचुरल गैस में, कल एक ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बनाया था वो होल्ड कर तो गया। ऊपर एक ब्रॉडर रेंज बनाई थी ब्लू कलर की जो लाइन ड्रॉ कर रही थी, वो होल्ड कर गई है, नीचे वापस आ गया। लेट्स सी कोई नया ट्रेड बनता है तो थोड़ा सा वेट करते हैं। क्रूड में देख रहा हूँ सपोर्ट कहाँ मिल सकता है एक प्रॉपर होने का, तो इस लेवल पर भी है ये 5580 से 590 के बीच में, बट वो एग्जॉस्ट लग रहा है मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा। थोड़ा और नीचे आ जाए तो कैसा रहेगा। ये भी बनते बनते रह गया सपोर्ट। इसमें क्या है, 1 2 3 1। नीचे एक सपोर्ट है इसमें 5560 के अराउंड, 50 to 60 के बीच में, परसों वहां से काफी देर होल्ड करके गया है। लेट्स सी इस लेवल को फिर से रिटेस्ट करने आता है तो, वैसे तो ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही एग्जॉस्ट है। फिर भी देखते हैं, लगा देते हैं लेवल को एक सेकेंड। काफी देर होल्ड किया है यहाँ पर लेकिन। ठीक है, देखते हैं इसको एक बार। ये लेवल वैसे एग्जॉस्ट हो चुका है वैसे परसों, इसका मेरा लगाने का इसको मन है नहीं वैसे। ये ना परसों जब आया था मार्केट, 22 को याद होगा, जब पूरा दिन साइडवेज चला गया था, यहाँ पर काफी देर मार्केट ने होल्ड किया है। इवन एक बार कह सकते हो एसएल के नीचे भी गया हुआ है, तो ऐसा ना हो कि बिल्कुल निकाल ही दे। बट एक चीज ही है, वहां पर मार्केट ने एक हाई बनाया है, दूसरी बार आ रहा है सिर्फ। लेट्स होप दूसरी बार थोड़ा सस्टेन कर जाता है अगर लेवल पे, क्योंकि इसके नीचे अगर फिर यहाँ पर सस्टेन नहीं हुआ तो फिर परसों का जो लो था 21 का, जहाँ से एक स्ट्रॉन्ग बाइंग देखने के लिए मिली थी 5470 480, ओनली लेवल वी कैन कंसिडर अदरवाइज। ये नहीं, इसको नहीं कंसिडर। नेचुरल गैस डाउन साइड है क्या सर? अभी तो नहीं है भाई, कल वो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग बन गया एक्चुअली। उसके नीचे अब तक नहीं जाता कोई, बहुत ज़्यादा बेरिश तो नहीं रहेगा अनटिल अनलेस कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आ जाती। बाकी एक बार इसको ऊपर भी जाना है, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है इसका थोड़ा डिस्टेंस पे, वहाँ अभी तक रीच किया नहीं है। ये कौन सा लेवल था अभी इसमें? ये तो रीटेस्ट हो गया ऑलरेडी, यही है ना? ये तो रीटेस्ट था आपका, हो गया ऑलरेडी। फिर से रीटेस्ट करेगा, चांसेस कम ही है। प्रोबब्ली नया सपोर्ट ही बना दे। रॉयल में सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार, स्ट्रॉन्ग वीक सपोर्ट सपोर्ट होता है हाँ। जो लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया उसको थोड़ा सा वीक मान सकते हो, जो अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ या कम बार कम टाइम टेस्ट हुआ है वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है। जैसे अगर मैं बात करूँ तो ये जो अभी का लेवल यहाँ पर लगाया हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, ये काफ़ी बार टेस्ट होके गया है, परसों इवन बिल्कुल बॉटम से बाइंग आई है सपोर्ट के 5555 से। तो ये टेस्ट हुआ तो एक ही बार है, बट डीप लेवल से टेस्ट करके गया है ये लेवल। आएगा दूसरी बार ये लेवल की, जहाँ तक बात करें तो रीटेस्ट था, मार्केट रेजिस्टेंस ले रहा था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट कर दिया, एक बार कर चुका है रीटेस्ट। इसके नीचे एक सपोर्ट है वो अभी तक पेंडिंग है टेस्ट होना, वो अभी तक हुआ नहीं है टेस्ट। एक बार हुआ है सॉरी, तो अभी वो भी स्ट्रांग ही है विच इज अराउंड 5430। तो इन तीनों में से एक ना एक लेवल स्ट्रांग मान सकते हैं हम, रहेगा जरूर। तो 5420 430 काफ़ी स्ट्रांग है। 480 485 वाला लेवल रीटेस्ट है, कर चुका है एक बार रीटेस्ट, तो आई डोंट नो दोबारा फिर से करेगा नहीं रीटेस्ट। एंड ये लेवल काफ़ी लो लेवल से बाइंग करके गया है, तो देखते हैं, जब तक ब्रेक डाउन नहीं होता तब तक तो सपोर्ट ही है। उस दिन भी ऐसा लग रहा था ब्रेक डाउन हो जाएगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह की कंसोलिडेशन की रेंज थी एक्सपेक्ट था ब्रेक डाउन होगा, हुआ नहीं, बाइंग ही आ गई वहां से वापस। 5480 का लेवल नहीं दिया गया। नहीं, एक नया रेजिस्टेंस अगर क्रिएट करके जाता है तो बढ़िया रहेगा। परफेक्ट है फिर तो वो लेवल ही। हाँ, एक बार देखो इसे, इसमें क्या कुछ। क्रूड ऑयल में रेजिस्टेंस अब कहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस मिलेगा आपको? क्रूड ऑयल में ऊपर 5006। 650 660 के अराउंड। फॉरेक्स में वो एक एक्चुअली सपोर्ट था, उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है तो वहाँ पर रीटेस्ट है। एमसीएक्स में उसको रेजिस्टेंस ही मानेंगे एग्जैक्टली। तो ऊपर आता है तो ऊपर ही हमारे पास रेजिस्टेंस जोन भी ठीक है। इसके ऊपर जाना भी मुश्किल है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए अनटिल अनलेस कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आ जाती। और फिर उसके ऊपर कल का हाई, दैट इज आल्सो अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन इन 15 मिनट एमसीएक्स चार्ट। कल लग तो रहा था क्रूड ऑयल नीचे आएगा, और लेवल पे मल्टीपल वहां पर ना क्लोज होते होते ऐसा लेट किया था उसने, याद होगा। फिर ऊपर गया, ऊपर एक ब्रॉडर रेंज पे ऐसा लेट करके फिर नीचे आया है। नेचुरल गैस में सेल नहीं आ रहा, अभी रुक जाओ। कल किया था इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आज भी कर देंगे, वेट कर लो। और थोड़ा सा फॉरेक्स का चार्ट भी देख लेते हैं नेचुरल गैस में। तो जब तक गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो फटाफट से, और सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो फटाफट से जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया हुआ है। लेवल काफी दूर है, जो रेजिस्टेंस इट इज फार अबव। इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता वो सीधा। ना यहाँ से नेचुरल गैस के लेवल से सेलिंग आ गई है, तो फिर से सेल करना थोड़ा सा रिस्की हो जाएगा, समझ रहे हो ना। एक तो मार्केट मॉर्निंग पे ऑलरेडी गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ था, कल सेलिंग अच्छी आ गई थी। फिर से प्राइस को ऊपर लेके आ रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं ये ऊपर के जो कल रेजिस्टेंस थे इनको मार्केट उड़ाने की कोशिश कर सकता है। तो थोड़ा सा वेट करो, अननेसेसरी रिस्क लेना जरूरी नहीं है। हाँ, ऊपर वाले रेजिस्टेंस पे मिले तो और बढ़िया, और लेवल मुझे ज़्यादा बेटर लग रहा है ट्रेड करने के लिए। कल से कितने बार ये ऊपर वाले लेवल का नहीं करेंगे कंसिडर? ये तो पुराना लेवल है आई थिंक, दिस इज द न्यू लेवल ना। ये सही है कैंडल। इस लेवल को भी कंसिडर करेंगे एज रेजिस्टेंस? नहीं ये नहीं है, वो दूसरा चार्ट था ना इसलिए डिफरेंस आ रहा है। तो बिल्कुल नहीं है। ठीक है, यहाँ तक अगर पहुँच जाता है नेचुरल गैस, इस एरिया पे सेल करना मुझे लग रहा है ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल है नाउ इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। नहीं उसको भी होल्ड कर लेंगे, कोई इशू नहीं आएगा उसके बाद में, जाने देना, लेट इट गो। तो एक बार 244 245 का लेवल टेस्ट करना पेंडिंग है अभी भी नेचुरल गैस में, 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की अगर बात करें। काफ़ी टाइम से ये लेवल टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है। के ऊपर तीन कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए तो ये अच्छा सा सपोर्ट है फिर तो। ये भी बन गया होगा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड। फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड नहीं। कल वाला लेवल तो ठीक ही था, लाइक ऑन दिस एरिया वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट लिक्विडिटी। यहाँ पर था। अभी भी स्ट्रांग होगा ये कह सकते हैं। ठीक है, बाकी कल जो लोअर लेवल से बाइंग आई थी एक्चुअली दैट इज स्टिल अ गुड सपोर्ट एरिया। पहले बाइंग आई, ऊपर से एक सेल ऑफ आया था, फिर यहाँ पर मार्केट आपका फॉरेक्स में आके फिर से बाइंग दिखा के गया है। थोड़ा सा बुलिश होना है ना अगर नेचुरल गैस को, तो इस एरिया के आसपास का एक नया सपोर्ट अगर क्रिएट कर दे तो एक थोड़ा सा हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। अभी भी नेचुरल गैस में कोई 15 मिनट की मैं बात करूँ, 15 मिनट में नहीं हुआ है तो उससे हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी नहीं हुआ होगा। हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन बना नहीं है अभी तक, ऊपर से अभी भी लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पर ही चल रहा है। तो अगर थोड़ा सा ट्रेंड चेंज करना है मार्केट को तो ये यहाँ पर इस एरिया के आसपास एक 233 से लेकर 236 के बीच में कहीं नया सपोर्ट अगर बना दे इस 3 से 4 पॉइंट की रेंज में तो और बेटर रहेगा ट्रेड करने के लिए वो। क्योंकि चांसेस हैं ऊपर से सेलिंग आती है तो नीचे से बायर फिर से मार्केट को एक हायर हाई के लिए भेज देंगे। तो यहाँ से अगर सपोर्ट बनाते हुए जाए तो बेटर है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। तो इन 15 मिनट बेस्ट रहेगा ट्रेड करने के लिए उस केस में।
Danielle, we're just hearing now, according to the Washington Post, Lisa Cook says she will not resign. She disputes President Trump's authority to fire her. She also says that no cause exists for the president to fire her either. This is according to reporting from the Washington Post. So Lisa Cook refusing to step down and disputing the president's authority to force her out. Polka, I do want to return to you now for some more thoughts on this. I mean, what's the more urgent concern for the Fed at the moment? Threats to its independence and credibility? Or is it just good old inflation and employment data as we count down to that September meeting?
So I think to Daniel's point, I would like to add there that there is the point around not questioning the integrity of the governors and that they will act in according to their responsibilities. However, investors are a little more fickle than that. Investors get more worried about it. So it's also about what signaling this is sending is very important to keep in mind when you're thinking about market reactions. In terms of the September meeting, I think one rate cut is baked in, 25 basis points. I don't think that there will be much, the inflation, there won't be too much of an inflation surprise to change that decision. Labor market, it's not weak, but it is showing signs of weakness. So it is probably the right time for the Fed to not be too behind the curve on that. But this actually throws, this action this morning throws a lot in the spanner in which you question the decision that the Fed is taking. Is it under pressure from the White House, and is that why this decision was taken? So there's going to be a lot of questions that will be raised by investors, and the decisions will be made based on that.
Does any of this political pressure cause you to adjust your thinking around rate cut bets and timing, or like the Fed, are you just continuing to look at the data and look at market conditions?
No, we have to look at everything. I mean, all this plays a role in it. I think markets will factor in a more dovish Fed going forward, especially after Jerome Powell's term is over. And there may be some euphoria in the market because of expected lower rates in the short term. Because remember, there's the short-term traders, there's the long-term investors, but the risk to the longer term, and we are long-term investors, we are more concerned about what it does to the U.S. economy on the whole.
Danielle, I just want to end this conversation with some of your views. There's a move against Lisa Cook. She's refusing to go. Once this is over, though, do you suspect there might be more pressure on other Fed governors to go? Or do you suspect President Trump, if he manages to secure a majority of his own appointees on the board, that will be enough? When are we going to see the end of this is basically what I'm asking.
Gosh, Paul, I wish I could even begin to venture a guess as to when we see an end. 12 months ago, I would have never thought that I would have seen this happen, much less see the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics be called down from her post as well. To Polko's point, everything right now makes us very nervous, including whether or not there's a next person who may or may not be in the crosshairs, and for that matter, whether or not we're going to be getting good data coming out of the new Bureau of Labor Statistics as early as September the 5th. So many open questions. I wish I could be more definitive on what the U.S. president is going to do next.
All right, Danielle DiMartino Booth, former advisor to the president of the Dallas Fed. Thank you so much. And Polka Mishra of Javelin Wealth Management. Please stay with us. We've got plenty of other market news to discuss as well. But just to recap for you, the big breaking news of this hour, Lisa Cook, Fed governor, says she is not going to resign. This is according to reporting from the Washington Post. She disputes President Trump's authority to fire her and force her out. She says no cause exists for Trump to fire her. So Lisa Cook making it pretty clear.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, a potentially historic legal fight is shaping up between the White House and the Federal Reserve. President Donald Trump has moved to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook following allegations she falsified mortgage documents. Now, Cook has responded, saying the president has no authority to fire her and she won't quit. We get more from Bloomberg economics reporter Katya Dmitrieva.
She's on the FOMC, importantly. That's the committee that votes to set interest rates. Importantly, she's also the first Black woman to serve on the Fed board and was appointed by Biden in 2022. And her term wasn't set to expire until 2038, so more than a decade from now, up until these allegations. So the allegations stemmed from Bill Pulte, who's the Federal Housing Finance Agency head. And he posted on social media alleging that Cook had committed mortgage fraud.
Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva reports Cook's lawyer is planning to take, quote, whatever actions are needed to prevent the president's illegal action. Forcing Cook out would give Trump an opportunity to secure a 4-person majority on the Fed's 7-member Board of Governors.
And reaction pouring into this showdown between the White House and the Fed, Nathan. Danielle DiMartino Booth is a former advisor to the president of the Dallas Federal Reserve.
There is indeed the opportunity for Governor Cook to immediately go to the courts and ask for an injunction such that she stay in her position while the courts decide what the path is going to be. Again, I'm no legal expert, but everything that I've read this evening since this news hit suggests that she can indeed make every attempt to stop this right now.
Former Dallas Fed advisor Danielle DiMartino Booth. No charges have been filed against Cook, though a Justice Department official last week signaled possible plans to investigate her.
And Lisa, President Trump's issuing a new trade threat against countries with digital services taxes. In a social media post, he said he'll impose fresh tariffs and export restrictions on advanced technology and chips unless other nations drop measures he says discriminate against U.S. tech. Polka Mishra with Javelin Wealth Management says this adds more uncertainty to the tech sector.
Canada did give in on the digital tax, but Europe is holding firm. So it's again we feel that you can't make long-term predictions based on a tariff being announced or threatened now and then being taken off again, or some deal being struck. So I still think that it's probably going to be, again, a negotiation, some deals being struck.
Javelin Wealth's Polka Mishra says she does not think President Trump's tariff threats will derail the overall AI rally.
Well, later this week, Nathan, China is sending a key trade negotiator to Washington. That's as the latest 90-day tariff pause with the U.S. continues. The Wall Street Journal reports Chinese Vice Commerce Minister Li Changgang will meet with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer and Treasury Department officials, along with U.S. business figures. Now, President Trump says when it comes to trade with China, the U.S. has the upper hand.
They have some cards. We have incredible cards, but I don't want to play those cards. If I played those cards, that would destroy China. I'm not going to play those cards.
President Trump says the U.S. cards include parts for Boeing planes that he says he held back due to China's policies on rare earth magnets. Now, China halted most shipments of those key minerals to the U.S. back in April, but agreed to normalize flows as part of the latest trade truce.
We're checking stocks in France, Lisa. They are down 1.6%. That's after French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou called a confidence vote that could topple his government as soon as next month. We get more from Bloomberg's Caroline Conant in Paris.
François Bayrou's idea was to anticipate the social anger by calling this vote of no confidence 2 days before several far-left groups have threatened to totally block the country on September 10th. So trying to avoid some sort of general strike and general protest in the streets. But clearly, since François Bayrou presented his initial budget plan mid-July with 44 billion euros of savings, he hasn't really managed to convince French public opinion that this is the right way to go.
Bloomberg's Caroline Conant says the far-right National Rally Party, the leftist France Unbowed, the Greens, and the Socialists all say they will vote against the motion. It's coming up on September 8th, and it could force Bayrou to submit his government's resignation.
Back on Wall Street, Nathan, we are just 1 day away from the eagerly awaited earnings report from NVIDIA. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says the results could have a major impact on global markets.
This is a big one this time around for a couple of reasons. NVIDIA has grown into not only the most expensive and largest company in the world, but also one that has a lot of ripple effects, because from a thematic trading point of view, it has geopolitical implications. It means big things for other mega cap tech players like Apple, Amazon, Alphabet. Even though they're not all in the same category of company necessarily, they are still mega cap tech. And then, of course, it kind of sets the bar for other chip companies as well.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says NVIDIA is the biggest weight in the S&P 500 at almost 8%.
Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update. For that, we bring in Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Nathan. Major League Baseball scoreboard, the Mets dominate the Phillies 13-3, while the Yankees double up the Nationals 10-5. Elsewhere, division leaders, the Blue Jays, the Brewers, and the Dodgers all win, as do the Red Sox and Mariners, who get another homer from Cal Raleigh, his 50th, while the Tigers lose their second straight. No upsets in the men's draw at the U.S. Open, as Carlos Alcaraz and Jack Draper advance to the second round. In the women's draw, 6-seed Madison Keys is ousted in the first round by Renata Zarazua. Meanwhile, 45-year-old Venus Williams played her first Grand Slam match in 2 years, falling to Karolina Muchova in 3 sets. It's cut day in the NFL. Active rosters have to be trimmed to 53 by 4 p.m. Eastern Time today. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, Dan. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of
President Trump has threatened to impose fresh tariffs and export restrictions on advanced technology and semiconductors. This in retaliation for other nations' digital services taxes, which he claims are designed to harm or discriminate against American technology. He also alleges that the digital taxes give a complete pass to China's largest tech companies. The president's latest act of trade brinksmanship raises fresh uncertainty over tariff rates for U.S. trading partners. Polka Mishra, partner at Javelin Wealth Management, is still with us. Polka, plenty of news coming from the White House for markets to ponder today. When you heard that, did it cause you to rethink your strategy around tech equities at all?
A little bit. It's not just today. It's every day, isn't it, Paul? We just look at what's coming from the White House. So yeah, it's yes and no. We do feel that there is a bit more leg to the whole AI story and the tech story overall, but it's going to continue to be choppy given the noise that we keep getting. We saw earlier Nvidia had to make adjustments with the 15% revenue share for exporting to China. So I think it's still, again, about deal making. Canada did give in on the digital tax, but Europe is holding firm. So it's, again, we feel that you can't make long-term predictions based on a tariff being announced or threatened now and then being taken off again, or some deal being struck. So I still think that it's probably going to be, again, a negotiation, some deals being struck, but it's not going to impact the AI rally or the AI story significantly. There's still quite a lot to happen there. IMF recently I think predicted 0.5% of global GDP to come from AI. So there's a lot more to happen there. But yes, all these are impediments, but not complete roadblocks.
Yeah, you're doing a great job of channeling the public mood there, I think. But in terms of the impact on AI stocks, we will hear from NVIDIA this week. But to what degree is politics becoming a key risk for NVIDIA and other major tech companies?
It is, and especially at that size, at that scale, U.S. and China have still not agreed to their deals, although China hasn't given in to U.S. tariffs. It's standing firm. So it is going to continue to play in. We had 10% stake in Intel to try to revive Intel. I don't know how that will pan out. It is getting political, but at the end of the day, markets have their own way, and supply-demand cannot change. There is innovation happening in China. You cannot continue to ignore that. You cannot stifle that. So it will correct itself. At the end of the day, the pace at which the development is happening in this sector and the adoption that's coming through, even though we're not yet seeing profitability, we're beginning to see productivity gains slowly filter into the industries. So this is an important space. It will fight its way through these politics. It is at this point the core focus, the level of investment that is going in, whether it is from companies, whether it is from countries, it is a main focus area. So it will strike through. It's just going to be a little bit choppy, I think.
Has a lot less influence.
Whether or not it's NVIDIA, whether or not it's Intel, we've seen a more interventionist approach from this White House. The president, within 15 days, went from urging the Intel CEO to resign, then saying he came into the Oval Office and he said, you know what, actually, I want a stake in this company. The signal Wall Street needs to take from this White House, though, is that this approach is not slowing down. The president said himself, I'll do more of them.
There's more to come. Government intervention can have unintended consequences, and we should talk about that. With regards to Intel, 30% of revenue coming from China. I'm still waiting for the Chinese response to the fact that the government now has a stake or will have a stake in this company.
Well, China basically might say, good, you're doing what we've been doing for years. You're taking an approach that Beijing has been doing when they have invested and taken an interventionist approach from their national champions. This is what is also going to be so interesting, Jonathan, when NVIDIA reports this week. What is happening with their Chinese business? Remember when Beijing said, actually, please start snubbing those chips and start going for our national champions? And the information is reporting that NVIDIA is telling their component producers to hold off and stop making them. Are the H20s even viable anymore in Japan, in China?
Intel in the pre-market higher by 2.9%. Bond yields just a little bit higher after a big move last week. Let's talk about fixed income. Higher by a single basis point. The 2-year 370, 10s at 427. A major bias shift from Fed Chair Jay Powell over in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, after pledging to anchor inflation expectations, pledging almost to put a floor under the labor market.
It was almost like Governor Waller wrote that speech that Chair Jay Powell delivered on Friday, Jonathan. He opens the door. The question, of course, becomes, does he walk through it in September when the Fed meets? I think you still have to take into account that on the sidelines, Susan Collins, Austin Goolsbee, others were still talking about the fact that they are concerned about inflation. September 5th, we get another read on the labor market, and September 11th, next CPI report. Both of those reports leading into the Fed meeting.
A week later, September 17th, for the Federal Reserve to get together. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Very close to all-time highs at a close going into the weekend. This morning, negative by 0.2%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Bob Elliott of Unlimited Funds, with stocks on the brink of record highs. Frank Lee of HSBC looking ahead to earnings from NVIDIA. And Steve Rasciuto of Mizuho on why a September rate cut may not be justified. We begin this hour with stocks steady after Chair Powell helped unleash a powerful equity market rally. Bob Elliott of Unlimited writing, Fed Chair Jay Powell clearly prioritised the labour market over the inflation mandate. But if growth is weak enough to inspire aggressive cuts, it's far too weak for stocks at current levels. Bob joins us now for more. Bob, good morning.
Morning.
Let's just start with that speech. Have we abandoned that 2% target?
Well, I think the rhetoric says that the 2% target's going to stick around, but let's be honest, they've missed it for 52 months. They're likely to miss it for another year, given what Powell said yesterday and the pressures coming from tariffs. And so, I mean, if you fail at your job for 60 months, it's not particularly credible that they're prioritizing the inflation mandate. It's clear what's happened is we've had another reaction function shift. I mean, your head can spin at the number of reaction function shifts we've seen over the last couple of years. And this one is back towards concerns about the weakening labor market. I think the issue and why we might be seeing a little buyer's regret this morning is that if conditions are weak enough for the Fed to start to cut aggressively, they're far too weak for what we're seeing in the stock market.
This word curious, let's use this word curious that the Fed chair used on Friday to describe the situation in the labour market, to describe his words on inflation. A one-time shift in the price level, of course, one time does not mean all at once. That line there from the Fed chair, I think, sets us up to ignore hot prints on inflation for months to come, and maybe longer than that. How sensitive are we going to be to incoming information over the next 6 months?
Well, I think we're, at a broad level, creating one of the greatest macroeconomic experiments we've ever had, in 150 years, which is hiking tariffs to their highest level in 100 years in the largest economy in the world. And so there's a lot of uncertainty about how that's going to flow through. And we're just starting to see the effects. And so any reasonable analyst will say there's not a lot of confidence about exactly when we're going to see the inflation peak or how much is going to hit earnings onshore. And so it's reasonable to say we're not going to really understand exactly how it's going to flow through. What's not reasonable is to basically say, forget inflation. It's transitory, dare I say the word, implied by what was said there.
He basically said it without saying it. Correct.
I mean, it's about as transitory an argument as he could have made there. And that means basically no matter what happens on the inflation side of the mandate, it's just going to get ignored. This is all about the labor market in the next year.
When he's reacting to the labor market, does it look political now, given the fact that, as you and Jonathan were talking about, this is widely different than what he was talking about just 4 weeks ago?
It is certainly curious that he said that the labor market was strong and argued at length in the presser about the tightness of the labor market, 4 weeks ago? And then here we come and look at the speech last week, and it looks dovish, concerned even about what's going on in the labor market. under the hood, it looks as though this is a little bit of a Frankenstein speech where his views are certainly included there in terms of talking about the tightness, but then giving a nod to those folks who are more concerned about the labor market and, frankly, more dovish tilting here.
So this was a collective speech, you think, from input from other members?
It certainly looks divergent from what was said a few weeks ago in the presser. It also looks pretty divergent from what was printed in the minutes. And that's interesting because the minutes were written after that labor market data was out, and minutes are often revised when there's incremental important information that comes out. And so that suggests that the dovish side of the FOMC may have taken control in terms of authoring this. Now, look, to be charitable, maybe what's happening here is Chairman Powell is trying to take a little heat off of the FOMC, particularly given some of the challenges to independence we've seen in the last couple of weeks. I think the problem with that is, as we saw through the course of the weekend, just a little bit of dovish tilt is not going to take the heat off this FOMC.
Should we talk about market consequences? Equities off to the races, rocketing higher on Friday. Bond yields lower across the curve, 2s out to 30s. There are some people writing this morning that maybe you might see an inflection at the long end of the curve, that this kind of reaction function, this setup into the rest of this year, could actually generate high yields in the same way they did 12 months ago. What's your view on that?
I think it really comes down to whether the monetary policy is responding to the growth conditions. And so if we're actually seeing a weakening of economic conditions, actually bonds here look like a good buy. I mean, look, yields, whether you're looking at long end real yields or nominals, they're at cycle highs at a time when we've seen a clear slowing of the economy. And so, if you look at, for instance, how hedge funds are positioned right now, what you see is actually bonds are a buy, a pretty non-consensus view out there relative to what most people on the street are saying.
How does that stack up with your call on equities?
Well, I think it basically favors, bonds are basically at lows and equities are at highs at a time when growth is slowing. And typically when you see that setup, that's favorable to bonds relative to stocks. And the one area that could come out of this, which is if the Fed does get very aggressively, let's say proactively easy, you're going to see that in the dollar. We saw a lot of, pretty weak dollar response on Friday. And, at a big picture level, the dollar's down somewhat this year, but DXY has traded down into the 80s, into the 70s. And so we're a long way away from a weak dollar environment.
Bob, what happens if they don't cut in September?
Well, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of political pressure that's going to come.
But for equities?
Equities are, it really comes down to the data. I think that's the basic issue is if we see a strong labor market print, then I think equities are going to hold up here and things are going to be fine. But the real challenge, the real risk for the equity market is we see continued soft labor markets, elevated inflation, which will almost certainly come in the next CPI report, and a Fed that is a little hesitant. Now, I think it's going to be quite a pullback. It's going to be hard to see all that data and not cut, given what was indicated on Friday. But that's the risk. The bigger risk for equities is basically that you have weakening growth and you don't get that easing that's necessary.
We've all used that word curious now a few times already this morning. When he described the curious labour market, it's curious that he's putting more emphasis on the demand side of the story and perhaps less on the supply side of the story. Are you doing the same thing?
Well, I think when you think about what's going to drive stocks don't care about the tightness of the labor market. They care about growth. And to the extent that growth is slowing because there's a supply constraint in labor and that's reducing incomes in aggregate in the economy, that's weak for growth and should be weak for stocks. And we've already seen, GDP final sales, nominal final sales was, 2 or 3% in the last quarter. That's very weak relative to the potential, the typical potential of the economy. And so, if you're focused on monetary policy, typically the tightness matters. But if you're focused on stocks and bonds, it's going to come down to what's happening with growth. And so that curiosity isn't really all that relevant to what's going to transpire for stock and bond pricing.
Well, it's good to see you, as always. Thanks for dropping by, sir. Thank you very much. Bob Elliott there of Unlimited Funds. Finally balanced on the Federal Reserve going through the rest of this year. But September, it looks like the Fed chair opened the door wide open for rate cuts.
And what happens if he doesn't, given the fact that he did open that door? Pretty much everyone's expecting him to walk through it. I love what Bob had to say, though. Potentially this is a collective speech, input from other members. And maybe, Jonathan, that is the Fed chair trying to keep the heat off the FOMC right now, but not sure that's going to work with President Donald Trump.
That's the latest on the Federal Reserve. Let's get you the latest stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. ECB President Christine Lagarde warning against political interference in central banking. Lagarde saying if monetary policy independence is undermined, quote, it becomes dysfunctional and starts doing things that it shouldn't do. Elsewhere, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney visited Kyiv on Ukraine's Independence Day, pledging support. Speaking alongside President Zelensky, Carney said peace with Russia must come through strength and did not rule out providing Canadian peacekeepers. And finally, Keurig Dr Pepper agreeing to buy Dutch coffee and tea company JDEP for $18 billion. Once the deal is completed, Keurig plans to split the coffee business from other beverage operations. Her stock is negative by 3.4%. Up next on the programme, piling the pressure on the Fed.
President Trump, you're going to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, over her
I'll fire her if she doesn't resign. What she did was bad. So I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
That conversation up next with George Pollack of Signum, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Snapped a 5-day slide in Friday's session. Equities, the biggest one-day gain since May. Pulling back this Monday morning by about 0.25% on the S&P. No drama here on the Nasdaq 100, down by about 1/3. If you check out the bond market, 2-year, 10-year and 30-year bond yields this morning, higher across the curve after a big rally in Friday's session. We unwind some of that. Check out the very long end of the curve. Yields higher on a 30-year this morning by about 3 or 4 basis points. The 30-year, 4.91. That's the one to watch through the next few weeks. The front end's going to be super anchored by whatever the Fed chair sets us up for relative to the data over the next few weeks. Of course, Anne-Marie went through the data. Payrolls the first week of September, CPI the week after that. Do we see a repeat of last year where they cut rates at the front end and rates at the long end continue to climb by about 100 basis points? That's the bond market set up this morning, under surveillance this morning, piling the pressure on the Federal Reserve.
President Trump, you're going to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, over her
I'll fire her if she doesn't resign. What she did was bad. So I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
It's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump threatening to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook if she doesn't resign over mortgage fraud allegations. Governor Cook has not been formally charged with any crimes. Joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, good morning.
John, good morning. Well, this really marks the latest escalation by the White House. And I think it's fair to say that it was a little surprising that we didn't hear from President Trump comment directly on the message from Fed Chair Jerome Powell on Friday, but instead escalated this threat to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook if she does not resign over allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud. And we did have the FHFA Director Bill Pulte on Bloomberg Television last week, who told us that this is part of a broader crackdown when it comes to the issue of mortgage fraud. But it's, of course, raising big questions here in Washington, one, over the motivation, but also over any potential legal ramifications, because there is a very high legal bar to remove a Fed official. And we actually saw that protection bolstered by the Supreme Court earlier this year. Now, you mentioned it, but it bears repeating. There have been no formal charges brought against Cook, and she herself responded last week saying that she will not be bullied into leaving her position and that she is gathering the accurate information to answer any sort of legitimate questions. But I don't need to tell you, John, that a potential opening would pave the way for 4 out of 7 of the Fed board seats to be filled by Trump appointees. But that doesn't necessarily mean that President Trump would even get his way when it comes to monetary policy. And we really did hear that sentiment echoed by current and former Fed officials alike. John, I caught up with former Kansas City Fed President Esther George last week, who said that as more pressure comes to bear, that does cloud the public's view, but that ultimately that's not going to cloud the view of the decision makers at the table.
Tyler, what's been the reaction in Washington to the president once again going after a member of the Fed?
Well, It depends who you ask, Anne Marie. Of course, Republicans have really stood by President Trump's efforts here, saying that he has his fair right to voice his opinion when it comes to the future of monetary policy, and that he's trying to do what's best in his view when it comes to the economy. But we do know that many of those Senate Republicans on the banking committee, for example, have voiced concerns that ultimately, at the end of the day, they do want to see a central bank that is independent and able to make its own decisions. So Republicans, for the most part in Washington, have really been walking that tightrope so that they can be in favor of the president's view, but that they're still making sure that the Fed is data dependent.
Tyler Kendall with the latest. Tyler, thank you. More from Tyler in the next hour. George Pollack of Signum writing the following: Cook is likely not inclined to resign as her term goes until 2038 and would rather have the legal fight determine what for cause actually is. George joins us now for more. George, why is this different to what we saw play out with the former Dallas Fed president Robert Kaplan when he decided this became a distraction over his financial disclosures and he resigned, as did Eric Rosengren for different reasons later on? George, I just wonder why we see this as slightly different.
So at Signum, we see this as slightly different because Governor Cook would understand that if she were to resign and take the hit of resignation, that would give the president an opening to a majority on the Fed Board of Governors. And for the Governor Cook, she views this as completely false and not an accurate allegation, and from Bill Pulte basically misunderstanding what occurred, and she wants to push back. And with her term going through the 2030s, she doesn't want to give up that term, potentially impact her party, potentially impact the Fed's independence, and give the president, while not a clear ability to impact the FOMC, at least take a step forward towards massively changing the Fed, its independence, and how the FOMC votes.
George, at Signum, do you view this as an issue of Fed independence, or is there actual accountability that needs to be brought to the Fed? Has there been poor oversight at the Fed?
I think that's a really fair question. We've seen the nominee for Kugler's remaining term, Stephen Moran, lay out that point. I think one big issue that a lot of people will have with his action against Cook is it's the Trump administration making this argument. And while if the allegations are proven, we understand why the president would feel inclined to fire her, it's difficult for a lot of people from the policy and politics side to understand the Trump administration claiming some sense of propriety or concern about the morals and ethics of government officials while continuing to take certain actions that have raised questions.
George, where is this fight going next? What happens next? Does this end up just in courts?
Well, that's the issue. So we've never actually had a Fed governor fired for cause. So while we have the standard laid out that includes malfeasance or inability or incompetence, the test, it's never been tested. And that's kind of why we think the president will go forward with the firing of Lisa Cook, because either way, either the court backs her or it backs the president, but at the very least, he will be given a roadmap on which to operate and which to understand where the for cause protections apply.
George, I just want to push the legal proceedings to one side because they haven't officially started just yet. And as we've said repeatedly on this programme, and I think you and I have talked about it too, it's difficult to engage with a legal process that hasn't even started just yet. But what's curious to me is some of the language that people are using when they talk about this story. They talk about things about they don't want the president to make a decision to replace Governor Lisa Cook with someone that he wants, and that somehow Lisa Cook herself would be concerned about that. George, as we engage in that conversation, aren't we just accepting that some of these individuals are politically biased themselves?
I think what we're accepting is kind of like a parallel to the Supreme Court, where they preserve their independence, where they maintain their independence, but at the same time, many people in American politics and policy have interpreted it widely as they wear the jerseys of their team, be it Republican or Democratic. And I think as we've seen politics and policies impact theoretically independent institutions like the Supreme Court, and now under President Trump, like the Fed, I think we're just seeing more of a public willingness to discuss the fact that there are politics that are considered in the Fed, and that the Fed doesn't ignore politics. And I know Dr. Sarah Binder at Brookings has laid this out, that the Fed isn't so much an independent institution, but it's more so an interdependent institution, and it depends on protection from institutions like Congress. So we've kind of seen that a transition towards that becoming the more dominant theory.
When it comes to what's next in terms of the Senate getting back in session in September, do you think we're going to see Steve Myron get a vote before the next Fed meeting?
We do. At Signum, we actually think he's going to get a vote before the next Fed meeting, even though that does require the Senate to act quickly, which it's not typically inclined to do. The parallel I have is from the Supreme Court nomination after Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, where they were able to confirm Barrett in 30 days, in 30 calendar days. And that was for the Supreme Court. Marion has already been confirmed for a Senate position, for a Senate confirmable position. He's already served in an economic capacity, and it's for a short-term appointment. It's only for 4 months. Neither the president nor the Senate Republicans will want to have him miss any FOMC meeting that he can sit on. And it's our belief that the president is going to make this into a litmus test. And with Chairman Tim Scott generally inclined to go along with the president, we think that making it a litmus test will lead to success and will lead him to sit on the FOMC come the middle of September.
George, do you have any thinking now? Has it changed at all about who do you think Trump's going to pick to be the next Fed chair?
So in our conversations, we've always come around to, the two Kevins. We've seen the conversations about David Malpass. We've seen the reports about a more expanded list of targets from people who are not so much Fed experienced. But we still think in the end, while those names are out there and they're out there for positive reasons and they could bring the independent and disruptive thinking the president seems to want to bring to the Fed, we still think it's more along the lines of people like the two Kevins, more so than out of the box names that we've seen discussed in the past couple of weeks.
George, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Enjoyed the analysis. George Pollock there of Signum on the Federal Reserve. If this was about sports and if this was about performance alone, like who's in the best form right now? The individual in the best form on the FOMC right now is Governor Waller.
Absolutely.
And you nailed it at the top of the programme. The very fact that the chairman's come out a number of months after Governor Waller has and basically echoed everything that Governor Waller's been saying that predated non-farm payrolls after that news conference with Chairman Powell. That tells you the guy who's best positioned to run this central bank at the moment is an individual already on it. It's Governor Waller.
Absolutely. And you could take Bob Elliott's point of view saying maybe Powell was leaning on to some of the input from the doves in the committee, those two dissenters, including Governor Waller at the last Fed meeting. But really, it was almost like Governor Waller wrote that speech. All of these talking points that he has been making for months, Powell has finally come out and said it, which is why many people think he's really the guy that at the end of the day, the president is going to tap. But what's interesting there, George said, he goes back to basically the originals, the OGs we've been talking about for months.
The Kevins.
No one really is talking about this 11-person list that the Treasury Secretary has put out. Even the president himself, Trump, said, it's really just 2 or 3 people, and I'm going to decide on those.
Equities in a moment. If you're just joining us, welcome to the programme. We are negative. We are just off all-time highs. We're down about 0.25% on the S&P 500. Big week coming up for earnings. In just a moment, we'll catch up with Frank Lee of HSBC, raising its price target on Nvidia going into earnings this week. Plus, we'll catch up with Danny Berger. We'll get you some morning movers with Keurig Dr Pepper sliding in the pre-market. That stock is down 3.4%. From New York City this morning. Good morning. Equities negative by 0.3% on the S&P 500, pulling back from the best day since May on Friday, and the gains we added to the S&P 500 very, very close to all-time highs on the S&P going into the weekend. Coming out the other side, just a little bit of weakness. Check out the bond market. Just want to focus on the difference between 2s and 30s. The distance between the two, the longest, the widest, going back to 2022 in Friday's session, but that gap is opening up again. We're up by 4 basis points this morning on 30s, 491.21. Just want to know that on the open on Friday, we opened up at 491.93. So that predates Chairman Powell, that 491.93. And we're basically back to those levels. And it's this discussion about what happens at the long end that I think we're all gripped on in fixed income at the moment. Do we see a repeat of what we saw last year? And this could be a massive problem for the Federal Reserve. And a massive problem for the White House too. This White House wants lower rates, but what they ultimately want is lower borrowing costs and lower mortgage rates. And at the moment, there's going to be a big question about whether they get that or not.
This is the biggest conundrum facing them right now. They want the Fed to cut. And part of the reasoning is they say American families, businesses, they want lower rates. They want to get on the mortgages. They want to get on the housing ladder. But what did we see a year ago? The Fed cut rates and mortgages actually went up. And this is an issue, is what if this happens yet again? This doesn't solve the problem that they're looking for.
Just seeing bond yields bleed a little bit higher at the longer end of the curve. I want to finish on foreign exchange. Check out euro dollar and just check out the difference between the two central banks right now. The ECB side versus the Federal Reserve. On Friday, Chairman Powell leaving the door wide open to reduce interest rates on September 17th. The Bundesbank president sitting down with Lisa and TK, basically saying the bar for another rate cut from this ECB still super high. Some euro strength on Friday, just a touch of weakness this morning, down by about 1/3%, still around 117, 116.86. As we count you down to the opening bow, that's the price action. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Let's cross over to Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Merger Monday in full swing. Keurig Dr. Pepper will be buying the Amsterdam-listed JDE Peet's. Usually the choir falls when this happens, so not unusual to see shares down about 3.4%. After it's done, Keurig Dr. Pepper will split its coffee and its beverage business into two separate listed entities 7 years after they merge. All of this really just underscoring the difficult environment for beverage companies with changing consumer preferences and some differences in commodity prices. Next, some Washington action affecting single names this morning. After the bell yesterday, we learned that the U.S. government would indeed be buying a 9.9% stake in Intel for $8.9 billion. That funding would be coming from the CHIPS Act. Those shares up 2.4%. The government won't have any voting rights or any other governance rights, but Bernstein analysts underscoring that, sure, Intel needs money, but more than that, it needs customers. Now, the last thing moving on Washington, D.C. action, Wayfair this morning, one of the poorest performers in the pre-market of a certain size, down 5%. Trump, again, after the bell yesterday, announcing that the U.S. would be launching an investigation into furniture being imported into the U.S. He said after that investigation, about 50 days, they would look at sectoral tariffs. So again, Wayfair shares and some of the other furniture makers falling in the pre-market trade, John.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate the update. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, one of our top stories worldwide, Fed Chair Jay Powell leaving the door wide open for a rate cut at the central bank's September meeting. Powell highlighting risk to employment and impacts of tariffs on inflation that could warrant adjusting policy. Elsewhere, Vice President J.D. Vance expressing confidence the U.S. can broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Vance saying we've seen significant concessions from both sides in the last 2 weeks.
I think everyone knows what the concessions are on Ukraine's side. The interesting part was really what J.D. Vance, the vice president, was talking about concessions on the Russian side. He said they conceded in the recognition that Ukraine will have to have territorial integrity after the war, that they're not going to be able to install a puppet regime in Kyiv. And then, of course, what they view as a major concession from Moscow was the fact that there will be this security guarantee. You had Mark Rutte go to Kyiv on Friday. They are trying to work out what a security guarantee could look like, this assurances for Ukraine. The issue is, Jonathan, how many times have we been here with this country? Minsk, there was a memorandum in the 90s because of this, and yet again, we still had an invasion. And this is what is going to make it so complicated. But this administration still tries to narrow that gap.
In the 90s, it was Budapest, right?
Yes.
Let's just build on that a little bit, because I imagine that's going to make Ukraine very nervous. And I'm not sure how many people are aware of what was actually agreed in the 90s and how eerily similar some of the language being used now is of that time.
Well, this is the issue. They gave up their nuclear weapons basically, it was the United States said, we will come support you. There will be the security guarantee. And to give up their nuclear weapons, they were supposed to have already territorial integrity. That has not been the case. And that has not been the case for years. I know we've been following this more for more than 3 years, but obviously Crimea was a decade ago. We are looking at Putin continuing to infringe on their territory, which is why this is so complicated for the Ukrainians to really digest and swallow.
That's the latest on Russia, Ukraine. Wanted to turn to the chip sector. President Donald Trump sealing a deal with Intel to give the government a 10% stake in the chip maker. Intel saying the government will be a passive owner with no board seat or other governance or information rights. Now, is there anything passive about this White House? This White House is incredibly active.
They are incredibly active. This is just another gambit when it comes to an interventionist approach, when it comes to corporate America. Scott Lincecum of Cato Institute comes on this program a lot. He wrote something, an opinion piece in the Washington Post yesterday, and he said the most immediate risk that Intel's decision will increasingly be driven by political rather than commercial considerations. When the U.S. government is its largest shareholder, they're going to face constant pressure to align corporate decisions with the goals of whatever political party is in power. And this is why so many people are pushing back and concerned, not just with this deal, but the fact that the President of the United States said More to come.
What a move in this sector. Intel higher by more than 2%. Let's stick with tech. Investors looking ahead to Nvidia earnings on Wednesday, hoping the results will ease fears of a bubble. Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie joins us now from London with more. Good morning, Tom. What are we looking for later this week?
Yeah, earnings from Nvidia, of course, dropping late on Wednesday, as you say. Expectations from analysts looking at this stock, they expect to see earnings increasing about 48% year on year from the previous quarter. Of course, on earnings, on revenues, I should say, of around $46 billion for the quarter. That would be a 54% increase. The question, of course, for many watching this stock is what executives, of course, Chen Huang and the team say about the China piece of this story. The earnings from the big tech companies, the mega cap tech companies, suggest that the spend continues, as you know, John. So it's less about that part of it, really, and it's more about what they have to say in terms of how they're adjusting to the China story, whether or not they are, in fact, designing a new chip for the Chinese market, and if they're any closer to getting that signed off by the Trump administration, and if indeed they think China even wants that chip at this point. Worth remembering as well, as we build up for the results, in terms of the last 2 years, there's been just one miss in terms of the last 8 quarters out of Nvidia. That was the second quarter 2025. So in terms, second quarter, in fact, I said 2022, in terms of the history of this stock, 7 times out of the last 8 quarters, you've had a beat, just one miss. Expectations, of course, will be high for this stock. It's trading not near its 5-year multiples, but it's at around 34 times forward PE. It's not looking too rich for some, but will the expectations be a little bit too stretched? I think the China story is going to be key.
Investors have been spoiled, that's for sure. Tom, thank you, sir. Tom McKenzie out of London this morning. Let's build on some of this. Frank Lee of HSBC maintaining a hold rating on shares of Nvidia, raising the price target to 200 ahead of earnings. Frank joins us now for more. Frank, good morning, sir. Let's just talk about what you're bullish on going into the print. What are you hopeful about?
Yeah. So I think going into the print, the fundamentals, the long-term story is still very solid. I think the CapEx spend, as your previous guys just alluded to, still very, very strong. But I agree in terms of, I think, this week's earnings, a lot's going to be on whether they can actually surprise the market, especially the China piece. I think that has, there's a lot of uncertainty in China. I think, so far what we've seen is, a very much a U.S.-focused response is they can't go into China. Now they got the license of H20 to come in. But I think what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is that the China government now is actually reassessing whether or not they're putting pressure on the Chinese customers, perhaps hold off on buying the Nvidia chips. So I think a big part of the guide for this week is going to be on how much of that guide will include a China piece and how much will not include a China piece.
Well, following what Beijing is telling its firms, the information reported that NVIDIA is asking its component suppliers to halt production related to the H20. So, Frank, does that just say to you that basically the H20 is done when it comes to its shipments to China?
That's a good question, Emery. I think, it's and certainly in the last week or two, we started to see the supply chain talk about, the shipments are being halted on an H20. I think what's difficult to assess, though, is this more of a temporary or is there something longer term? I mean, it could be part of, a strategy behind the overall trade deal, which hasn't been finalized. We do know that there is a B30 chip, a Blackwell chip that NVIDIA is potentially looking to reintroduced to the China market, but that again will also need U.S. government approval as well. So I think net there's a lot of uncertainties for this earnings, especially on the China side. I don't think we have a clear enough assessment to make a bet of whether H20 is dead altogether. But certainly in the near term, there's going to be some volatility, and this is I think a surprise to the overall market.
What about on the U.S. government interventionist side? We, of course, know that the president struck a deal with AMD and NVIDIA that any of these licenses that they get to sell these chips to China means they're going to have to give 15% of profit back to the U.S. government.
Yeah, so again, that's also pretty unprecedented to see this. So I think we don't know if that response perhaps is another trigger for the China government to reassess, in terms of pressure on their own suppliers, their own customers to perhaps hold off. So I think that's one of the difficulties around the NVIDIA narrative is that the China piece has really dominated headlines, but it's also very difficult to actually predict what's going to happen. So we do think that if you take a longer term narrative, the CSP the CapEx spend into 2026 is probably going to be much more important for NVIDIA longer term. But we can't escape, I think, the near-term narrative around China.
Frank, can we just introduce the Intel story into this conversation as well? I just wonder how your thoughts are developing at the moment on this matter. As they look to build out foundry capacity domestically in line with the objectives of the White House, how far along are we going to be? A year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, before the White House turns around and says, NVIDIA, you've got to use it?
Yeah, so I think, look, the market's obviously reacting very positively to this news of the U.S. government directly invested in Intel. It is a confidence booster, but ultimately, I think, Intel itself has to execute on its foundry business, which it so far has not. So I think that's going to be the challenge, is that you can have government pressure to basically use Intel, but Intel needs to deliver first on its own execution to prove to its customers that they can produce the chips in its own fabs. And so far, they haven't really done that yet. So I think this is something we need to watch very carefully over the next couple of quarters to see what that execution is about.
In the meantime, Frank, just how at risk is their revenue in China? What are the Chinese thinking about what's happening stateside?
I think for Intel, it's, they do have some exposure, but that's not where the contention is. Intel doesn't really have very much. They're not very strong in the AI space, especially when it comes to these these GPUs. So I think the majority of Intel's business today are basic traditional CPUs that go into PCs and traditional servers. So I think that's less of a concern right now. So I think for Intel, its biggest problem is they need to get back on its own execution.
Frank, do you think the Chinese government or the authorities there will be comfortable with the fact that the US has taken a stake in Intel?
I think it's something that, I think if you look at where Intel's strategies for U.S. market, I don't think there's very much the Chinese government can respond to it. I think, this is something that, if you think about the majority of the foundry business today, though, is still dominated by TSMC. So Intel's presence in foundry is still very small today. So I don't think it impacts existing businesses. But yes, there is going to be a potential perception issue. But as far as day to day, I don't think there's a big impact right now.
That's one to watch. Frank, appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Looking ahead to earnings from NVIDIA. Frank, leader of HSBC, and how contentious the future might be for this sector.
Absolutely. Wall Street Journal editorial board was pretty scathing on the U.S. government in terms of this. And they talked about the government's support will ease the imperative of Intel become more competitive. And they're saying that basically this is one of the reasons why China's state-owned Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation has struggled. And they're saying in the name of competing with China, the U.S. is imitating its model of state-run business. Quote, Washington is becoming Chinatown.
Intel higher in the pre-market. Equities a little bit softer. We're down by 0.25% on the S&P 500. That's the price action. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. President Donald Trump saying the U.S. is conducting a, quote, major tariff investigation on furniture coming into the United States. Trump says the investigation will end in 50 days and imported furniture will be taxed at a rate that is yet to be determined. Elsewhere, SpaceX postponing the test flight of its massive Starship rocket just before liftoff due to a ground systems issue yesterday. The delay follows a series of setbacks, including 2 flights that blew up within minutes and another that exploded on the test stand. And finally, after 163 events and 0 wins, British golfer Tommy Fleetwood got his first PGA Tour victory at the FedEx Cup. He tapped in a putt for par on the 18th hole to win the championship at 18 under. Fleetwood taking home a $10 million prize. And it's not even about the money. How much we can learn from this guy. The classiest individual in any sport, anywhere. The way this guy dealt with his losses repeatedly over the last several months has been remarkable. Even earlier on this weekend, when on the 15th hole, he put the ball into the water, he was still fist bumping a fence. Wow. He has dealt with this all class for months and months and months. And to be honest with you, I could not be happier for the man. Tommy, congratulations, buddy. Absolutely fantastic. Up next on the program, Chairman Powell preparing to make a move.
With policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance.
That conversation up next with Stu Prosciutto of Mizuho, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV. Snapped a 5-day slide in Friday's session this morning, pulling back just a little bit. We're negative by 1/3% on the S&P, call it a quarter, down by 0.3 on the Nasdaq 100. Under surveillance this morning, Chair Powell preparing to make a move.
the stability of the unemployment rate, and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance.
So here's the latest this morning. Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell leaving the door wide open for a rate cut next month. Steve Raschuta of Missoula isn't convinced it's needed, writing the following. Should the Fed ease policy as the markets expect, analysis suggests the primary risk to the economy is a backup in long-term interest rates. Steve joins us now for more. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
Just tell us, what do you think's brewing here?
Well, I think there's a bit of political pressure building. I think there's a bit of dovishness within this committee that has been brewing over years. And I think when you combine it with a misperception as to how restrictive monetary policy is, you wind up in a situation where you get a chairman making a statement like this, leaving a door open to a rate cut when he himself and his own balance of risks is completely balanced. The risk to the upside on inflation, the risk to inflation is to the upside. The risk to employment is to the downside. Well, okay, what are you supposed to do? Well, the answer is if I think it's restrictive, maybe I can cut rates. If I don't think it's restrictive, then I should be doing nothing. How do we define restrictive? That becomes the problem.
The thinking at the moment appears to be that, yes, we're facing upside risk to inflation and downside risk to employment, but the downside risk to employment are more important because the upside risk to inflation won't be as pervasive and we won't see the second round effects because of the downside risk to employment. How do you think about that issue?
You have to show me that's the case. Historically, yes, there are important transitions that take place in terms of the labor market that happen more quickly than on the inflation side of the equation. Don't argue with that. Is this one of those conditions? The answer is no. You have an economy that is fundamentally healthy. You've got an economy that accelerated or rebounded right now very, very sharply after the second quarter GDP. You've got an economy that's showing you have healthy consumer demand. You have an economy that is going to be above trend economic growth in the current quarter against the backdrop of a consensus forecast of 0.9% growth. And so therefore there's a disconnect between the reality and the perceptions. And I think that's part of the problem. The other thing, I think when you're looking at the coverage of this, everyone's focused in on the opening up the door to a rate cut. The chairman said a couple of things. One was that basically that he didn't think policy was that restrictive, yet the market has 5 rate cuts priced in. That's number one. Number two, if you look at the framework changes, everything they did in 2020, which was adopting a Keynesian style of monetary policy, is gone. And they've readopted a Taylor rule approach to monetary policy, which is a symmetric monetary policy guide frame. And when you look at the Taylor rule type models, monetary policy is not restrictive.
So you mentioned, though, at the start, because there's one other dimension happening here. You said it is a little political. Do you think his speech Friday was political?
Well, I think they may get into a situation where the chairman said, okay, I'm going to open the door to it and let's see what the committee does, because there seems to be this perception inside the White House, inside the Treasury, that the chairman can determine where monetary policy goes. So if the chairman opens the door to a rate cut and the committee votes and doesn't vote for a rate cut, then guess what? It's not just one vote.
Bob Elliott was saying that he potentially was doing this to protect the Fed as an institution. But it sounds like what you're saying, he's protecting himself.
Well, again, protecting the Fed as an institution. Yes, the institution seems to be under attack, but it's always historically been under attack. We went through a very, very calm period, where we did not attack the Fed from basically Paul Volcker on. We're now back in the more political environment of these things, and we've historically faced these dilemmas. I think the real issue for the Fed in here is not just maintaining its independence, but maintaining its credibility. Okay? What is your framework? Is your framework a symmetrical monetary policy? Okay, if it's a symmetrical monetary policy, then live up to the symmetrical monetary policy. If it is still a policy skewed towards the labor market issues, i.e. it is the more equal of two equal framework or guidelines, then be clear about that. And this, I think, opens up the bit of the dilemma for what we're dealing with today.
Do you think we could see a repeat of last year? they drop rates at the front end and we start seeing problems at the long end?
I think that's really the underlying risk that they face. Now, again, could that be then a message to people on Capitol Hill that believe, well, if you lower short-term interest rates, long-term interest rates automatically come down? The answer is yes. That may be, what has to happen to get it done. Is 25 basis points going to matter one way or the other? No. Will 125 basis points matter? Yes. And that's really, really the difference here. I don't really care if they cut rates 25 basis points in September. I care about what they do with the dots. Do they now look at their different framework and say, okay, we've back to the pre-2020 framework. Well, what should the dots then be going forward? Should the dots still be for the number of rate cuts we envision against an environment where we have an economy that's going to continue to grow and we have inflation in our forecast that's 100 basis points above our target?
Steve, this is really important. What I hear from your analysis is a clear distinction between whatever they do on September and then the rest. Yes. And the rest is far more important. Do you see scope then for a hawkish surprise on the 17th?
Well, the problem is the dots, because the dots aren't set as part of policy. They go into the meeting having delivered their dots and their SEP, and therefore it's just a calculation. So, and unfortunately, the market only pays attention to the dots. It is the intellectual gravity well, okay? Once you put that dot out there, all thought process in the market goes to explaining that dot and forecasting what's going to get that dot to happen. Nobody thinks of anything else outside of how does that dot get validated. And that's where the market is. So as long as those dots run the risk of being there, I think you might wind up with a greater divergence in the dots in September. And that may be the thing that matters.
Steve, it's good to see you, as always. No doubt we'll see you before then. Anyway, Steve Raschuta there of Mizuho. September 17th, that decision less than a month away. This is still a divided Federal Reserve, and you've heard that from Steve just then. You've heard it from others too.
Divided Federal Reserve, a lot of questions whether Steve Myron will be there at the next Fed meeting. Of course, can he get Senate confirmed in time? What Steve had to say that was interesting, the chairman is opening up the door, almost a reminder to this administration. The chairman said he's willing to cut rates. Reminder to them that this is a deliberative body in order for them to walk through that door and deliver that rate cut.
We've got a lot to get through over the next few weeks. NVIDIA reporting later this week. Then on to next week. We've got a payrolls report just around the corner. Then it's CPI. Then after that, that Federal Reserve decision. Coming up next, Dan Skelly of Morgan Stanley. Plus, Henrietta Trades of Vader Partners, the former Kansas City Fed President Thomas Honig, and Robert Tipp of PGIM Fixed Income. From New York City, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Up next.
This is an environment that is very volatile.
It does seem that stocks are expensive relative to what I call fundamentals.
Stocks have done so much better than bonds over the past several years, and that gap's going to close.
The market is overly sanguine about where this neutral rate is going to settle.
The market has decided that there's almost certainly going to be a rate cut.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
3-week winning streak on the S&P 500, believe it or not. The longest weekly winning streak of the year so far. It's been choppy, hasn't it? Back and forth, snapping a 5-day slide in Friday's session on the S&P 500. Your scores look like this morning. We're down by 0.3% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100, we're down by 0.4. In the bond market, switch up the board. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. My focus on the long end of the curve. The chairman's anchored the front end, the 2 years at 371. What happens at the longer end of the curve? Steeper this morning at 4 basis points, 491.82. As we work our way through the week, it's all about the earnings from NVIDIA. Then later on in the week, closing out the week on Friday, core PCE, setting the stage for looking ahead to the data in September.
And that's what Steve Raschuta was talking about, the fact that the data could surprise potentially and mean the Fed needs to walk itself back. I find what Steve was talking about so interesting when it comes to Chairman Powell, because Bob Elliott was talking about the fact that maybe this speech did have a hint of politics to basically get some heat off the FOMC, get some heat off the Fed from this White House. But what you heard from Steve Raschuta was almost get some heat off the Fed chair only himself. He's the one that's open to potentially a rate cut right now. It's a deliberative body. Does everyone else line up with him in September?
Things are still super finely balanced here. A lot of people believe the chairman has solidified that rate cut in September, but they've got to put out some projections, and this is what Steve Raschuta was getting into. This is a market looking for more than just 25. It's looking for 100 more than that. Is this Federal Reserve going to reinforce that in forecasts in a few weeks' time?
And how much is the market, obviously what he said, is going to pay attention to those dots? What's so interesting is that Powell's talking about that the goals of their dual mandate are in tension right now. But what Steve is saying is obviously there is a bias to the labor market. That's how they are acting, but that's not what they are supposed to be doing. So he just is asking for some clarity from the Fed.
Super focused on the long end of the curve. We'll have more commentary on that throughout this hour. 30-year bond yields this morning at 4 basis points. Coming up this hour, Dan Skelly of Morgan Stanley with stocks very close to all-time highs. Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners with trade negotiations between India and the United States underway. And the former Kansas City Fed President Thomas Hoenig as investors prepare for rate cuts. We start this morning. We begin this hour with stocks inching lower after Fed Chair Jay Powell opened the door for rate cuts. Dan Skelly of Morgan Stanley writing, despite dovish takeaways from Jackson Hole, we think a more hawkish outcome for policy could disrupt market expectations. Dan joins us now for more. Dan, good morning.
Morning, John.
It's great to see you. Let's just build on that quote there. What are you expecting?
Listen, we've all year expected no rate cuts. And so notably, as Anne-Marie mentioned, that data set of the last couple of weeks is starting to challenge that, particularly on the labor front. But having said that, I would just say expectations are super elevated. We're now 85% priced for a Fed cut in September. The rally since April has been fundamentally biased with Mag 7 on better earnings. But also when you look at the junk cohort in terms of cyclicals, higher beta, some of the unprofitable tech, they've screamed higher. And so I would argue that it's beginning to look a little asymmetric. If it's really priced and you get a rate cut, does the market continue to rally further? If the Fed doesn't cut, that could also be disappointing.
Don't you think the Federal Reserve's reaction function right now is also asymmetric? If employment holds up, they don't hike. But if it gets worse, they do cut. Isn't that a good thing for equities?
It could be, but John, again, the valuations stay at 22.5 times forward earnings on an earnings front that we do not think are inflecting higher, still looks stretched. So we think a lot of that's already in the price.
So if they were to cut in September, do you think he comes out in the commentary is more hawkish?
He definitely could. And I think the reality is, just going back to one of the boogeymen that we've yet to see yet, the tariff-related inflation data, we have a unique advantage, and I would say perspective as advisors to wealth managers, in that we talk to a lot of business owners. And the business owners that we talk to right now on the private client front are saying that they are starting to put in pricing for the first time this year. And so we would again argue that the inflation from tariffs has not yet happened, but it's on the way.
How uneven is it? McDonald's last week was talking about how they are cutting some of their meal and making them more of a better price point. At the same time, PepsiCo is saying actually they're hiking some of their carbonated drinks. So is it uneven? When do we finally get almost, you can call time, when tariffs have actually have been digested into this economy?
डेटा 6 PM पर है देखो एक डेटा आने वाला है 6 PM पे 5:30 ऑलरेडी हो चुका है तो न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ऑलरेडी ओपन नाउ कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स ऑर्डर्स एंड ड्यूरेबल गुड्स ऑर्डर्स मंथ ऑन मंथ बेसिस पे डेटा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर को मेनली इम्पैक्ट करते हैं तो ध्यान रखना 16 सेकंड में आ जाएंगे 6 PM पे फिर सीधा 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग और 7:30 पे कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस और रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा ये भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है ओके डेटा आ गया है कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स और ड्यूरेबल गुड्स दोनों ही डेटा अगर देखोगे फोरकास्ट एग्जैक्टली सेम ही है एक डेटा तो पॉजिटिव है यूएस डॉलर के लिए नेगेटिव ठीक है दोनों डेटा सेम ही आए हैं बोथ डेटा इज पॉजिटिव फॉर यूएस डॉलर नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स और कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स के दोनों डेटा पॉजिटिव फॉर यूएस डॉलर बुलिश फॉर यूएस डॉलर बेयरिश फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर देखते हैं अब कुछ मोमेंटम करता है तो एक और कैंडल हो जाए क्लोज तो फिर अच्छा ही हो जाएगा मोमेंटम सपोर्ट बनाना है तो होल्ड करना पड़ेगा न्यूज आई होगी पक्का न्यूज में ब्रेकआउट कर दिया ठीक है, देखो नेचुरल गैस में यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हैं। इसमें तो काफी दूर है लेवल वैसे भी। टारगेट उतना काफी है 1.5 के अराउंड। ठीक है, एक हल्का सा पुल बैक अगर आता है तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा वापस। नहीं, उसको जाने दो। एक हल्का सा पुल बैक आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे यहाँ पर। बता दिया 6 PM का डेटा, दोनों ही डेटा पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अब 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, और कोई डेटा तो नहीं है। अब 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग ही होगी सीधा डायरेक्टली। इसमें एक बार
Today, international outcry grows after Israel killed a group of journalists while attacking a hospital in Gaza. Trump says he's firing a Federal Reserve governor, sparking fears of government control of the central bank. And the business community worries too over separate plans to get equity in more US companies following a government deal with Intel. It's Tuesday, August 26th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. I'm Kim Vanel in Wanganui, New Zealand. Funerals are held for the 5 journalists and 15 others killed in Israeli strikes on a hospital in Gaza on Monday. Their bodies are wrapped in shrouds with only their heads visible. On top lay their blue and white press vests. One man, the brother of Moaz Abu Taha, a freelancer who contributed to Reuters and who is among the dead, pleads for someone to take a photo of him, saying in all the time he worked with his brother, they never had a picture together. Reuters contractor, cameraman Hussam Al-Masri, was also killed. Video shows emergency crews removing the bodies of journalists after a first strike, and then captures the moment a second strike hit, killing more people, including those who'd come to help. President Trump learning of the news during an unrelated press conference in the Oval Office.
When did this happen?
This happened overnight, today.
I didn't know that.
Any reaction to this? Are you
Well,
going
I'm
to
not
talk
happy
to the Prime
about it.
Minister?
I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end that whole nightmare. I'm the one.
The deaths have sparked outcry from the United Nations and some world leaders, as well as journalist bodies, including Reporters Without Borders, Toubon Breton.
A suicide drone hit the third floor of the hospital, and this third floor was reputedly known for being a space where journalists work. So there is already a first indication that it might have been a targeted strike.
Spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Force, Efer Serfin, though, says the IDF regrets harm to any uninvolved individuals and says there will be an inquiry.
The IDF makes every effort to mitigate harm to civilians while ensuring the safety of our troops.
Reuters is urgently seeking more information and has asked authorities in Gaza and Israel to help get medical assistance for photographer Hatem Khaled, another Reuters contractor who was wounded. President Trump has fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, citing alleged mortgage fraud. It's the first time in US history a sitting Fed official has been dismissed like this. Cook responded in a statement saying of Trump that no causes exists under the law and he has no authority to remove her from her job. She's previously denied wrongdoing. Critics say her firing is part of Trump's broader push to reshape the Fed and tighten control over monetary policy. Howard Schneider is our Fed correspondent.
This was an allegation raised only less than a week ago now that she had, in taking out mortgages in 2021, before she was a governor, but still, that she had claimed properties in both Georgia and Michigan as primary residences and promised to live in both. She has not offered a detailed explanation or any kind of rationalization of this. We don't know what the bank knew or didn't know, or what may be coming from her side. Under the Federal Reserve Act, she can't be removed just because the president doesn't like interest rate decisions, right? But it does say you can be removed for cause. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. Tell me. It's never been tested, and nobody's ever tried this before.
Markets reacted swiftly to the news of Lisa Cook's removal. The dollar slid against the yen and euro in Asian trading, and US treasuries dipped as investors questioned their confidence in US assets. European shares also dropping, led by losses in France as political uncertainty there deepens, with the country's minority government looking increasingly likely to be ousted next month. Kilma Abrego Garcia, a migrant wrongly deported to El Salvador under Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, is now facing removal to Uganda, a country he has no ties to. Garcia was detained again in Baltimore just days after being released on bond. He's been in detention since being brought back to the US in June. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the deportation, citing a lack of due process. The Trump administration is making a push for more government investments in more US companies after taking an almost 10% stake in chipmaker Intel. He did that by converting $11 billion in government grants into an equity share. It's a dramatic shift in how Washington interacts with corporate America and is worrying some in the business community. Here's editor David Gaffin.
What critics are saying this kind of move could do is that it interrupts the way in which business has been running in the United States for a very, very long time. It brings in a much heavier hand from the government. It raises questions about what Intel's competitors will do, whether they are competing for business with Intel or are they competing with the government. It raises questions about what Intel's customers and potential customers are going to do. Are they going to give business to someone else who is making a chip that they deem best for their operations, or are they going to give that business to Intel, knowing that that will satisfy the White House?
Australia has accused Iran of carrying out 2 anti-Semitic arson attacks in Sydney and Melbourne, and has given Tehran's ambassador 7 days to leave the country. President Trump says he'd like to meet with North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, this year.
I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I hope it stays that way. I think it will.
Trump was speaking after meeting with South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung in the Oval Office on Monday. Despite clinching a trade deal in July that spared South Korean exports harsher US tariffs, the two sides continue to wrangle over nuclear energy, military spending, and Seoul's investments in the US. To coincide with the visit, Korean Air announced a record-breaking $50 billion deal for Boeing aircraft and GE Aerospace engines. The order includes 103 planes, mostly 737 MAX 10s, and marks the largest in the airline's history. And another major meeting is on the agenda for next week. Chinese President Xi Jinping will gather more than 20 world leaders at a security forum for a power show of global South solidarity. On the guest list, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's been revealed Tesla rejected a settlement in a lawsuit over a fatal crash of one of its autopilot cars, only to be forced to pay 3 times the amount when it lost the case this month. Elon Musk's EV company could have paid $60 million to settle the suit, but instead, a jury handed down a $243 million verdict, of which Tesla was liable to pay the lion's share. And in other Elon Musk news, the billionaire's artificial intelligence startup, xAI, is suing Apple and ChatGPT maker OpenAI in federal court, accusing them of conspiring to thwart competition for artificial intelligence. OpenAI has called the move consistent with Musk's ongoing pattern of harassment. President Trump says the US military might deploy to Chicago and is ready to go anywhere to crack down on crime. The president is also rejecting calls that by sending the National Guard to Washington, D.C. and taking control of its police force, that he's acting like a dictator. The US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has chosen a vaccine skeptic to lead its COVID-19 immunization work group. Seth Levi has critiqued mRNA vaccines, saying they can cause serious harm and death. Levi did not immediately respond to a Reuters request for comment. And Grammy winner Lil Nas X was found walking in his underwear on a Los Angeles street before allegedly assaulting police officers who tried to detain him. He's pleaded not guilty to 4 felony charges and faces up to 5 years in prison. A judge set bail at $75,000 and ordered him into outpatient drug rehab. His lawyer says there's no evidence of drug use. And for today's recommended read, how McDonald's in India capitalizes on high protein deficiency to fuel a boom in protein-loaded burgers. It taps into a craze in a nation with the world's highest number of vegetarians and low meat consumption. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
देखो कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है ऑलरेडी ठीक है कैंडल इज क्लोज्ड इन नेचुरल गैस में अगर हल्का सा एक पुल बैक आता है ठीक है डाउन साइड की ओर तो इसमें एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान हो जाएगा पुल बैक आता है 236 से 235 के बीच में कहीं पर भी तो एक बाइंग का प्लान यहाँ पर वापस यहीं से कर लेना कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज ऑलरेडी बाकी अगर ऊपर गया डायरेक्टली तो फिर यहाँ इस लेवल से सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे 243.48 से टारगेट उतना ही रहेगा अप्रॉक्सीमेटली क्रूड ऑयल भी साइडवेज हो गया है सेम लेवल पे नो मोमेंटम क्रूड में भी देखो यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान करते हैं। मोमेंटम तो दे नहीं रहा ये, साइडवेज चला गया कम्प्लीटली। थोड़ा सा ऊपर आ जाए तो, या नीचे आके बाइंग आके सेलिंग आए तो बेटर है सर। इसमें लिक्विडिटी ले जाएगा सर एक साथ में। थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही बेरिस लग रहा है मुझे तो। नीचे आ जाए उसके बाद बाइंग आए तो ज़्यादा, बाइंग आए और फिर सेल करें तो बेटर है क्रूड ऑयल में। डायरेक्टली सेलिंग आएगी तो फिर वापस एक बार और ऊपर जाएगा। अगर डायरेक्टली सेलिंग आती है हाई लेवल से तो फिर नीचे का सपोर्ट इजीली ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। तो लेट्स सी, देखते हैं। एक उसमें भी यहाँ पर प्लान कर लो फिर के अराउंड टच करता है तो ठीक ही है। ये तो ये मेजर सपोर्ट बन जाएगा अब नीचे वाला। इसको पहले नीचे ही आएगा, नीचे आता है तो देखते हैं।
This is why I asked the President to reconvene Parliament in an extraordinary session on Monday, September 8th. I will engage the government's responsibility on that day with a general policy statement in accordance with our Constitution. This general policy speech will pose the central question, whether the danger to the nation is serious, whether there is an emergency or not, in order to choose a path to regain control of our public finances.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Caroline Cornat in Paris, standing by for us. Caroline, explain for us then why the French Prime Minister is calling a vote of no confidence in his own government and what the chances currently are of success for him, for the Prime Minister, on September the 8th.
Tom, what François Bayrou is trying to do here is to anticipate the social anger in France against his budget and the opposition he was likely going to face in October when this budget was supposed to be debated. So for the entire summer, he repeated that he didn't take any summer vacations, instead trying to explain why he's trying to save 44 billion euros in the next 2026 budget. Why this is important? Why, for example, every second the French debt increases by 5,000 euros. He even made little videos on the social networks, on Facebook, on YouTube, trying to talk directly to the French. But this doesn't really seem to have paid off. His popularity is extremely low, the lowest of any prime minister over the past few years. And really, the vast majority, 85% of the French, are totally opposed to his.
यहाँ पर ध्यान रखना है, यहाँ पर एक क्रूड ऑयल में ना दो रेजिस्टेंस साथ साथ लगे हैं। अभी तो मोमेंटम ही नहीं आ रहा, बिल्कुल साइडवेज चला गया। एक ये मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो इधर पे ही है, बट जिस हिसाब से रुक रहा है कोशिश कर सकता है एक बार हल्का सा अपसाइड जाके वापस नीचे आने का। इस तरह से बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो है कि नीचे आ जाए पहले और फिर बाइंग आए, फिर अगर सेलिंग आती है यहीं से, दैट वुड बी बेटर। फिर ये लेवल होल्ड ही नहीं करेगा क्योंकि लोअर हाई क्रिएट हो जाएगा। बट अगर ये कहीं रेजिस्टेंस यहीं से ले लेके नीचे आता है तो फिर इस लेवल को कह नहीं सकते, यू नो दिस लेवल विल होल्ड और नॉट। अभी तो पूरा साइडवेज है, 3-3.5 घंटे से कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज हो गया है। तो देखते हैं थोड़ा अगर ऊपर ही आता है सेल करें या फिर पहले नीचे आता है रेजिस्टेंस से पहले बाइंग के लिए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में एक बाइंग जरूर प्लान रहेगी अगर ये यहाँ पर हल्का सा पुल बैक देता है डाउन साइड पे। 235 से 36 के बीच में कहीं पर भी ले सकते हैं। ब्रेक तो कर ही देगा कहीं ना कहीं। गोल्ड के लेवल बताओ, एमसीएक्स में या फिर फॉरेक्स में पूछ रहे हो? गोल्ड के लेवल ये भी कंफर्म कर दो एक बार। कल फॉरेक्स में देख लेता हूँ। ओनेडा का चार्ट है, इंट्राडे साइडवेज है पूरा। ये तो कंप्लीट साइडवेज ही है यार सर, इट इज कंप्लीट साइडवेज। मॉर्निंग से एमसीएक्स में पूरा ही साइडवेज है। फॉरेक्स में थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ के बाद बाइंग आई थी, बट आफ्टर 6:30 ये उसमें भी साइडवेज ही चल रहा है, तो इट इज कंप्लीटली साइडवेज। लेट्स सी, एक बार रेजिस्टेंस देख लेते हैं। 3300 एंड कितना है, 84, 85। ठीक है, इसमें देखो ऊपर वही रेजिस्टेंस ही है आपका। फॉरेक्स का हाई देख पा रहे होगे 3385, 86, दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। वहां पर आते ही वापस सेल कर सकते हो। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने बस। दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम फॉर फॉरेक्स गोल्ड, तो इट इज ऑन रेजिस्टेंस। एक 7:30 पे डेटा भी है, उसका भी ध्यान रखना, वो भी इम्पैक्ट करेगा बिकॉज वही डे हाई इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एज पर द फॉरेक्स चार्ट 3385, 86, 87, दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। नीचे सपोर्ट देखोगे, एज सच कोई सपोर्ट तो है नहीं। फर्स्ट से ये तो कंप्लीटली रेंज बाउंड है यार, क्या बात, मानेगा ही नहीं है। ठीक है, नीचे सपोर्ट भी है, लेकिन ध्यान रखना नीचे इसने सपोर्ट ही बना रखा है। लोअर एंड पे 3360 से 55 कंप्लीट सपोर्ट जोन। ये कुछ न्यूज आई थी लग रहा है शायद अर्ली मॉर्निंग 5:30, बड़ा अच्छा मूव किया है। तो वो एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है मार्केट के पास, इन सपोर्ट है वो, याद रखना, रीटेस्ट नहीं है, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया। रीटेस्ट भी है इसमें। सीएक्स में सीएक्स में देखना पड़ेगा। एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा गैप अप गैप डाउन की वजह से लेवल उतने क्लियर दिखते नहीं है। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा क्लियर है एज कम्पेयर टू एमसीएक्स, फिर भी एक बार देख लेंगे एमसीएक्स को। ठीक है, यहाँ से एक छोटा सा सेलिंग का ट्रेड क्रूड ऑयल में। वैसे तो मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा है, बट फिर भी इसमें थोड़ा सा ना मिनी क्वांटिटी कम रखना है। एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे पता नहीं आएगा नहीं आएगा, ऊपर है एग्जैक्ट लेवल 5660। तो ये जो लेवल लगा रखा है सेलिंग का, ये देगा नहीं, वो भी देख लेंगे, आधा घंटा और है। ठीक है, एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा ऊपर है यहाँ पर 5650 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। लेवल थोड़ा सा दूर है करंट लेवल से। सीएक्स में भी देखो वही कल का, क्योंकि आज तो मोमेंटम ही नहीं हुआ, साइडवेज ही है मार्केट में। एमसीएक्स में देखोगे गोल्ड को, तो कल का हाई थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि डिफरेंस है अपना एमसीएक्स मार्केट 9 AM पे ओपन होता है, एंड जो फॉरेक्स चार्ट है वो सिर्फ एक 1 आवर के लिए क्लोज होता है, तो वहाँ चलता रहता है। तो वहाँ पर कोई गैप अप गैप डाउन है नहीं, एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे मार्केट जैसा मूव करता है वैसा दिख जाएगा आपको। नहीं है, वॉल्यूम नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। विदाउट वॉल्यूम कैसे मूव हो रहा फिर? वेट एक सेकेंड। ओके, एक मिनट नेचुरल गैस में भी रुक जाना, एंट्री मत करना, ठीक है? अभी हुई नहीं है एंट्री, थोड़ा सा वेट करना एक मिनट नेचुरल गैस में। इसमें थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम अजीब सा लग रहा है। नहीं है ना, वॉल्यूम ही नहीं आ रहा है। नहीं है, नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में अवॉइड करना, ठीक है? देखो यहाँ पर बाइंग आ सकती है, थोड़ा सा मुझे वॉल्यूम सही नहीं लग रहा है यहाँ पर बाइंग करने के लिए। इवन दो लेवल ठीक ही है, बट थोड़ा सा वेट करना, अभी एंट्री मत करना नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग में, ठीक है? क्रूड ऑयल में कर सकते हैं, नेचुरल गैस में अवॉइड करना थोड़ा सा। अवॉइड नेचुरल गैस, वेट। इस कैंडल की क्लोजिंग का देखो, वॉल्यूम नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे, में है ही नहीं। अरे यार, ये तो वॉल्यूम में नहीं जा रहा है। पीसी इंडेक्स कितना है? वॉल्यूम कहाँ से आ रहा है? इसमें तो है ही नहीं, तो फिर लाइक नॉर्मली ऐसा होता नहीं है। लाइक वो अगर नीचे आ रहा है तो वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज होना चाहिए प्राइस के साथ। नहीं तो अभी अवॉइड करो, वेट। नेचुरल गैस में देखो यहाँ पर बाइंग आ सकती है थोड़ा सा, बट अब अवॉइड कर रहे हैं अभी, थोड़ा सा अवॉइड कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा ना वॉल्यूम नॉर्मली, अगर ये है तो सही, थोड़ा सा लिक्विडिटी जोन बाइंग साइड का, बट यहाँ पर बाइंग का वॉल्यूम कम होते जा रहा है। नॉर्मली अगर प्राइस को यहाँ से ऊपर जाना है तो मार्केट गिरता है, तो सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम कम होना चाहिए, बाइंग का वॉल्यूम बढ़ना चाहिए धीरे धीरे। जब वो बिल्कुल बॉटम पे आएगा, बॉटम मतलब जहाँ पर हम सपोर्ट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर हाईएस्ट वॉल्यूम होना चाहिए। हो उसका उल्टा रहा है, वो अपोजिट हो रहा है एक्चुअली। ऑफ अ रेड फ्लैग। इवन तो सपोर्ट ठीक है, लिक्विडिटी भी दिख रही है वहाँ पे, पॉसिबिलिटी है, बट वॉल्यूम बाइंग साइड का बढ़ना चाहिए, ना कि सेलिंग साइड का। सेलिंग साइड का वॉल्यूम बढ़ना है मतलब बायर आ ही नहीं रहे यहाँ पे। हाँ, वेट, एक मिनट वेट करता हूँ। लाइक रेड, इसके ऊपर नीचे ब्रेक भी हो सकता है, कोई इशू नहीं है। एक बार देखते हैं कितने का जा रहा है, ये किस हिसाब से आया है यहाँ पे। ये तो यहाँ पर है एक, दिस इज, ये हो गई। तो मतलब ये आया ही नहीं वहाँ, सैडो लेवल है, सैडो लेवल है कंप्लीट। इसका मतलब ये भी नहीं है अभी, तो ऊपर जा सकता है 3390 के अराउंड। ये तो है, ये बिल्कुल है। ये कैंडल और ये तीसरी कैंडल सैडो कर रखा है, एक तो एक नीचे जंप मार के यहाँ लिक्विडिटी लेके फिर जा सकता है, दे द बेस्ट थिंग। ये आपका ऐसा हो गया, चलो देखते हैं। 2 मिनट में यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना। इन 2 मिनट यूएस मार्केट इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू ओपन। ऐसा लग रहा है मार्केट पूरा ट्रैप करने की कोशिश में। गोल्ड भी साइडवेज ही है, कुछ मोमेंटम नहीं है वैसे, नीचे सपोर्ट है मैंने बता दिया है, बट कुछ ज़्यादा ही रुका हुआ है। नीचे थोड़ा सा नीचे जंप, नीचे और आके अगर बाइंग करे तो बेटर है, उसकी भी सपोर्ट काफ़ी बड़ा है ये। $3,360 से 3,355 के बीच में बाइंग अच्छी रहेगी, थोड़ा एसएल छोटा हो जाएगा। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस मैंने बता ही दिया, 3,390 के बीच में, दैट इज़ अ मेजर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया 15 मिनट। बाकी एमसीएक्स थोड़ा सा मैंने बताया उसमें, गोल्ड को एमसीएक्स के चार्ट में देखोगे तो वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा वो गैप अप हुआ है ना, उस वजह से उसमें उतना क्लियरिटी है नहीं नीचे एग्जैक्टली है कहाँ पर सपोर्ट होने का, वो भी सब साइडवेज ही पड़ा हुआ है ओवरऑल। ऊपर भी सेम ही है, गैप डाउन हुआ था तो एग्जैक्ट वही सो नहीं हो रहे। बाकी अगर वैसे देखना ही चाह रहे हो तो MCX में 1 लाख 1,04,75 से 1,04,50, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट जोन अप्रोक्सीमेटली एज पर द MCX। ठीक है, ये MCX के अकॉर्डिंग है, थोड़ा बहुत अलग हो सकता है फॉरेक्स के चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग। एंड रेजिस्टेंस इसमें तो डे हाई ही रेजिस्टेंस है, यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस मिली गया इसको एक बार। ठीक है, इसमें डे हाई ही रेजिस्टेंस था, ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, लेकिन फॉरेक्स में थोड़ा सा अपर साइड पे दिखा रहा है रेजिस्टेंस, विच इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली फर्स्ट 1,07,000 to 1,08,000 अप्रोक्सीमेटली। SL आपका वही रहेगा ऊपर 1,02,000। सो वो थोड़ा अपर लेवल का रेजिस्टेंस है जो फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग मैच भी कर रहा है। ओके, यूएस मार्केट ओपन। यूएस मार्केट ठीक है, यूएस मार्केट हो गया ओपन। कैंडल देखोगे गोल्ड में सीधा ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, नेचुरल गैस में भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी थी, बट नहीं, अब इसमें देखो इंटरेस्टेड मैं नहीं हूँ, अब बाइंग में अगर आ भी गई तो आ गई। आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड नाउ, वॉल्यूम नहीं है सपोर्टिव। और ये माना जाएगा नहीं, इसमें तो सीधा फिर कल का लो ही सपोर्ट दिखा रहा है एग्जैक्टली। अब कल कैसे आ गया फिर इसमें ऊपर जाएगा तो देखो एक बार जरा। ठीक है, सपोर्ट हो गया, ये एसएल मान लेंगे, ऊपर आएगा तो सेल ही करेंगे क्यों। ठीक है, ठीक है, तो अभी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है अब इसमें। बाकी अगर ये अभी ऊपर जाता है तो सेल ही करेंगे अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया सपोर्ट ना बना दे। यूएस मार्केट 7 बजे ओपन होता है, ओपन हो गया यूएस मार्केट। इसको देख लेंगे अभी जाते वक्त, केस देखें तो लगाया हुआ है क्रूड कहाँ गया। अभी एंट्री हुई नहीं है क्रूड में, थोड़ा वेट कर लो, लेवल पे आया ही नहीं है, ऊपर से यूएस मार्केट ओपन है, थोड़ा वेट करो, बता दूंगा मैं बनेगी तो एंट्री। अभी नहीं बनी है एंट्री, ऊपर से कभी कोई न्यूज आती है या फिर मार्केट ओपन होता है तो उस कैंडल पे एंट्री तो वैसे भी नहीं मत लिया करो, बहुत तो रिस्की कैंडल होती है। एंड कहीं पर सेल कर रहे हो तो अगर रेजिस्टेंस पे आया है वहां पर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बने तो वैसे एंट्री नहीं होती है, और बाइंग में मतलब कहीं सपोर्ट पे आ रहा है वहां पर बाइंग हो रही है तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पर डायरेक्ट एंट्री नहीं होती है। तो अभी वेट करो क्रूड में, अभी यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है थोड़ा सा। वॉल्यूम कैसे देखते हैं, नॉर्मल वॉल्यूम चार्ट लगा के देख सकते हैं, वॉल्यूम चार्ट के थ्रू देख सकते हैं वॉल्यूम अगर आप चेक कर रहे हो तो। ग्रीन होनी चाहिए, ये भी कोई कंडीशन तो नहीं है इसमें यार, ये तो रेड कलर की कैंडल है, कैसे ले गया तुम रेड कलर, तीनों एक के ऊपर क्लोज होनी चाहिए, फर्क नहीं पड़ता वो रेड हो गया। डैम गुड। और इसके नीचे कहाँ पर है, यहाँ कहीं नहीं, ये भी नहीं है, यहाँ पर कहीं ये भी। ओ हाँ, ये है तो सही, नहीं ये भी नहीं है, दिस वन, ये अभी आया नहीं है यहाँ पर, पता नहीं कब आएगा। अभी एक लेवल पेंडिंग है वहाँ पर, वो चला गया बस इसी तरह ना। मुझे अभी कंफर्म नहीं है, देखना पड़ेगा क्योंकि एक ही लेवल से बनी है। हाँ ये देखो, तो एक्जैक्टली है, ऊपर क्लोज हुई तो नहीं है उसे, तो मतलब ये सही है। कल वाला मैं बोलता हूँ तो एग्जैक्ट लेवल को टच किया नहीं है उसने। ग्रेट, सही है एक। एक बार आई भाई, दूसरी बार, ये तीसरी बार। नीचे वाले को एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे। हाँ यहाँ पर वो रीटेस्ट ही करेगा, और तो कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है। अब ये भी इक्वल है, लेंगे कैसे ये लोग? इसमें क्या होगा, एक तीन नीचे, वो भी नहीं है। ग्रीन कैंडल लेकिन कंफर्म। इसमें भी वॉल्यूम नहीं बढ़ रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों। आज की कैंडल ही अलग है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में भी देखोगे ना, वॉल्यूम को देखो जरा। मार्केट में नॉर्मल वॉल्यूम की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, वॉल्यूम चार्ट को देख लेना, नहीं तो कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे। प्राइस ऊपर जा रहा है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, नॉर्मली वहां से सेलिंग आनी चाहिए, तो प्राइस ऊपर जा रहा है, लेकिन बाइंग का वॉल्यूम डाउन होना चाहिए, सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम बढ़ना चाहिए। पीक पे सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम सबसे ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, ठीक है, तब वहां पर सेलिंग आती है, ठीक है। सेम जो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था नेचुरल गैस में नहीं हो रहा है, उसका अपोजिट चल रहा है वहां पर। सेम कहानी क्रूड में भी हो रही है, प्राइस ऊपर जा रहा है, नॉर्मली बाइंग का वॉल्यूम डाउन होना चाहिए और सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम बढ़ता जाना चाहिए, और पीक होना चाहिए रेजिस्टेंस पे। यहाँ पर ही बाइंग, मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है, बाइंग का वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज होते जा रहा है, चाहे वो भले ही धीरे धीरे जाए, और सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम डाउन ही है, बढ़ ही नहीं रहा है। ये भी हो रही है, भले ही मार्केट बहुत स्लो जा रहा है या फिर रुका हुआ है, बट स्लोली स्टडी भी जाएगा तो सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम बढ़ना ही चाहिए, ठीक है, अगर मार्केट को रेजिस्टेंस से डाउन आना है। सेम फॉर अपोजिट बाइंग के लिए, कि मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है, कैंडल ग्रीन दिख रही होंगी, लेकिन वॉल्यूम बाइंग का डाउन जाना चाहिए एज पर द वॉल्यूम चार्ट। अब आई तो बाइंग, बट ये तो सपोर्ट है ही नहीं, इसमें लिया है, पता नहीं क्यों। नहीं सो कर रहा। कोई नहीं, देखते हैं स्पेशल क्या रहेगा ये, हाउ मच। उस केस में फिर क्या करना पड़ता है ना, तो देखो अवॉइड करते हैं, या फिर कभी कभी प्राइस नेग्लेक्ट भी कर देता है लेवल्स को, इन द सेंस ऑफ हाई लेवल पे आके, क्योंकि ट्रैप भी तो करना है, हाई लेवल पे आके वॉल्यूम बढ़ाते जाएंगे बाइंग का, ऐसा लगेगा कि बाइंग आ रही है, फिर एग्जैक्टली जैसे हिट करेगा एसएल वगैरह सेलर्स के जिन्होंने लगाया होगा वहां पर, उसके बाद सडनली इंक्रीज हो जाता है सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम, वॉल्यूम चार्ट में, एंड सडनली उसी समय बाइंग का वॉल्यूम बिल्कुल डिक्रीज एक साथ, नॉर्मली नहीं तो धीरे धीरे ही इंक्रीज या डिक्रीज होता है। जैसे वॉल्यूम चार्ट में कल देखोगे, जब मार्केट कल नीचे डाउन साइड पे आया था बाइंग के लिए यहाँ पे, ठीक है, इस एरिया पे जब इस फॉल किया था, प्राइस फॉल कर रहा था लेकिन सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम डाउन जा रहा था, और बाइंग का वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो जा रहा था, डाउन पे बिल्कुल पीक पे था बाइंग का वॉल्यूम। कहाँ से तो मिल ही जाएगा, डोंट वरी। अच्छा तो ये यहाँ पर आया लेकिन आएगा ही, ओनली थोड़ी बहुत ही आएंगे। इसने रिकॉर्डिंग इसको रिमूव कर दो, जरूरत नहीं। अभी देखते हैं इसमें, अगर इस वॉल्यूम में सॉरी इस कैंडल पे वॉल्यूम इसमें भी इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ ना सेलिंग का, आप कहोगे ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल पे सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम कैसे इंक्रीज हो सकता है, इसलिए मैंने बोला नॉर्मल वॉल्यूम मत देखना, वॉल्यूम चार्ट देखना। नहीं तो आपको ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल में ग्रीन कलर का ही वॉल्यूम दिखाई देगा, आप सोचोगे बाइंग का ही तो वॉल्यूम है। दैट इज नॉट अ स्टैंडर्ड वॉल्यूम, क्योंकि उस ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल पे सेलर्स भी एक्टिव होंगे लास्ट में, होने चाहिए अगर सेलिंग आनी है तो। अगर इस कैंडल पे भी वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ तो वी अवॉइड, थोड़ा सा फिर वेट करेंगे, जो मैंने बताया कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा हिट कराने की कोशिश करेंगे ट्रेडर्स, तो उस केस में हो सकता है थोड़ा और ऊपर जाए फिर सेलिंग आए। विल ट्राइंग टू टेक दैट एंट्री ऑन दैट केस। ठीक है, 2 मिनट और हैं बस। क्या करें, 56505 नहीं आया तो फिर ऊपर वाला ही लेवल है हमारे पास, और कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे, वहां तक आने का वेट ही करेंगे फिर। 2 मिनट वेट कर लेते हैं, कैंडल क्लोज होने वाली है वैसे भी यूएस मार्केट की। लेट्स सी क्या करता है। ये स्टॉक में देख लेना, बाहर आएगी ऑलमोस्ट। सब डायरेक्टली महंगा आ गया, अगर कंसोलिडेशन करके आए हो तो सारे बाहर आ गए। हाई लेवल टच कहाँ कर रहा है, बहुत रेयरली है। अगर इस मोमेंटम आ जाए, लाइक आया पहली बार ही आया। सेलिंग तो होल्ड करके बैठा है, इसका मतलब अभी कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हो जाती अब तक तो सिर्फ ओके देखो कैंडल क्लोज हो गई ना, ठीक है क्लोज हो गई, कैंडल क्लोज हो गई, नहीं है वॉल्यूम, सेलिंग का भी नहीं बढ़ रहा है, ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल के लेवल को अब थोड़ा सा हम ऊपर ही मान के चलना कि थोड़ा और ऊपर ही आए, अब ये ऊपर आए लेवल पे ही कंसिडर करेंगे, कुछ ज़्यादा ही साइडवेज चला जा रहा है। नीचे वाला लेवल कौन सा है आपका? 5548। और क्या करें फिर, इसमें ऊपर का ही लेवल है, दैट इज ओनली लेवल वी कैन कंसीडर। वॉल्यूम बढ़ ही नहीं रहा, वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा है, इसको मिडल पे रख लेते हैं, इनफ है। ठीक है थोड़ा ऊपर आएगा वहीं लेंगे, वॉल्यूम अभी भी नहीं बढ़ रहा है, अब देखते हैं। आई होप ये थोड़ा ऊपर जाते जाते वॉल्यूम चार्ट में वॉल्यूम भी सेलिंग साइड का बढ़े। मैक्स टू मैक्स ही है 1 2 3। जीएमए स्टॉक में look at the candle of crude oil now, exact on resistance, open equal to low. ओके आई थिंक वो क्लोज ना भी हो तो चलेगा क्या? नीचे बेटर like this. Perfect. वही ले लो, ये उसमें है तो बेरिस देखेंगे, नहीं तो अभी अवॉइड। ये नहीं है, गोल्ड का चार्ट है वो ओवर हियर। लगता है नेचुरल गैस कल के लेवल पर ही आ गया वापस नीचे। ओके, ये है परफेक्ट। वाह, कुछ ज्यादा ही गिर गया नेचुरल गैस वापस कल के लो पे। अच्छा फॉल आया है, वैसे बच गए। ठीक है, इसलिए वॉल्यूम इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है कहीं पर ना, एंट्री से पहले वो भी देखना जरूरी है कि आप कल के सपोर्ट को भी ब्रेक कर देगा। नीड टू सी। क्योंकि इसके नीचे फिर लेवल भी नहीं है, 30 मिनट का ही चार्ट यूज करना पड़ेगा। थर्टी मिनट में भी देख लेते हैं एक बार। तो ये अभी सकता है थोड़ा सा नीचे एग्जैक्टली और आए। और एक नया रेजिस्टेंस बना दें, ये भी पॉसिबल है 30 मिनट के अकॉर्डिंग। पॉसिबल है नीचे का सपोर्ट भी ब्रेक कर सकता है नेचुरल गैस, और थोड़ा सा और गिर सकता है 228 टू 225 के बीच तक। तो सपोर्ट पे आए तो डायरेक्टली मत कूद जाना बाइंग के लिए। देखेंगे वहां पर वॉल्यूम कैसा है, बढ़ भी रहा है या नहीं बाइंग का। अभी नीचे एक बार होल्ड करना बचा है यहाँ पर। एक बार यहाँ पर टेस्ट करना है इसको, 26 का लेवल। 3 मिनट में देखो जरा। उसमें वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा है, बिल्कुल भी नहीं हो रहा। अभी क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे वॉल्यूम नहीं बढ़ रहा है बिल्कुल।
take over the Fed, and that would lower rates dramatically and raise inflation, you'll get a big market reaction, and that would set people off. They may not know the cause of it, who Lisa Cook is, but they would know that their 401ks were in trouble and that the overall market went down, which they would see as a sign the economy's in trouble.
She went to Oxford, Lisa Cook.
That's pretty good.
Before getting her PhD at Berkeley.
Huh.
And then, what, was she a professor at Michigan State?
She taught at Harvard, and then she went to Michigan State.
Sparties, which I'm a fan of the Sparties, obviously, because they're not the University of Michigan.
I knew you were going to say that.
Mike McKee, thank you very much for that roundup. Mike McKee with the conference board numbers and a little bit more on the Lisa Cook saga that, at least at our tables, we'll continue to discuss. Let's bring in eToro global market strategist Lali Akoner right now to talk about the effects on the market. We don't see much in terms of the pressure on the Fed here. I guess this market right now is all about NVIDIA. Is that fair to say, 30 hours ahead of earnings?
To some extent, I think, Matt, that's fair to say, although I would say that the Fed independence questions are impacting the treasury markets. We're seeing the curve steepening, dampening the demand on the long end side, and I do think that inflation worries is still top of mind as well. So we are seeing that in the treasury market at the moment. But it is fair to say that for this week, NVIDIA earnings is top of mind. We do expect good results, and obviously the fact that it's carrying now 8% of the S&P 500, it's quite important to monitor this very closely.
We need to get the countdown clock up on the screen. 30 hours to go until NVIDIA reports earnings after the bell tomorrow. So that, of course, is the mega cap of mega cap tech names. Let's talk about mid and high quality small caps. You highlight that in your notes as an area that you're interested in, which I find interesting because it seems like investors just keep leaving that sort of sector for dead here, Lale. What is the bullish case there?
Look, I think, again, higher for longer rate environment is still intact. That's why we're saying that go look at high quality small caps. I'm talking about S&P 600 and not necessarily the broader Russell 2000, right? So we're saying that, look, small caps are now cheapest since 2001. And obviously the fact that near-term rate cuts seem to be coming, I think this will be a positive boost for these, mid to small cap range. Again, on the high quality, we're saying that cash is not as abundant, liquidity is not as abundant as, say, pre-pandemic, and therefore you need to take a look at those companies with high quality cash generation that can cover their debt as well in the long term.
One of the reasons, in addition to that high interest rate environment that you mentioned, that has been given to me as a reason why small caps can't seem to get off the ground is that you have fewer companies going public. Maybe we're starting to see some bounce back when it comes to the IPO market, but certainly not back to any sort of normal level because you have companies just staying private for longer. And as such, you don't have that typical premium that you can follow of small companies go public and then they get bigger and then they graduate up into the mid-cap index. I wonder how you think about that because it seems like an existential problem for that size tier.
Look, I think that, again, given the fact that the Fed is eager to, again, resume their easing policy cycle is quite positive for IPOs, is quite positive for M&A activity overall as well. So it's, again, we need to take a look at how the inflation number will come at this stage. Obviously, they are very concerned about the labor market and the growth profile of the economy. As long as, I would say, there's not a major recession, it will be positive for these type of activities. And also, again, for small caps to perform well.
Lale, if there is a disappointment in earnings, I mean, not just NVIDIA, but let's say out in the next earnings season, or policy disappointment, real pressure on the Fed that creates a true lack of confidence in U.S. institutions, how do you hedge on the downside?
Look, it's interesting, given the fact that obviously the Mag 7 are taking so much of the S&P 500 in terms of their weight. And as we've said, the Fed independence is definitely damping demand for treasuries. And treasuries have not been delivering 10 months since the first rate cut, which is quite interesting. So again, to your question, how do we make some defensive allocations in our portfolios? We're saying that obviously real assets, commodities, infrastructures in this environment will do well. We like uncorrelated diversifiers. Think about obviously gold, digital assets. Bitcoin's volatility has come down on a long-term basis, which again increases the institutional investment in the space as well, which will help volatility go down even further. And it is an uncorrelated diversifier as well on a long-term basis. We again like multi-asset income strategies, and we like regional and international value plays as well to hedge ourselves again from that concentration risk that we're seeing in the market right now.
All right, Lale, great to get some time with you. Have a great rest of your day. That is eToro global market strategist Lale Akiner. Meanwhile, let's get a look at some of the single stocks moving this hour. We start with AMD partnering with IBM to build quantum supercomputers. That is giving a lift to shares, which I'm sure we'll show in a second. And we just learned what supercomputers are, quantum supercomputers, from Mandeep Singh. There it is.
You may not even interact with them directly, Katie.
I hope not.
But you will still be connected. So AMD up 1.5%. EchoStar, after that $23 billion cash sale of its spectrum, up 78% to what I believe is an all-time high. And this is interesting.
Yeah.
IBKR Interactive Brokers is down 0.4%. Makes me want to look up Walgreens.
What's going on there? Of course, the news there, the reason that we're surprised is that we learned that Interactive Brokers will join the S&P 500, replacing Walgreens. So you take a look at the longer-term chart of IBKR. It's had a really big run-up since the April lows, so maybe there was some anticipation that it was going to get this boost, and maybe it's a sell the news type of situation here.
All right, yeah, maybe people knew, were betting on it, and now are taking profits. If you look at the longer-term picture, IBKR up 389%.
It's a pretty handsome chart you got
over
there.
the past 5 years. So Interactive Brokers has doubled, tripled, quadrupled, almost quintupled over the past 5 years. Walgreens is down 60% over the past 5 years. So getting absolutely stomped.
Sign of the times.
And that's one reason why it's getting taken out of the Standard & Poor's 500 index. Walgreens today down about 0.2%. Coming up, President Trump has moved to democratize access to alternative assets. That's how he put it in his executive order. We'll speak to Atomic Invest CEO David Dindy about the move next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
For over 147 years, Bgrim has embraced doing business with compassion, always committed to giving back to society. We empower people and strengthen communities for a better future.
Coming up on the circuit, a morning in Santa Barbara with Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex.
Oh, I just got the heat from that. When do you feel the least Duchess of Sussex? Oh my God. Sitting here eating a smash burger with you being asked these questions.
Catch this special episode with Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex on Bloomberg Originals.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachian Zahran, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
I'm a big believer in taking on new challenges and lifelong learning, but it wasn't something that that I'd really anticipated or that I'd been positioning to do.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg. Let's get now to high interest. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Eli Lilly's experimental obesity pill helped patients lose 9.6% of their body weights in a trial that moves the company one step closer to a potential approval. This is the second of two trials Lilly is using to show health regulators that its drug is safe and effective. The first trial disappointed investors. The obesity pill market is expected to grow by $95 billion by 2030. 2030. Today, it looks like investors are pleased. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick is suggesting the government is looking at the defense sector when it comes to taking potential stakes in companies. His comments come after an unorthodox deal in which the U.S. obtained a 10% share in Intel. Lutnick singled out Lockheed Martin, claiming the company makes much of its revenue because of the U.S. government. And in your mind, you can go so much further from there. U.S. investments in renewable energy projects plunged this year as developers responded to White House policy shifts targeting the sector. New analysis from Bloomberg's BNEF shows that investments fell by $20.5 billion, or 36% in the first half of the year. Meanwhile, in the EU, investment in renewables has surged to nearly $30 billion in the first half of the year, according to the report. And earlier this month, President Trump issued an executive order easing access for asset classes like private equity and crypto in retirement accounts. ICI CEO Eric Pan discussed the challenges facing this plan.
I think right now there are a lot of limitations. So there are limitations on what ETFs can invest in. There are limitations on what regular mutual funds and collective investment trusts can do. And then separately, it is how do we get it actually into 401k offerings? Right now, a lot of people, you go work for a company, you have someone who makes a decision as to what's available to you. So right there, the ERISA rules have to be changed to make it possible.
All right, I think the second question is one of the most interesting, and joining us to talk a little bit more about this is David Dindy. He is Atomic Invest's CEO. He also co-founded the company. David, great to have you in here with us. How would your company, which has already kind of led the way in helping retail investors get pieces of these kind of assets, how is a company like Atomic going to help them put them in their 401ks?
So to take a step back, it's important, first of all, to understand what Atomic does. So we're not a direct-to-consumer application. Instead, we partner with companies and institutions that are looking to offer different investing products to their clients. So we partner with companies like NerdWallet, companies like Bluevine, companies like Yield Street that provide access to private market investments to their clients. And so the way that Atomic could work in this particular space is actually to work with retirement plan providers and record keepers to be the custodian for these underlying private market investments in their plans.
So the balance that I guess regulators are trying to strike here is allowing people in their retirement accounts to have access to these what are fairly risky and sometimes illiquid products and keeping them safe, right, from blow-ups. How do you think this is going to work? Like, obviously, some alternative investments, the illiquidity isn't a problem since they're retirement accounts. On the other hand, when you say Yield Street, I think about crypto. So how's that going to work?
So you're right. You know, illiquidity is one of the gating factors for broader acceptance of private market investments. But if you think about it in the context of a retirement plan, you know, typically these are longer dated investment plans. And so when we speak to practitioners in this space, many of them are looking at putting it into target date funds and having it be a small slice, maybe 5 to 10% of the overall allocation. As for crypto, I do believe that there are advancements happening in the tokenization space to actually provide even more liquidity on top of these private market investments.
I'm curious what demand looks like. We were speaking to Deb Boyden of Schroders yesterday on the close. They recently put out a study that found that 45% of the investors that they surveyed would actually like to add private assets into their retirement plans. And I wonder if you have any sense of what that demand looks like, because we know that, you know, the issuers who actually are trying to offer this up certainly want to make this happen. But does the end investor thinking about their retirement plan truly want this as well?
So I think the proxy that we use to gauge demand for private market investments in retirement plans is what we're actually seeing in taxable accounts. So as mentioned, we are already providing access to private market investments in taxable accounts. And we're seeing it as a product that's actually gaining quite a lot of steam, especially private credit funds. Most of our investors, at least, you know, with some of our partners, are investing huge sums to get additional yield in those products.
Well, you mentioned private credit, and that's something else I was curious about. We say private assets, but that's a pretty broad umbrella. You think that, you know, the average person has heard about private equity, might have some idea of what that means. Private credit hasn't been socialized to the same degree, it feels like.
It hasn't. It hasn't been. It's only been in the last, maybe since 2010. That it's become a lot more commonplace for people to invest in private credit. But I'd say for the mass retail investor, it hasn't been truly accessible, mainly because of accreditation requirements. And at the same time, there aren't that many platforms that are giving access to these securities in a way that is accessible, so in a fractional way, for example.
That's why I think Yield Street is so interesting, because you can do private credit, litigation finance, art collectibles, and then the fractional ownership is something that you were doing even before that partnership at Atomic. I remember before you even had your partnership with NerdWallet, your business has grown significantly since then. And to that point, you've got some new financing. Tell us about the latest round.
Yeah, so we just closed a $30 million raise from different venture capital firms, as well as institutions like Nationwide, Erie Insurance, Intuit, as well as Aquiline and Brewer Lane. The company has grown significantly over the last year. We've more than 52-fold the number of investing accounts that we serve. We've tripled revenue. We now trade about $20 billion on an annualized basis. And so this round is very exciting to allow us to broaden our mandates in serving traditional financial institutions, as well as companies in different regions of the world.
All right, David, great to get some time with you again here on Open Interest. Appreciate you coming back. Atomic Invest co-founder and CEO David Dindy. Still ahead, General Motors breaks into F1 with a superstar Cadillac driving team. We'll speak to the CEO of Cadillac F1 later this hour. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you've built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Economic Policy Symposium in Jackson Hole, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech.
Overall, our roadmap for the rest of the world is very strong, and we think is just getting stronger as we go forward. And as it relates to China, it's something that we have to work through with the administration. But as I said, we've had very close conversations, and we're making good progress there. So from that standpoint, I think the overall competitiveness of our AI roadmap has never been stronger.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech, live every weekday. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Let's get a check now on the stock market using the move screen, which is the most dynamic way to look at the S&P or any of the big indexes. You can see right here that we have 240 stocks gaining, 260 stocks down. So the breadth is to the downside. However, we continue to rise higher. As you can see here, right now it's 64.45, so about 23 points, I should say, away from an all-time high. NVIDIA has turned around. When I looked at the chiclets earlier, it was down about 0.25%. Now it's up 0.2%. That helps Eli Lilly, also one of the biggest point additions to the S&P 500. On the downside, you have Apple and Google weighing on the index. Let's take a look at the breakdown in terms of the sectors here. Industrials are the biggest gainer, 0.6%, followed by tech and materials. You see healthcare there not doing quite as well as it was when Katie last checked, or at least at that point it was one of the only gainers. Now you've got 5 sectors on the rise, 6 sectors to the downside. Energy, the biggest weight here as oil falls. Consumer staples and communication services, that's your Alphabet and Apple right there. Katie, we're about to get ready for back to school, or in some cases, the first time you send your kid to school season.
That's true. I will say that Starbucks brought back the pumpkin spice latte today, I believe. So summer's over, and coming up, the back to school bust. Parents tighten their budgets as higher prices start to sting. Catalyst Brands CEO Mark Rosen joins us next with Insight. This is Open Interest.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
I want to spend a little bit of time talking about your relationship with autonomous vehicles. It's been it's up and down for Uber over the years, even preceding your tenure. You have stakes in a lot of AV companies. Yes. Talked recently about wanting to monetize some of those. What's the strategy?
So we want to essentially support the AV ecosystem and continue to help that ecosystem develop, and then AVs penetrate into the marketplace. AV, we think, represents a safer way of transportation. Ultimately, we think it'll expand the marketplace as it makes kind of safe transportation in cities available to everybody. So we're big fans of AV. And generally, we're working with multiple partners in the ecosystem. Waymo, for example, in Austin and Atlanta coming up. Wave, Avrai, there are probably 18 partnerships that we have in the AV ecosystem. And we want to help these players develop by investing in them in some cases, but really by working with them to bring their product to market. These are technologies that are unbelievably promising, but they've taken billions of dollars to develop, and 10 plus years. And it's one of those overnight successes that's kind of taken 20 years of development, but it's finally ready to hit market, and we want to help the ecosystem get there.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the second biggest retailing event of the year, the back-to-school season. And as students sharpen their pencils, parents are shaving their budgets. A new study out from Deloitte shows that spending will decline this year as tariffs begin to inflate prices. Here with more is Catalyst brand CEO Mark Rosen. Catalyst owns brands such as JCPenney and Brooks Brothers, among others. Mark, pleased to have you with us. Let's talk a little bit about the expectations, because we've seen this, right? That people are concerned about prices continuing to go higher here. Even though the rate of inflation has cooled down, the absolute levels are still high. How is that shaping up from your perspective?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing this holiday season is certainly, I think for parents, there is a little bit more uncertainty about the economy. But at the same time, their kids are going back to school. And, I think that is a unique thing about all of our brands, from Aeropostale to JCPenney to Lucky Brand, is that we can make both the parents happy because they're going to find an incredible value when they come into our stores. But we can also make kids happy, because the other thing that we know for sure is happening is that kids are going back to school, and they want to go back to school, and their parents want them to go back to school with the confidence of having the latest style and the latest fashion. So they're going to come into Aeropostale, they're going to find the newest trends, which is wide leg, baggy, relaxed denim, but they're going to find that it is buy one, get one free, which is an incredible value when you walk out the door, so that both the parent and the kids are going to be happy.
I wonder what the effect of tariffs are going to be, Mark. I look at those brands, some of them, I grew up with. Brooks Brothers was my first suit. But I imagine a lot of them are getting the textiles and sewing them, cutting and sewing them in foreign countries. So how do these higher tariffs affect your margins and then the price that consumers pay?
Right. I think that's been actually one of the advantages and one of the strengths as we've come together as Catalyst Brand. So as you know, Catalyst was formed with this combination back in January. And as we looked at how we come to life for the consumer, we come to life, whether it's Brooks Brothers or Aeropostale, Lucky, or JCPenney, in a very unique way for the customer. So that denim's going to look unique, that suit's going to look unique. At the same time, what we're focused on is how do we take the power of Catalyst behind the scenes for everything that the consumer doesn't see, and put that together so that we can bring consumers the best possible price and the best possible value. And that's where really our sourcing teams are working to put together all the denim that we buy across the portfolio, all of the fleece that we buy across the portfolio, so that we make sure when we're coming to life for the consumer, we're bringing them the best value, because especially at times right now, that's incredibly important, is to have great fashion at an outstanding value.
Right, but those things, Mark, are not made in America. So, the age of Cone Mills denim is long gone. You've got to import them. They're cut and sewed overseas, and they're going to have tariffs, at least 15%. Are you taking that into your margins, or are you passing that on to the consumer?
We announced at the beginning of the back-to-school season that we were going to hold pre-tariff pricing on all of the key items. So whether that's denim, T-shirts, backpacks, or fleece, we're holding pre-tariff pricing, really last year's pricing on this year's back-to-school items. It's really the job of our merchants to be the buying agents for our customers, and we know what's most important for them at that time. And so at back-to-school, we know those are the most important items, and we're holding prices on those items to make sure the consumer sees the best value. You will see us do similar things as we go into the holiday season.
And Mark, you bring up denim, and I want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the apparel space when it comes to what's going on, of course, with American Eagle, their denim ad with Sydney Sweeney. You saw seemingly a response from Gap over the weekend with their own denim ad. I wonder, as the CEO of Catalyst Brands, how you approach advertising in this day and age.
Right. So last week, you also saw us introduce our Addison Rae fit in our Lucky Brand stores, denim focused. And Addison, we actually took the Maggie fit, which was a 90s heritage fit. Addison Rae was wearing that. Our team actually sent her a pair of the jeans, and she helped us co-design a new product based on that Maggie jean that we introduced last week. And it was incredible on social, and we've seen really strong response in store sales. And we're seeing a younger customer come in for that as they're finding that product in social. So we think there's a real potential for those collaborations.
Matt, in case you were wondering, Addison Rae is a TikToker who now is a pop star. She came out with her debut album.
Okay, so a musician.
Yes,
from
theoretically.
TikTok.
Yeah. Diet Pepsi.
There was a long time when I didn't know who Drake was.
Okay.
So I don't have the best pop culture. Although Sydney Sweeney is a name that I know. I want to dig deeper into what's going to happen to Brooks Brothers here, Mark, because I think a lot of people grew up getting a first suit at Brooks Brothers, getting shirts made at Brooks Brothers. The fleece is a brand
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल में देखो यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना, ठीक है। बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट इन क्रूड ऑयल ओवर हेयर। फिर देखते हैं इसमें कि सेकंड टारगेट तक जाता है नहीं जाता है। ट्रेल कर लेना रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी, ठीक है। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था, जो मैंने बताया आप लोगों को, देयर अ वेरी हाई पॉसिबिलिटी कि वॉल्यूम बढ़ नहीं रहा था सेलिंग का। ऊपर गया, वहाँ पर सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हुआ, देन मार्केट फॉल हुआ। क्या वहाँ पर जो सेलर के एसएल थे वो उड़ाए और फिर ऊपर गया ऊपर वाले लेवल पे। सो ध्यान रखना इस चीज़ का, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना क्रूड ऑयल में। देखते हैं सेकंड टारगेट तक जाता है तो, बट एटलीस्ट बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड देन ट्रेल। नेचुरल गैस भी देख रहे हो, यहाँ पर भी सेम चीज़ करी उसने। ये बाइंग का एरिया वहाँ पर बनाया था, एसएल भी यहीं पर लगाया था कहीं बट उसने किया एसएल उड़ाया, फिर ऊपर जा रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जानबूझ के वो वॉल्यूम, मैं इसलिए देख रहा था वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज क्यों नहीं हो रहा है। बाइंग का वॉल्यूम वहाँ पर इंक्रीज ही नहीं हो रहा था, तो यहाँ पर एसएल उड़ाए पहले बायर के, और फिर ऊपर वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज करके लेके जाया जा रहा है। तो था वो बाइंग का ही लेवल, बट जानबूझ के लेवल क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम भी देखना ज़रूरी होता है, सो दैट प्राइस पर प्रॉपरली मोमेंटम कैच कर पाए। नहीं तो कई बार इस तरह के अगर विदाउट वॉल्यूम के लेवल देखें तो वहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो जाती है, दिस काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम। इसलिए क्रूड ऑयल का भी देखो सेम ही सिनेरियो बना है। इसमें भी वही ट्रेड लगाया था, वहाँ पर ऊपर गए, बायर के असर उड़ाए और फिर नीचे आया। दैट इज़ वाई इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट। इसमें हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो। अब इसमें और कुछ कर नहीं सकते, टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा रखा हुआ है। नीड टू सी डायरेक्टली आता है या फिर थोड़ा और ट्रेल करता है। रेशियो 4 ठीक ही है, लाइक कुछ तो क्या ही बनेगा इसमें। एम बना के गिरे तो और बेटर है क्रूड, बाकी नेचुरल गैस में कुछ नहीं है अभी भी। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया हुआ है।
This Labor Day at Value City Furniture. Yep, get more at Value City Furniture.
Well, President Trump is moving to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. He announced it on Truth Social last night, saying he has sufficient cause due to allegations over her mortgages. We get more from Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva.
Basically, the allegations are that she purchased 2 homes within the span of a year in different states, and both of them were using, putting down that it was going to be her primary residence, so raising some eyebrows there. And to be clear, no charges have been filed, even at this point, even as the president is said he's moving towards firing her. And Cook has said, of course, that she's innocent and she'll be staying in the role.
Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva. Now, former New York Fed president and current Bloomberg opinion columnist William Dudley says this is an unprecedented assault on the central bank.
And I'm sort of surprised that the markets are so relaxed about this. Now, maybe that's because we don't know where this is going to go. We don't know whether Lisa Cook is going to be able to stay in office. It certainly looks like the bar to getting her out is quite high because it doesn't seem that the for cause would extend to the allegations against her.
And you can hear more from former New York Fed President Bill Dudley on the Bloomberg Podcasts page on YouTube. We have a new read on consumer confidence from the Conference Board. Its sentiment gauge fell in August after the prior month was revised upward. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has more.
There was a thought that this would parallel what we saw in the Michigan numbers with the confidence dropping a little bit because the tariffs were actually imposed this this month, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee says the Conference Board numbers may reflect more concerns about jobs and income, but economists surveyed by Bloomberg were expecting those numbers to fall more than where they landed. And right now, stocks are taking a leg higher. The S&P 500 is up about 0.1%. So is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The NASDAQ Composite is higher by 0.2%. The 10-year Treasury yield is now little changed at 4.27%. On top of Fed pressure, President Trump is applying new trade pressure. In another social media post, he threatened tariffs and export restrictions on countries that impose digital services taxes on American tech. More on this from Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
What this tells us is two things. One is that Donald Trump keeps moving the goalposts on trade. You think you've got one thing sorted and another thing immediately crops up, be it tech, be it furniture, or something else. And the second thing is he really does zero in on these digital services tax. He's been doing that for many years.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson reports the move could affect the European Union. This morning, a European Commission spokesman said the bloc has a right to regulate digital services, and any claims that its rules are censorship are unfounded. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is pushing back at President Trump's threat to send the National Guard to fight crime in Chicago. He joined the Windy City's mayor, Brandon Johnson, on a tour of downtown last night.
He wasn't taking away funding for police. If he wasn't taking away funding for fighting crime, things would be even easier. But unfortunately, he is creating a challenge for all of us.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has been named as a possible Democratic candidate for president in 2028. President Trump says Pritzker's bet on crime, along with two other potential contenders, California Governor Gavin Newsom and Governor Wes Moore of Maryland. The Trump administration's threatening $46 million in annual trucking safety funds for California, as well as New Mexico and Washington, unless they prove their drivers can speak English. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is giving those three states 30 days to comply with federal English proficiency mandates. He's also threatened to cut transportation funds to so-called sanctuary jurisdictions that don't cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Turning back to Wall Street, shares of EchoStar are soaring 82% right now. The satellite telecom providers agreed to sell spectrum licenses to AT&T for about $23 billion. Bloomberg's Kelsey Griffiths has more.
AT&T has been looking to expand their spectrum portfolio for quite a while, and this mid and low band spectrum that's really valuable for mobile wireless services is really few and far between at this point.
Bloomberg's Kelsey Griffiths reporting right now AT&T shares are down about 1%. Eli Lilly is up about 3%. The drug maker's experimental weight loss pill achieved 9.6% body weight loss in a second trial that could get that pill closer to regulatory approval. And shares of Trump Media and Technology are up 5.5%. President Trump's social media companies reached a blank check deal to set up a crypto treasury company focused on CRO tokens. That's a cryptocurrency supported by Crypto.com. The blank check company in this deal, Yorkville Acquisition, those shares are down 3%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day.
Hey guys, crude oil का देखो टारगेट हो चुका है. बुक द प्रॉफिट इन क्रूड ऑयल. ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में प्रॉफिट यहाँ पर बुक कर लेना. फिर देखते हैं यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड अगर बनता है फिर से. मत लेना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई. बुक द प्रॉफिट इन क्रूड ऑयल. क्रूड ऑयल में प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो. अभी बाई मत करना यहाँ पर, ठीक है. डायरेक्टली डोंट बाई, डायरेक्टली वेट. ऐसा नहीं कि यहाँ पे एरो लगा रखा है तो डायरेक्टली बाई कर लेंगे. थोड़ा वेट करते हैं फिर देखते हैं. ठीक है, परफेक्ट ट्रेड एज एक्सपेक्टेड. 1:4 ऑलमोस्ट रीच हो गया है. थोड़ा सा नीचे और आ जाए तो एक बाइंग का ट्रेड भी प्लान कर लेंगे. आ गया ना लेवल पे, देखते हैं एक सेकंड. हाँ जाएगा नीचे एंड देन यहाँ कहीं रखते हैं इस पे. थोड़ा सा नीचे और आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान है यहाँ पर. इतना नीचे तो नहीं आएगा, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। यहीं पर एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। बस को और नीचे रहा, थोड़ा और नीचे चाहिए। ठीक है, बुक करके निकल जाना एंड देन ट्रेल। एक बाइंग का प्लान है ओवर हियर। वन रेशियो 3 बस 20 पॉइंट काफ़ी रहेंगे, नीचे तो जाएगा ही ना। ये क्या हो रहा है? वन रेशियो 3 को डाल देते हैं। नीचे टेस्ट कर देते तो बढ़िया है। तो नीचे आएगा, इतना काफ़ी रहेगा। ठीक है, यहाँ से एक छोटा सा बाइंग का अरे ये क्या, एक छोटा सा बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा ओवर हियर इन क्रूड ऑयल। हाँ ठीक है, बुक करो एंड देन बाइंग साइड ओवर हियर। नहीं, उसमें होल्ड करके फायदा नहीं होता, तो ऐसे भी नीचे आएगा। बड़ा वाले में बाइंग साइड पे, यस। ठीक है, यहाँ पर 1:3 का ही टारगेट रखेंगे, ज़्यादा नहीं। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा ट्रैप करने की कोशिश में है, अवॉइड ही करेंगे। अननेसेसरी रिस्क नहीं, बिल्कुल भी। ठीक है, ये एक्चुअली ओपन कर रहा है ना, तो इस पर यहाँ तक आ सकता है उस केस में। गॉट इट, समझ गया। तो ट्रेड करेगा इन द सेंस, यस। इस एरिया में कुछ है क्या? लेट्स सी, नेचुरल गैस में भी एक ट्रेड अगर बन जाता है तो। नहीं, ये भी नहीं है। यहाँ पर मुझे लग रहा है सपोर्ट का ब्रेक डाउन हो सकता है। ठीक है, अब कोई डेटा भी नहीं है आज। डेटा जितने आने थे आ चुके हैं। 6 PM पे, फिर 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन हुआ, देन 7:30 पे आपका दूसरा डेटा आया था, रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सीबी कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस का। वो दोनों डेटा भी पॉजिटिव थे यूएस डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अब सीधा कल है 27 वेनेसडे रहेगा कल। 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपनिंग, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, 8 PM पे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, एंड थर्सडे को जीडीपी का डेटा। ठीक है, कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक भी करते रहो, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। बाकी जिनको हो चुका है वैसे प्रॉफिट अवॉइड ही करना क्रूड ऑयल में। मॉर्निंग से देखोगे एक ही ट्रेड बना है अभी तक, ये कंसिडर नहीं होगा क्या? रिटेस्ट किया नहीं है एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे, डिफिकल्ट है लेवल। ये बनाया है देन इट विल मूव। ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल है ना। यहाँ पर कोई रिटेस्ट भी नहीं है इसमें। ठीक है, एक छोटा सा बाइंग का ट्रेड भी है क्रूड में। नेचुरल गैस वी नीड टू वेट। क्लोज हो गई कैंडल। नहीं ये भी नहीं है। इसका ओपन क्लोज सेम है ना। सेम ही यही है एग्जैक्टली। चल इसका मतलब ये पेंडिंग है अभी भी, रिटेस्ट माना नहीं जाएगा। इस तो बात करी, होल्ड नहीं कर पाया। एक बार बाइंग आई थी, दूसरी बार में ब्रेक डाउन रिटेस्ट। यहाँ पर कुछ आज के टाइम, आज के दिन ये डे हाई ब्रेक करना बहुत मुश्किल है अब क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। 5650 के 650 660 के ऊपर जाना मुश्किल है। नीचे सपोर्ट जरूर है बट इस लेवल के ऊपर तो नहीं जाएगा क्लोजिंग आज के दिन। याद रखना ये क्रूड ऑयल में ना दो सपोर्ट पास पास में, ये जो सपोर्ट है इसके नीचे एक और सपोर्ट बना हुआ है। रह गया है थोड़ा सा। तो इसको प्लान ऐसे करेंगे, एक सेकेंड इसको होल्ड कर लेते हैं, वॉल्यूम भी देख लेते हैं। ठीक है, यहाँ पर भी एक सपोर्ट है, दोनों साथ साथ ही बने हुए हैं। इसको भी मार्क कर लेते हैं, इसी को लगा दो। ठीक है, तो दो पॉसिबिलिटी है, अगर ये सीधा नीचे आ जाता है, ये कैंडल ज़्यादा ऊपर नहीं जाती है क्योंकि फिर एम भी बना देगा ना। अगर ये सीधा नीचे आ जाता है तो यहीं से ले लेंगे, अगर ये कहीं ये कुछ इस तरह से चला गया यहीं लेवल पे आए बिना, तो फिर थोड़ा सा नीचे वाले लेवल से लेंगे। ठीक है, वॉल्यूम भी मैं देख लूंगा वॉल्यूम क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बहुत पास पास में सपोर्ट है। एम ना बनाए, डायरेक्टली आ जाए तो बेटर है। उस केस में एक हल्का सा पुल बैक मिल जाएगा, तब सेलिंग भी अच्छी आई जाएगी। क्योंकि अगर ये सीधा बिना लेवल पे आए चला गया ऊपर और एम बना के गिरा, तो फिर ये लेवल होल्ड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तो यही कैंडल पे या इसकी नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे आ जाए सीधा नीचे, सेम ही है, दोनों सेम है एग्जैक्टली, सपोर्ट ही होल्ड किया ही। ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर हम नीचे होल्ड करेंगे। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना है इसका, अगर ये नहीं करता है होल्ड यहाँ पे। इक्वल टू हाई बनाया, नीचे आ गए। On। इसको मिक्स करें तो कितना एसएल बनता है, मिक्स करें तो पूरे 70 पॉइंट तो काफ़ी आ जाएगा। नेचुरल गैस में क्या है यहाँ पे, नेचुरल गैस में भी देखोगे एग्जैक्टली नीचे लेवल पे नहीं आया, नहीं तो वहाँ पर ट्राई करने की सोच सकते थे, उससे पहले ही रिवर्स हो गया। ब्रेक हुआ है तो क्या इसको कमाना है या फिर अवॉइड। आनेंगे, ओपन क्लोज सेम है ना। यहाँ पर अगर सेल किया जाए तो एक ऑलरेडी हो गई है सेलिंग, ज़्यादा हाई लेवल से एक बार हो देता है, सपोर्ट ही ना बना दे नीचे 54.9। तो ऊपर लेवल पे भी देखेंगे, यहाँ से सेल ही कर देंगे इसको, नेचुरल गैस को। रिस्क है यहाँ पर, वॉल्यूम सपोर्ट नहीं हो रहा बिल्कुल। अगर इसको सेल करते हैं तो एसएल कितना रखा जाएगा, एसएल अप्रोक्सीमेटली रखना पड़ेगा 241 आ गया था। लेवल पे तो नहीं आने वाला ये, जिन लेवल को मैंने मार्क किया हुआ है ऊपर नीचे नेचुरल गैस के, बहुत दूर है। सपोर्ट पे आ जाता तो बाई कर लेते, वो भी नहीं आया, फंस गया ये भी बीच में। 6 पॉइंट की रेंज है इंट्राडे में, फ्यूचर में देखोगे तो डे हाई से डे लो 6 to 7 पॉइंट, 6.7 पॉइंट सॉरी। यहाँ पर अगर सेल करें नेचुरल गैस को, लेवल तो दूर है, 2 पॉइंट का है सेल। एक छोटा सा रिस्क नेचुरल गैस में भी लेते हैं। ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा सा ही रिस्क लेंगे इसमें। एक ना मिनी या फिर थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी के साथ एक सेलिंग का प्लान यहीं पर देखते हैं दोबारा, क्योंकि देखो लेवल पे नहीं आने वाला ये, जितना मैं देख पा रहा हूँ। ऊपर नीचे लेवल पे आते आते तो क्लोज ही हो जाएगा मार्केट ऑलमोस्ट, अगर इसको पूरा रेंज बाउंड ही रहना है आज। क्योंकि इसने मॉर्निंग से कुछ किया नहीं है भाई, इसने सिर्फ ट्रैप किया दोनों को, बायर को भी और सेलर को भी। तो वैसे तो लॉजिकली तो ट्रेड बनता ही नहीं है। ये लेवल यहाँ पर कोई लेवल नहीं है वैसे तो, देयर इज नो सच काइंड ऑफ लेवल। इसलिए थोड़ा सा रिस्की लग रहा है, नथिंग एल्स। थोड़ा सा ये नीचे आ जाता, अगर इसको ऊपर नहीं भी जाना था यहाँ पर आता तो ले लेते। वो एग्जैक्टली नहीं हिट किया है लेवल को, देखोगे तो। अपना मार्केट प्रेशर में है, अपना मार्केट प्रेशर में है क्योंकि कल से लगने वाले हैं टैरिफ इंडिया पे। 50% टैरिफ लग जाएंगे कल से, पहले 25% थे, कल से 25% एक्स्ट्रा लग जाएंगे। तो मार्केट थोड़ा सा उसी को लेकर कॉशियस है। बस टैरिफ ही रीजन है, और कोई रीजन फिलहाल के लिए और कोई ट्रिगर पॉइंट भी नहीं है ना मार्केट में हमारे। वैसे अगर आप ओवरऑल देखोगे तो जिस तरह की स्ट्रैटेजी डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प की है, थोड़ा सा अगर उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी को ध्यान से देखोगे ना, वो चाहते हैं दुनिया भर के मार्केट गिर जाएं। और उसका मेन रीजन क्या है? यूएस का डेट। ठीक है, आई डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली डेटा कितना है, बट जितना मैंने देखा था लास्ट टाइम, जितना मुझे याद है, 23.3 ऐसा ही कुछ ट्रिलियन डॉलर या समथिंग कुछ का यूएस के ऊपर यू नो कर्जा है शायद, जिसमें से आई थिंक 9.2 ट्रिलियन डॉलर का इंटरेस्ट उसे इस साल चुकाना है अपने बॉन्ड्स में जो उसने दिया हुआ है। तो अब इतना बड़ा अमाउंट यूएस दे कहाँ से लाएगा? ऑब्वियसली है, छाप तो नहीं सकता वो इतने ज़्यादा डॉलर्स को। तो उसका सबसे अच्छा तरीका क्या है? फिर से बॉन्ड इशू कर दो। अब बॉन्ड इशू करेगा अगर यूएस फिर से, तो उस पर इंटरेस्ट रेट कितना मिलता है? 2.5 से 3% का इंटरेस्ट रेट मिलता है बस। तो लोग क्यों बाय करेंगे? लोग इन द सेंस ऑफ बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशंस या बहुत सारी कंट्रीज होती हैं बॉन्ड उठा लेती हैं यूएस की, इंडिया भी उठा लेता है और पैसे दे देता है लो। तो वो क्यों देगा? तो वो तभी मिल सकता है यूएस को उसके बॉन्ड पे। लोग पैसा जब तभी देंगे जब बाकी जगहों से इंटरेस्ट लोगों को कम मिलेगा, लाइक स्टॉक मार्केट से, गोल्ड से, और जो बाकी चीज़ें, अगर वहाँ से इंटरेस्ट रेट कम मिलता है वो मार्केट बहुत गिर जाते हैं। तो लोग क्या करेंगे? सेफ हेवन की ओर जाएंगे, बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशनल प्लेयर्स। तो उनके लिए सबसे सेफ फिर यूएस की ट्रेजरी बिल, ट्रेजरी जो बिल वो इशू करता है, उससे सेफ कुछ भी नहीं हो, बॉन्ड से सेफ कुछ भी नहीं होता, क्योंकि वो यूएस की बैकबोन है। अगर किसी दिन यूएस ने डिफॉल्ट कर दिया तो फिर समझो, फिर तो पता नहीं कितना बड़ा रिसेशन आ जाएगा दुनिया भर में। तो ओवरऑल जो ट्रम्प की स्ट्रेटजी है वो यही है कि पूरे दुनिया भर के मार्केट को गिराया जाए टैरिफ लगा लगा के। उससे चीज़ें महंगी होंगी, रिसेशन आएगा, रिसेशन आएगा तो और मार्केट गिरेगी, चीज़ें महंगी होंगी तो बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशनल प्लेयर रिटर्न के लिए सेफ चीज़ ढूंढेंगे। तो मेनली वो सेफ चीज़ आपका यूएस के बॉन्ड ही हैं, और कुछ है नहीं। वो फिर से बॉन्ड इशू कर देंगे, पैसे आएंगे, उसी से इंटरेस्ट चुका देंगे। तो वो साइकिल जो उन्होंने बना रखी है ना, वही चलती जाएगी। तो वो उनका मेन मोटिव है, जितना मैंने देखा है या समझा है। बाकी तो बाकी बातें तो ऐसी हैं कि लाइक इस पे इतना लगा दिया इंटरेस्ट, इस पे इतना लगा दिया, इस वजह से लगा दिया, वो कुछ नहीं है। जानबूझ के इंटरेस्ट लगाया जा रहा है पूरी दुनिया भर में। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, लाइक वो इनफाइनाइट साइकिल, खुद की साइकिल ही है वो। और फिर से बॉन्ड इशू करेंगे, फिर से डेट और बढ़ेगा, बट अभी के लिए तो निकल जाएगा, ऐसा है ना उनका। दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा डेट उन्हीं के पास है। अब सोचो इस साल उनको $9.2 ट्रिलियन का इंटरेस्ट पे करना है लोगों को पूरी दुनिया में अलग अलग जगहों को। $9.2 ट्रिलियन मतलब इतनी तो इकोनॉमी नहीं है इंडिया की। अब वो अगर पैसे छापे जाएं US डॉलर, उससे भी प्रॉब्लम है। वो भी नहीं कर सकते एक लॉन्ग टर्म तक, वो भी कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं है। सो बहुत बड़ा लाइक बबल भी कह सकते हो मार्केट में हो सकता है, हु नोज। बाकी जितना डेटा अगर तुम देखोगे ना, ऑप्शन जो जो लोग पुट शॉर्ट करते हैं, ऑप्शन बाय ऑप्शन ट्रेडर्स के, तो यूएस में काफ़ी लोगों ने ऑप्शन बड़े लेवल पे शॉर्ट करके बैठे हुए हैं। उनको लगता है कि मार्केट ओवरऑल गिरेगा एक टाइम पे और काफ़ी बड़ा करेक्शन आएगा इस बार, ऐसा नहीं कि बस 10-20% नॉर्मल करेक्शन हुआ, बड़ा करेक्शन आएगा। लेट्स सी मार्केट गिरते हैं या नहीं गिरते हैं। भाई कुछ भी हो, इंडियन मार्केट भी गिरेगा, अगर सब गिरेंगे तो इंडियन मार्केट भी गिरेगा, बट इंडियन मार्केट की बैकबोन तो अच्छी है, अपने डीआईएस ठीक ठाक कर ही लेते हैं। वो इंटरेस्ट रेट बार बार कम करने के लिए भी बोल रहा है फेड से, फेड वाले कर ही नहीं रहे। वॉल्यूम बढ़ना चाहिए ना बाइंग में, वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ तो फिर गैस के ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना, इसमें ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना यार। ये एग्जैक्ट कोई लेवल नहीं है बाइंग या सेलिंग का, तो थोड़ा सा रिस्की रहेगा ये लेवल पे। ठीक है, लेवल काफ़ी दूर है, मुझे लग नहीं रहा वहाँ तक पहुँचेगा, ऊपर या नीचे किसी भी लेवल पे। थोड़ा कम ही क्वांटिटी से प्लान करना है इस ट्रेड को, सेलिंग वाला जो ट्रेड लगाया हुआ है नेचुरल गैस का। एनएसएल जाएगा तो निकल भी जाना, होल्ड करके मत बैठ जाना, क्योंकि बीच में कोई और लेवल है भी नहीं। मैं ऐसा भी नहीं कर सकता यहाँ पर बाइंग का ट्रेड लगा दूँ फिर से। वो एक लेवल था उस समय बाइंग का अगर वॉल्यूम जनरेट हो जाता तो ठीक था, अदरवाइज लाइक करते रहो गाइस, 50 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। नेचुरल गैस में जैसा मैंने बताया दोनों ही लेवल सपोर्ट के हैं, ये भी है ये भी है। एम बना के ना आए नीचे, उस पर थोड़ा सा ये ऊपर वाला लेवल ना होल्ड शायद ना कर पाए, है वो भी सपोर्ट ही एग्जैक्टली। लेवल पास पास में है तो हो सकता है दोनों की लिक्विडिटी एक ही साथ उठा ले प्राइस। डू हैव एनी पेड? नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं है। I don't have any paid group now. अरे नीचे आ ऊपर चला जा रहा है अरे
Mike, I want to build on what you were talking about earlier on this morning, that the president's come out and said Lisa Cook is fired, and the Fed governor says, no, she's not. So is she fired or isn't she?
We don't know. That is the interesting question right off the bat this morning. If she shows up to work, what happens? Does the Fed keep her out? Does the president send U.S. Marshals to take her out of the Fed? How does this play out? And who takes it to court? We assume it'll all end up in court. And the issue will be the for cause clause in the Federal Reserve Act. Does whatever she did rise to the level of for cause? Courts have generally held that it involves what you do officially on the job, malfeasance or neglect of the job, things like that, rather than personal things that took place before you were nominated to the Fed. But that's a question for another day. First, we got to find out exactly what her status is.
So, Mike, there's some weird things going on here. It's very difficult to track. There's potentially two different tracks. One, you've got legal proceedings that haven't opened up yet and may not, over serious allegations of mortgage fraud. And the other one is whether the president can actually fire a sitting Fed governor. Mike, how are you tracking both at the same time?
Well, we're watching to see what, if anything, the Fed can say. They don't have the facts yet on what Lisa Cook's mortgage situation was, so they're not going to be able to publicly defend her until and if she can show that she is innocent. If she's not, if she did do something wrong, then there's a good chance the Fed might ask her to step down. But they don't know that yet, so they're keeping their distance from all of this. And the administration hasn't said anything since the president put out his statement last night. But we have to watch and see how they follow up on that. And obviously, Mr. Trump has a number of appearances today, and he'll do some stuff before the cameras, and we might find out more.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook is planning to file a lawsuit challenging President Trump's effort to fire her from the Fed board. In a statement, Cook's lawyer, Abby Lowell, says President Trump has no authority to remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. He goes on to say his attempt to fire her based solely on a referral letter lacks any factual or legal basis, end quote. On Truth Social overnight, President Trump said he does have sufficient cause to fire Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. Bloomberg's Michael McKee says this takes central bank independence into uncharted territory.
No president has tried to do this before. The Federal Reserve Act says governors can be fired only for cause, which is generally thought of as malfeasance, illegal activity, or ignoring the office. And this doesn't necessarily rise to that level because, first of all, there's just allegations. We don't have any evidence presented on either side. And second, these events took place before Lisa Cook was on the board.
That's Bloomberg's Michael McKee reporting. Former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd says this issue is about more than just one Fed governor.
This is really an unprecedented attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve as an institution. There is nobody in the Federal Open Markets Committee, the Monetary Policy Setting Committee, that can't be thinking, well, what does does this mean for me?
And you can hear more from former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd on the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. Again, a lawyer for Fed Governor Lisa Cook says his client will file a lawsuit challenging President Trump's effort to fire her from the Fed board. The Trump administration's taken another setback in court. A federal judge has dismissed the Justice Department's lawsuit against all federal judges in Maryland over their standing order against immediately deporting some detained migrants. U.S. District Judge Thomas Cullen says that lawsuit was not ordinary. He says the White House needs to find other ways to raise concerns about that standing order. Judge Cullen was appointed by President Trump in his first term. The European Union is pushing back at President Trump's threat of new tariffs and export restrictions on countries that impose digital services taxes on U.S. tech. The president called those levies discriminatory in a Truth Social post overnight. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson has more.
This could impact countries around the world. You can see the impact, in fact, in markets in Asia today, in Korea and Taiwan. There's concern about yet more penalties on tech companies, in the region, restrictions on exports on semiconductors, because he really doesn't like digital services taxes.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson reporting. A European Commission spokesman says the EU has the right to impose digital taxes and that any claims that its rules are censorship is unfounded. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is threatening to withhold federal trucking safety funds to California, Mexico, and Washington State unless they can prove their drivers speak English.
They go to one of these three states and they're pulled over again. So their records are run. Law enforcement in those states sees this person, this driver, was taken out of service in a different state because they couldn't speak English. And what do? They turn them loose, put them back on the road.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the three states have 30 days to comply with federal English proficiency mandates. Those states collectively received $46 million in trucking safety funds in 2023. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is suggesting the defense industry could be next to get a government stake after President Trump's extraordinary 10% share deal with Intel. Lutnick told CNBC this morning that Lockheed Martin is basically an arm of the U.S. government for the revenue it receives from government sales. Lockheed Martin shares right now are higher by nearly 2%. We're also keeping an eye on EchoStar. Those shares are up about 80% after the satellite telecom agreed to sell spectrum licenses to AT&T for about $23 billion. Bloomberg's Kelsey Griffiths has more.
This is going to help them leapfrog over Verizon and start catching up to T-Mobile's spectrum position. We're also going to see some expansion of the infrastructure that AT&T has access to in terms of these spectrum assets, and that's really going to help potentially immediately as soon as this deal closes. Consumers are going to get that benefit.
And Bloomberg's Kelsey Griffiths says it could also ease regulators' concerns about EchoStar's bandwidth use, and AT&T shares right now are actually lower by about 1.5%. Cracker Barrel is higher by nearly 5%. President Trump weighed in on the backlash over the diner chain's logo change on Truth Social this morning. He says Cracker Barrel should admit a mistake based on customer response and go back to its old logo. Stocks as a whole, mixed. S&P 500's little change. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.1%, and the NASDAQ Composite is up 0.1%. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped?
Under surveillance this morning, continuing trade negotiations.
What is the net impact on the Americans because of our trade with India? They have higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers. We run a massive trade deficit with them, so that hurts American workers, hurts American businesses. Then they use the money that they get from us when they sell us stuff to buy Russian oil. That's insane.
Here's the latest this morning. India's ambassador to Russia saying it will continue to buy oil wherever it gets the best deal, following President Trump's threatened penalties for buying Russian crude. The statement comes days before President Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect on Wednesday. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now for more. Good morning, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, John, good morning. Well, at this point, we haven't gotten any sort of indications from the White House that they're going to let up on that 50% tariff threat, as it appears that India is digging in its heels. And we know that that discount on Russian oil does help India secure energy supplies and keep domestic prices low, which are important to its growth, which is why our analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that when New Delhi does the risk-reward calculation here, there's no guarantee that the White House would give in any sort of trade concession. So at this point, they're going to keep importing those Russian energy supplies to both maintain its autonomy, but also to balance alliances here, which is something that we know India has been doing since the beginning of the Trump administration at this point. Also important to point out, though, John, that India has said that they're being unfairly singled out when it comes to these so-called secondary tariffs. We could point to how China, for example, is the top importer of Russian crude, though if you ask White House officials, they'll tell you that those negotiations are, of course, on a totally separate track. So at this point, they're not going to make that same sort of so-called secondary tariff threat. But you'll recall that this really is quite the reversal for India. This is a country that had long been prioritized in these trade talks, made concessions early and often was our understanding. But it does appear that there has been an impasse, particularly when it comes to U.S. agricultural products. And that stalled these trade talks well before President Trump ultimately made that secondary tariff threat of now raising these tariffs to 50% come Wednesday. John, I'll just quickly add that we did have some new reporting out from Bloomberg News this morning that India's embassy in Washington has hired a top lobbying firm with close connections to this White House in a bid to try to advance these talks. And we did see perhaps some indication of progress over the weekend by the fact that President Trump did nominate a U.S. ambassador to India. That position has been vacant since the Trump administration took office.
Tyler Kendall with the latest.
Good morning. Welcome to the program. Lots of breaking news to get you through. I think this first graphic on markets will tell you most things you need to know, not everything else. But as you can see, we're looking at dollar on the way. Dollar yen, U.S. futures. We have a lot of breaking news coming through. Lisa Cook is being removed effective immediately. We have some new tariff threats coming out of Donald Trump. We have a Chinese onshore market rally that is exhibiting a lot more signs of overheating, 2% higher to the upside yesterday. Dollar dropping, steeper as far as the curve goes. And as you can see, gold futures are now punching 0.4 to 1% to the upside. Equities are down. Taiwan is coming online. We're looking at declines to 0.25%. There we go. Steeper curve, 2s and 10s, do the math across the curve all the way through to the 30-year yield. Looking at futures right now, going into the open today, A50 futures, where we had dollar China going into this morning at 1 month highs or 1 month lows. We'll look at the fix today, which was an anchor for risk assets. Might that be, and might that serve the same purpose today? We're looking at a 10-year yield at 177 right now in the 10-year yield. We are looking at declines going into the Tuesday session ahead.
Yeah, it looks like, things are quiet, things are looking pretty good. We're focusing on Powell, and then all of a sudden the president starts posting things on social media, and things can turn south pretty quickly here. So certainly this is one thing we're watching, even in the China equity story, which is kind of a standalone thing here. Maybe things are looking a little bit overheated, right? That's why we are seeing futures slightly lower here today. We have been watching some of those overheating signs after we saw turnover top 3 trillion renminbi, which is the second highest on record yesterday on the onshore market. A lot of it had to do with what we heard from Shanghai so easing some home buying curbs as well. So we'll still watch the property space. Some of these names like Wonka, for example, was limit up even before that sort of announcement. So certainly one to watch. We have some July trade data coming out of Hong Kong, and there's an energy briefing in Beijing today.
Yep, earnings as well on deck today, so we'll look for market reaction to earnings yesterday, and of course some names to look ahead to. I won't spend too much time on these names coming through, but of course you have the likes of some big gold miners like Zijin Mining. Ping An is on deck today, as with Nongfu Spring, and of course very upstream, massive energy player PetroChina. Of course, Yvonne is also pointing out, top of the next hour is a briefing on energy, so we'll watch out for that among the many things we'll be tracking going into the open today.
Yeah, so the rally is one thing. Maybe we could put that aside for now, because what's happening the last few hours has been what's been going on with Lisa Cook, right? Which did kind of shock the market in some ways. Whether there is legal recourse here, that certainly is a question, but also, does this in some ways bring up the whole concern about Fed independence once again?
Yeah, I mean, initially what we saw was a reaction in FX and rates. So the dollar was sold off. Dollar yen was one of the initial things we were tracking as well. And I think if you look at it over 3 days, right, you had Jackson Hole, you had a move down in the dollar there, you had a rebound yesterday in the Bloomberg Dollar Index, and we're coming off a little bit right now as far as that is concerned. Now, it might also be slightly confusing when you look at cross-asset, because we're also getting separate news coming out of a separate Truth Social post coming Donald Trump talking about export restrictions here. And that might be why equities are continuing to be under pressure as we speak.
So export curbs on chips, right? He says that's something that he could actually look into over digital taxes. So certainly that leads to a lot of the equity space seeing a little pressure here, as you mentioned. But yes, this did come off of after this meeting with the South Korean president as well. So not sure what was really discussed in that meeting when it came to chips alone. But certainly that is something that is a potential headwind here. Let's talk a little bit more about the top story here right now. President Trump removing Fed Governor Lisa Cook from her post at the Fed after allegations that she falsified documents on mortgage applications. Let's bring our U.S. economy editor, Laura Curtis. She is with us right now. Laura, it seems like the president escalating pressure on the Fed once again.
That's right. This follows weeks and weeks and weeks of Trump putting pressure on Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut interest rates, lobbing insults at him on his social media feed, that kind of thing. This is different, though. This is the first time that Trump has actually removed or said he's going to remove a Fed official. So it's a real escalation here, it does come just a few weeks before the next federal meeting of federal officials they'll discuss interest rates and whether to cut. So lot riding on this one.
Laura, David here. So what happens next?
Well, we're waiting now for comment from Governor Cook. She, it's not clear whether or not she's going to challenge this in court. She may also just take it. We have not had any comment from her yet. We did hear from the Federal Reserve that they were not prepared to comment on this one. So we're just waiting now to see kind of if she's let in the building tomorrow, essentially, or if she just takes the news and moves on. But yeah, the big question around whether she does challenge this in court. What happens in the intervening time? Does she, get to keep doing her job while this plays out, or, a lot is still pretty uncertain, which is not unusual for Washington these days.
Laura, can you tell us a little bit more if Trump actually succeeds with this removal of Cook? How does it change the dynamics within the board now, the 7-seat board now?
Well, it would give Trump potentially another ally on the board. He's got one on his way in, but Myron is not confirmed yet, and so it could definitely sway the voters at the Fed to be more in line with Trump when it comes to interest rates. He's obviously in favor of cutting them. It's not clear whether other governors are necessarily sort of Trump's people, regardless of when they were appointed, when they came to the board. But yeah, it definitely gives Trump another seat if it does stick. So he'll have two coming up.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Laura Curtis there, great context, joining us out of LARU as economy editor, and certainly a lot of things to watch, a lot of development still, lots of confirmations, by the way, still that we have actually yet to see. Just to also mention here, so we're looking at market reaction, and it's going to come up on your screens very, very shortly here. The U.S. 2- and 10-year yield curve is now the steepest in 4 months. Dollars under pressure. There we go on your screens. Not this one. Can we get the other one, please, as well? And we're looking at U.S. futures also continuing to be under pressure. We'll get to that one in a moment because that's the other big story that we're tracking here as well. But yeah, VIX futures are punching higher as I speak.
Obviously, it sparks uncertainty, as Laura mentioned, right? If Trump succeeds, this means that there's probably 4 board members that could be aligning with his view of maybe turning a bit more dovish, right? So certainly the makeup is very interesting. The timing is very interesting as well. But some say, despite all these questions, it basically reinforces the Trump playbook that he wants lower rates in general. So certainly there's a lot of questions of market, Fed intervention, Fed independence, and certainly that's why we're seeing the market kind of, right now, the knee-jerk reaction that we're seeing here.
There we go. We'll get you more updates once we have more confirmation and information really on many of the other facets to this story. The other thing we just want to talk about, and you might have seen it already, is really this red-hot rally taking place in the onshore markets. Futures are pointing to some downside right now, but just to give you a sense of how quickly and how fast and in a short amount of time this rally is actually taking place. CSI 300, the percentage of its members that are now exhibiting overbought signs are now at about 40%. So that's a level we don't normally see. This is a chart that takes you back, in fact, about 11 years or so. And as you can see, so we are not so much in uncharted territory, but certainly as far as the tail risk goes, we are towards the tail end of these bell curves. Let's bring in Winnie Su, of course, our Asia equities reporter, to talk us through this. Signs of overheating. Winnie.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that, right? Yvonne just now talked about the turnover at 3 trillion yuan, second largest ever that we're seeing, and also the RSI over 80, so that's above the 70 level that we're seeing for both the onshore benchmarks, and also valuation is no longer looking cheap. For CSI 300, about 15 times forward earnings right now, which is at the level of 2022. So we're seeing these technical indicators showing some overheating. And take a step back. When we just look at how the benchmarks have performed so far this month, CSI 300 up about 10%, and also the SH comp about 9%. So both of them are now, if we look at the monthly performance, one of the top performing gauges worldwide. And actually, although there are some signs of overheating, some of the other indicators are looking a bit calmer, with the SH Comp 10-day volatility still about record low. And when you look at the percentage of margin purchase as a percent of the overall turnover, it's also pretty low as well. So there are some signs of kind of that calmness in the market, which potentially can show that this rally might not be just kind of a boom and bust. It can have some sustainability there.
People like to compare this to 2015. And maybe that's why they say that there could be a bubble in the making here. But what are the parallels and what are the differences?
Right. So we actually had that article out over the weekend analyzing the similarities and differences. And yes, actually, a lot of the similarity there around just where the SH Comp is now trading, about the level around 2015, and also the margin levels are there. And that similarity of the overall deflationary environment, right, is bringing people back to what happened in 2015. And actually, well, we won't really say that there is a bubble already at this very slow pace going up and more calmness. However, there are some early signs, or let's say the elements of bubble. And when we talked to the strategist Hao Hong, who called the 2015 boom and bust, he was saying that the elements are there, being the liquidity is there and the retail frenzy started to pick up. And also we need a picture, a story to believe in. And in this case, it's the improvement in the U.S. and China relationship. So the bubble is not there yet, and he's calling about 5,000 at SH Comp level, and we're still quite a distance from there. Okay. But it's something that investors are being more cautious about.
Yeah, HSBC also raising their targets there for SH Comp, I think 4,000 by year end. Winnie Shu, our Asia equities reporter, there with an update on what to watch out for here this morning. Coming up next, we're going to hear from BNP Paribas. They still remain positive when it comes to Chinese stocks, and Grace Tam says they still see that AH share premium likely to widen again. We're counting down the opens in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. This is the China Show.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
All right, we're checking China. Well, futures here are slightly to the downside here today. It is a risk-off day, just given some of the breaking news that we've seen with Trump removing Lisa Cook. Also, when it comes to threatening these export curbs on chips. So certainly, but also the signs of overheating in these Chinese markets could be a sign of maybe things could be in a retreat here today. Here with us now is Grace Tam, Chief Investment Advisor at BNP Paribas Wealth Management Hong Kong. They've been calling it a liquidity-driven rally. It's something that is, deflationary, bull markets and the like. How should I be looking at this Chinese market now?
Yeah, I think especially for the onshore Asian markets, it looks much like it's catching up. Because, as we all know, for the Hong Kong H shares, this year actually has been, performed very well. But A shares is just catching up recently. And, especially for over the past few weeks, of course, for A shares, it's pretty sharp jump. And a lot of people saying it's actually getting ahead of fundamentals, because when we look at especially economic data is actually slowing rather than we're seeing any good rebound. But I think as long as especially when the economy is slowing, that actually raise people's expectation, especially on more stimulus or supportive policies measures. Yeah.
So what do you make of the valuation right now? Is it still within the fair range of I wouldn't say projections, but fair range given the current underlying economic conditions?
Yeah, I think especially for Asia markets, I think it's just started. So in terms of valuations, and it's not really that stretched. And of course, we need to see earnings. If earnings could continue to improve, that will help. In terms of valuations, I think for the recent earnings, results so far, especially for the Asia market, is not really that fantastic, and that's why we are seeing this is more like a valuation re-ratings rather than there's earnings catching up. But if we are going to see more domestic stimulus measure, especially for now, as we all know, China is engaged in the anti-inflation campaign. So I think it's reasonably to hope, to see maybe more measures especially to support the domestic demand, and that may continue to help, especially for all the anti-inflation. It also ending price wars and hopefully helping valuation margin, right? So that may help earnings going forward, and that could, of course, help the valuations. But comparatively speaking, especially when we compare the U.S. is really more expensive. So for China A shares or H shares, I think relatively speaking, they're still reasonable in terms of valuations.
Yeah, despite this sort of dichotomy of, the economic fundamentals, the earnings is not quite there to match this rally. There's still plenty of thematic plays, right? As you mentioned, anti-involution. Is that why you think there's still so much interest in this market, right? Whether it's anti-involution, whether it's biotech, that keeps, and AI that seems to be underpinning this rally.
Yeah, I think, especially I think recently, yesterday, China announced some property measures for Shanghai easing, and actually this is 2 weeks after Beijing's very similar measures, and that actually raised hopes for more measures to support the property sectors, and of course, as we mentioned, the anti-involution campaigns. And once they have the campaigns, people saying this is actually the supply side structural reform 2.0. Yeah. So I think they're doing something, but I think people are waiting or with the hopes that they're going to do more, because when we look at all the facts, especially on the consumptions, side, more need to be done. But at the same time, I think there is actually still a lot of money on the sidelines. As we all know, like savings actually is huge in China. So, especially, with the recent performance in the Asia market, which is like picking up, there could be like more retail investors like chasing, jumping in again,
Our producer Anthony actually just flagged to your point this note from Western Securities. 14 trillion in deposits might actually continue to provide that liquidity that this market seems to need, and seems to be the only thing this market needs. Let's put it that way for now. What's your view on macro? There's a Fed conversation, 25 basis point cut. Do we expect? Well, can we position for further cuts ahead? Is it a weaker dollar? How are we set up going into the last 4 months?
Yeah, I think like in September, like 25 basis point cut is almost like a done deal. But we still have like the PCE inflation numbers upcoming, and also the non-farm payrolls, and that's the key macro numbers that we need to be closely watched. And I think like 25 basis point cut is almost like fully priced in. I think the market will look for, like, if it's really a very weak job data, then the market may start to bet on like it's not 25 but 50 basis point. That's chance like that. Right. Yeah.
What's the advice to clients now? I'm taking a look at, it's a down day today. Do I still add to risk?
Yeah, we actually think that especially like August and September is usually seasonality speaking, that's weaker months, and that actually also provide very good opportunities to add, because usually for the fourth quarter we have a good good rally, especially like year-end rally. So any weaknesses that happen in coming weeks, September's, we think that could be like very good adding opportunities, because the Fed is cutting, liquidity is still very abundant, and there is a lot of like cash on the sidelines. For example, like money market funds AUMs over 7 trillion. So if people started to see the deposit rate or the interest rate is going down, they have to find better channels, right? And then like for bonds and also for like equities, of course, the potential returns could be higher. Yeah. So we're actually thinking there could be like a shift, like from cash to could be bonds, could be equities. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great time there. Chief Investment Advisor at BNP Paribas Wealth Management here in in Hong Kong. Going into the open today, we're looking at declines half of 1% on the Hang Seng Index. Among the movers we'll talk about on the other side of this break, Haidilao down about 3%, getting tossed into hot water after lukewarm earnings coming through. More on that and more, plenty more ahead.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example, iconic. Or a gift to a friend, iconic. A little something for breakfast, iconic. When we aim high, when we go deep, when we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again. When we search for something, and when we find it. When we triumph, even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving, when we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
All right, we're taking a look at when it comes to macro side of things here, just given the removal of Lisa Cook by the president here this morning. So we are seeing U.S. futures are down. Dollar is also down. That seems to be the knee-jerk reaction that we're seeing so far here as well. And Asia is also seeing a bit of a pullback when it comes to stocks here this morning.
Yeah, we're not getting the anchor that we did yesterday coming out of the fix. So in fact, not a big change as far as that was concerned. So we are looking at, we were looking at Haidilao. Are we looking at Haidilao? I guess we could do it later, but that's a glimpse of what we'll talk about later, I guess. Half of 1% to the downside. Southbound flow is very interesting. We'll unpack this a bit later on, but the turnover you're seeing onshore plus the negative, the net selling that we had over the Stock Connect southbound.
तो गाइस ये क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ है. देखो ये बनाने वाला है यहाँ पर एक एम पैटर्न काइंड ऑफ फॉर्मेशन. ठीक है, तो इस लेवल पे अब यहाँ पर बाइंग का वॉल्यूम भी इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा एक्चुअली में. तो इस लेवल पे ना थोड़ा अवॉइड ही करना. मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये थोड़ा सा नीचे डिप मार सकता है अब नीचे वाले लेवल पे. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि यहाँ पर रुकेगा नहीं, बट जिस तरह से यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है वेरी हाई चांसेस कि नीचे वाले सपोर्ट एरिया को भी हिट कर जाए. समझ रहे हो ना? तो वो थोड़ा सा हमारे लिए सही नहीं रहेगा. तो कोशिश करेंगे नीचे वाले से लेवल से ही लें. अब यहाँ पर छोड़ ही देते हैं. हो सकता है रुक जाए यहाँ पर, बट अब थोड़ा सा रिस्की हो गया यहाँ पर बाई करना. थोड़ा सा मैं इसलिए बोला था कि थोड़ा फास्ट आ जाता ना यहाँ पर, ऐसे आ जाता. जितना लेट आएगा उतना ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं कि वो लेवल शायद होल्ड ही ना करे. तो नीचे वाले लेवल से ट्राई करना. इस वाले लेवल को छोड़ दो. बेटर है थोड़ा सा नीचे ही आ जाए, इस लेवल से उड़ा दो फिर ऊपर को 1:4 के लिए.
So yep, here we go. We will wait.
और नेचुरल गैस मैंने बता दिया. ओवरऑल तो ये साइडवेज ही रहा है आज दिन भर. ओवरऑल 6.7 पॉइंट की रेंज में ही है. एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस देखोगे थोड़ा अपर लेवल पे है. एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे भी नहीं आया, नहीं तो यहाँ से बाइंग ही कर लेते हैं. तो अभी के लिए तो साइडवेज ही है. एक लेवल लगाया है यहाँ पर, ये कोई एग्जैक्ट रही है, कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, बट मैंने लगाया जरूर है. तो यहाँ पर थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी में ट्राई कर सकते हैं. ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इस ट्रेड में. ठीक है, और एसएल जाएगा तो निकल भी जाना, होल्ड नहीं करना है.
I mean, take a look when it comes to this, right? So another listing to add to the mix here for Hong Kong Exchange. So certainly is a good day, despite all the kind of crosswinds that we're seeing in this market, right? As you mentioned, signs of overheating. You talk about trade war escalating there a little bit here. And of course, the removal of Lisa Cook by President Trump. And we're still doing pretty well for Shuangdeng Group, the battery maker in China. So certainly a good debut there. The rest of the market is looking like this here right now. So we are seeing a bit of retreat right now, but this is after what was a pretty robust rally yesterday, right? You talk about the 2% gains in the CSI 300. There you go, that line there. Turnover in the onshore market topped 3 trillion RMB. That's the second highest on record. So it just goes to show, right? There is still a lot of liquidity in the system here right now to keep this rally going. But then again, today we are hitting the pause button just a bit here, maybe a bit of a breather here right now. That's why perhaps we're seeing a little bit of a buy in the 30-year yield, so maybe a little bit into the bond space, but not too much right now. We're watching, of course, very closely what happens to the renminbi. So we are getting on track to now getting to the strongest since November for that currency, just given the dollar moves we've seen, whether it's with Fed, Jay Powell, what he said at Jackson Hole, and then, of course, the Trump lines here this morning on Lisa Cook. So there you go. The property space was a big one yesterday on the back of Shanghai easing some of these home buying curbs. So there is a lot of speculation out there right now that perhaps maybe more cities in tier 1 cities are going to join in. Maybe Shenzhen is next. If that's the case, are we likely to see more stimulus in the property side of things? The property space, I've been heard, is not actually doing too much, but some of these companies were actually limit up yesterday here as well. So you take a look at how Hong Kong is doing here. We are seeing a bit of a pullback. We're around that 25,700 level here this morning. But yes, HSBC, I think, was the latest just yesterday, upgrading their year-end targets for CSI 300 in particular, as well as in Shenzhen. They're saying, look, the liquidity side of things can continue for some time now, and they are focusing on those big mega themes that we've been talking about, AI and the like. Right now, we're seeing HS Tech is the biggest drag here. We're down about 1% here. So what is the biggest drag? It's the Babas, it's the Baidus here this morning as well. We're watching some of the earnings that are crossing through here today as well, particularly when it comes to Haidi Lao. So there's an NDRC meeting. So there were companies that did meet with the NDRC, and they were talking about fair competition, so how to expand demand. So this whole anti-involution theme seems to be making way for some of these companies. Not a whole lot of price movement on some of these stocks as well. But then earnings is still going to be a big driver, too, today of some of the price action today. Talk about Haidi Lao. So there's a lot of competition. Obviously, people are not really dining out as much. Maybe that's also part of the whole consumption story. And so gross margins were definitely taking a hit and was a bit disappointed by the sell side. And really, there's still a lot of competition, right? So there you go. 6% down for Haidi Lao. Watching Luxshare, Precision, Lens Tech, and Shenzhen Innovents also did report as well, Dave. But you've been talking about some of these darlings in the market here right now. And yeah, some of them, of course, we talk about the tech space, but there are, some names now that we are kind of emerging, right? I think Cambricon, we got to add that to our vocabulary now.
Yeah. This is something for, you didn't know what the stock was doing before, right? You didn't even know about this company, right? Okay, so here's a quick intro in a moment. But yeah, to Yvonne's point, right, suddenly we're looking at, a stock, a name like Cambricon, for example, and just into the close yesterday, again, 14-day RSI, the 10 hottest stocks based on momentum. You just go through the list, 92 on one, and then you go through the list. This is on the CSI 300 as of the close yesterday, right? So chasing whether that's limit up or simply just pivot back to, is this an NVIDIA play if you think about it, or not an NVIDIA play, the opposite of that? Now, closer look. So how much is this stock worth? How much has it gone up? What's the latest catalyst? And I think the Goldman call yesterday, which came out, and I think the price target for the stock, change the page, please. No, not this one. There's another one. This is Pinduoduo, which came out with earnings. Do we have that? Thank you so much. Okay. So, on your bingo card last year, 550% on this name over 12 months. Goldman then raised their price target to 1,800. The consensus, by the way, among four, including Goldman, is just north of 1,000. It's just trading at a current PE of 4,500. But if you extrapolate earnings further, that goes down to 424 at the end of this year, and then goes down even further if you look 12 months ahead from today to 292. So I don't know, is stock expensive or is this still a momentum play? Anyway, you can make that distinction.
Yeah, they basically lifted it by 50%, Goldman. Just talking overall, just the R&D investment side of things, the back of rising CapEx among some of these cloud providers in China. So certainly that is still that AI theme that is still happening here. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think you meant some of these Star 50 ETFs, right? The premium on them basically shot up
at a record
yesterday because of names like Cambricon.
Yeah, I think 6.2% was the premium on that specific stock. Plus, of course, the other thing, turnover, southbound, I think we can get to that later. PDD, of course, which was a company and a market cap that I think at one point, I forget when it was, that we were comparing this to Alibaba, weren't we?
At some point, when the whole Temu sort of craze, happened, certainly that was one thing. And people were kind of fearing this was going to be a weak set of earnings, but they still did okay, right? So the U.S. listed shares, or the ADRs, they actually closed higher after we did see better than expected second quarter earnings. So China wrapping up stimulus to try to galvanize consumers. You also have, what's been going on with U.S. tariffs, which, certainly did hit the company in some ways. So Bloomberg Intelligence believes that early signs suggest profitability may remain resilient there. Let's bring in our senior consumer and technology analyst, Catherine Lim. She joins us now. How sustainable is this sort of profitability at PDD when you start to see gross margins have fallen to record lows, Catherine?
Right. You know, it is interesting that repeatedly the company highlighted that, you know, the trajectory for the profitability and the margins, there's a lot of uncertainties to that. And I think it really comes back down to the business model is evolving for PDD and Thermo. It's great that the company actually beat for the first time in 4 quarters on the earnings front. But really, I think the expectations are just so low, Yvonne. And, you know, right now, I think the trajectory, right, we'll have to actually see how the company progressed in new markets. And we've actually seen some of the news flow coming through that, you know, the LATAM markets, whether it's Mexico, etc., they're trying to actually clamp down on de minimis or low-value items too. So lots going on outside of China. And I think, you know, that's the million-dollar question. We'll have to see how the company deliver over the next few quarters.
Well, is this deliberately on the part of, you know, should investors look at this as a deliberate strategy long term?
Right. Good question, David. Really, I think the company is out to support the Chinese suppliers that's actually selling on its platform itself. And there's this whole big push to actually help these Chinese suppliers go overseas, you know, create more businesses, you know, draw in more customers. So I do think that, you know, the margins going forward will not hit historical highs, but rather it's now a question of what is the new normal for PDD.
Can you tell us more about, you know, by subsidizing suppliers, there's this kind of 100 billion renminbi support program. I mean, it seems like the company is really shouldering some of these higher logistics and fulfillment costs as well. Does this model risk permanently compressing their margins?
Right, Yvonne, you know what? You're going to actually hear more from Meituan and Alibaba this week itself, that they themselves are throwing in the subsidies and the support for merchants on their platforms. And, you know, along with perks for shoppers, we're talking about both in China as well as overseas. So, you know, this is not unique to PDD. Again, you know, there is a big push for businesses and consumption to for that engine to continue in China. So I do think that, you know, this is the effects of that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Catherine Lim, our senior analyst over in Singapore for us there. We've alluded to this, and it's certainly one broader theme we'll track today, right? Flows between the two, and certainly the proxies for what those flows look like. So number one is obviously turnover. We've been obsessing over that, 3.3 yesterday. Net selling over the Stock Connect yesterday, AH premium has dropped to about 25%. And this was the other one that Yvonne was pointing out earlier. The Starboard ETF premium, because of the likes of some of the A shares listed there, are actually now at a record of about 6.2%. Right, so how do you play this market? Where do you make the money? Eric Wong, CIO of Still Points Investments, joins us here on set. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
So what have you guys been busy with? What is taking up most of your mind space these days?
Well, we're certainly watching those southbound flows that you mentioned. But beyond that, the consumer spending shifts, as well as what you mentioned earlier about the AI spending, maybe not around CanberCon, but some of the other stocks that we're excited about continue to keep us busy and very excited about the opportunities.
Yeah, how do you still play that? If it's not CanberCon, what is the sort of play around AI now?
Well, when we think about it, the Chinese hyperscalers like ByteDance, Tencent, Alibaba, they are unleashing a surge in CapEx, and much of that is going to AI infrastructure, like data centers. And so what we're seeing is that this CapEx broadly for the whole group is going to go up more than 60% this year. And at the same time, you have these Chinese data center operators like GDS, like VNet, that are trading at 12 to 13 times EV to EBITDA. We're not talking about 4,000 times PE ratios.
Oh, that helps, actually.
But 12 to 13 times EV to EBITDA, while their global peers are trading at more than 20 times. At the same time, these Chinese data center operators are actually spinning out their domestic assets in the A-share REIT space at EV/EBITDA multiples of 18 plus. So when we think about the EBITDA growth momentum and we think about the re-rating opportunity, we get very excited about this space from a thematic perspective.
And, you know, are gems like this, for example, valuation gems, still easy to find in this market, given how far it's rallied? Just to help us understand where you are.
Well,
now.
when we think about what the market looked like in August of 2024, right? These gems were lying around everywhere.
Okay.
Now they're still there. You just have to look harder, and I think it's much more of a stock picker's market than a beta market at this point.
Okay, AI is certainly one. You look at new consumption. I mean, that's certainly very hot as well. Are there places that are not crowded in this whole kind of theme now?
Well, the answer is yes and no, right? I mean, as we've seen with new consumption this year, consumption spending is relatively conservative, it's subdued, but we're also seeing a lot of spending shifting towards what we call the happiness economy. Collectibles, experiences, self-expression. And you could say stocks like PopMart, which are, you could argue that it's crowded, right, are actually tapping into the zeitgeist of this and able to deliver rapid growth that is much faster than general consumption in China, right? And these stocks, they look to be expensive, but our view is that the growth from a revenue and an earnings perspective more than justifies that premium. So it's really not about how much these consumers are spending, but where that cash is going. Now, you ask about whether these are crowded or not.
Yeah.
Our view is that a name like PopMart is very well known at this point, right? But this type of spending in the consumer space continues, and it's thriving, and there are small stocks out there in the A space that benefit from this rapid shift towards the happiness economy.
And what criteria would you use
to make it happy?
Yeah. Apart from making you happy, because there are lots of things that make you happy that get you into trouble. But let's look at it from a stock perspective, right? How do I spot the next PopMart?
Yeah.
Well, we spend a lot of time observing what's happening on social media,
Okay.
heat indexes around certain product launches, and those oftentimes give us a lay of the land in terms of what might be rising, in terms of consumer interest, and what might be picking up in terms of the heat index on social media. And so those are ways that we try to suss out some of these
Like
opportunities.
what? Can you give me an example of what's the next Labubu that everyone's...
Well, it's so interesting. Everyone's talking about Labubu with PopMart, but if you look at the domestic sales of PopMart and how their IP is broken down this year, actually the Monster series, to which Labubu belongs, is not the most dominant IP. It's actually Demu, right? And so even within the PopMart IP portfolio, there are emerging ideas and IP there that we think could be potentially the next big thing.
And, we're not, because these are by virtue new consumption names. If you think about it, new product categories, right? How visible are it? We're not used to trying to extrapolate these businesses 2-3 years down the road, right? There was concern around how visible are earnings for just PopMart as an example.
How do you separate this from just being some sort of fad?
Yeah.
Our view is that, to be totally honest, many of these are fads. And how do we separate out which ones are more sustainable and which ones are just one-time fads? To the extent that a business can actually build a platform where they can use consumer feedback to drive the next exciting IP, that becomes a flywheel that can become more sustainable. And there are some businesses in this space that are able to do that, and some that are still trying to build it, and some that we believe probably are just a quick fad and then on to the next thing.
Right. And, a lot of these names have been looped into this general category of affordable luxury.
Yep.
And I wonder, as you look for these stocks, do they need to not be in the high price point categories?
Like a Laopu Gold.
Like a Laopu Gold.
That focuses a bit on,
Well, I mean, luxury itself is probably not benefiting from the consumption environment that we're seeing.
Right.
But specifically on Laopu, for example, beyond just the fact that you're buying a piece of jewelry for a high price, you're able to buy gold, which also has some storage value. And at the same time, you might be trading down from a European luxury brand to buy Laopu.
Yeah.
So it's all relative in terms of how people look at these price points.
It's a haven play and a luxury.
Yeah, and if someone breaks up with you, right, that's the downgrade, right? I'm downgrading you from just to mention, this is, it used to be Bulgaria, but now here
But I would argue it's also aspiring for some that weren't buying it before.
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah. I'm just using your trading down.
Cuts both ways.
I was looking, there's an overlap between people that buy into LVs and the Richemonts of the world with Laopu Gold. That sort of Venn diagram is getting bigger and bigger now.
Interesting.
But interesting. I want to ask one more question. Precision manufacturing.
Yes.
That's also a theme you're watching out for. Why?
Yes. Well, on the face of it, tariffs are actually headwinds. But there are a small group of companies that are actually making these tariffs their tailwinds. right? From a logical perspective, these tariffs are actually placing pressure on manufacturers in China. But there are some companies that are actually poised to benefit and take advantage of these geopolitical tensions because they're actually helping the U.S. expand their manufacturing capacity. And despite this advantage that they have, many of these stocks are still trading at single-digit PE multiples and near double-digit free cash flow yields. So this gap between market perception and business reality for this small group of companies is very exciting for us.
Final question for you. I think your fund is up 36% year to date. Just fair disclosure, you own most of these themes that you just talked about?
In our portfolio, these themes are quite present and continue to be excited about them.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. Yeah.
Great to have you. Eric Wong there, CIO of Still Point Investments. Coming up, Shanghai relaxes housing curves with media reports saying Shenzhen may be next. We have details on those moves just ahead. This is Bloomberg.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth? And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility? With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Watching some of these property names, they were pretty hot yesterday on the back of this news of Shanghai easing home buying rules. We've come off that a little bit here today. So the likes of Shimo property is down some 5%. So let's get more on, of course, what could be next, right? Local reports are saying maybe the southern tech hub of Shenzhen could follow suit with more easing of curbs. Let's cross over to Beijing and our China correspondent, Min Lo. Shanghai, they're talking about now eligible residents can purchase unlimited homes in suburban areas. How new is this?
Yes, I wouldn't say that it's very new because among all the first-tier cities, Guangzhou was the first to loosen all purchasing restrictions, meaning you can buy unlimited homes throughout the whole city. But then since then, we had seen Beijing started to loosen restrictions in August, and now Shanghai is following suit. What Shanghai is doing is to allow eligible residents to buy unlimited homes in the suburban areas. In the urban areas, eligible residents, including those that have paid pension for at least 3 years, they can buy new homes now, not just second-hand homes. So this would go some way to destock the excess housing inventory in Shanghai, because an estimated 80% of their unsold homes are in the suburban areas. So Shenzhen might be the last to follow among the first-tier cities. We had also seen some second-tier cities already loosening these purchase restrictions as well.
Yeah, and Min, on top of this, there's also some more measures to support things like taking out a mortgage or dealing with the tax burden of purchasing big property. Walk us through what the latest is here.
Yeah, what I would say is unique to Shanghai that Beijing hasn't done is that it is explicitly removing the differences between the mortgage rates for first and second-hand homes. So last year we did see the PBOC removing the distinction for down payment ratios for first and second homes, but this time Shanghai is removing the differences for the mortgage rates. And on top of that, they are also now allowing the use of these housing provident funds. People can now tap into that to pay for their down payments for their house. So the housing provident fund is something that people pay into that can help them support their home purchases. But in the past, there had been a lot of restrictions, right? You can't tap into it for the down payment ratio. There are restrictions based on how much you contribute to it, based on your marital status as well. But this time, Shanghai is also increasing the quota of those funds by 15%. You can use those funds to pay for your housing, and that fund offers lower interest rates compared to a regular mortgage mortgage you take out from the bank, generally about 45 basis points lower. So nationally, we are already seeing a lot of places also loosening restrictions. So more people are using that fund to buy their homes instead of taking out mortgages. So again, Shanghai is doing this. We are starting to see the Securities Time reporting that other localities like Suzhou are also looking into it as well. And generally, there is anticipation that given what Shanghai is doing, it's also loosening the property tax rules. For example, your first home will be exempted from taxes, your second home as well, up to a certain 60 square meters or so will be exempted from taxes. Given all of that, we might see other cities continue to follow suit as well.
Min, thank you so much. Min Lo, our China correspondent there at the capital in Beijing for us. Looking at markets, bulls are taking a break, and so will we. But we'll be back, and hopefully they will too. This is Bloomberg. Okay, just a look at markets right now. We're looking at rare earths. I mean, the news flow does suggest perhaps, or does give a reason behind the declines, but then again, you have to also consider the move up in markets even without the news alone. Maybe this is what we would have gotten anyway, as far as rare earths are concerned. Just speaking of that as well, one group that's moving against the grain today is really the gaming stocks here, and as you can see, with the exception of Tencent, which is, by the way, doing well, relatively speaking, to the rest of the market. Gaming approval signaling decent support there. Lisa Cook, the conversation there, dollar. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the China Show. Here's a look at the CSI 300 a half hour into the session. And yeah, we are taking a bit of a breather in this rally here today. We are slightly to the downside, about a third of 1%. So it's marginally lower here. The rest of the market's obviously been dealing with a lot of news externally, whether it's President Trump, his move to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor also threatening more tariffs to like. So certainly things are picking up again when it comes to news.
Yeah, suddenly
to say the least.
We needed to throw our rundown out, most of it at least, going into the open today. What has remained consistent, though, is we're still tracking what was a rally and has now been a cooling of a broader pullback across risk assets right now. On the CSI 300, as you can see on your screens, we're down 0.4 of 1%. I'm just looking at turnover very quickly here, just to give you a sense of how heavy things are in the first 30 minutes of trade. And guess what? Again, here we go, nearing 900 billion renminbi in turnover. 3.3 trillion was the full day figure yesterday. So again, very, very busy trading so far. The big names on your screens coming up shortly are some of the big names that we have been tracking going into the session today, and certainly just goes to show like the massive rally we've seen in many of these names. Cambricon Tech is really one stock that we've been tracking only very recently. I can guarantee many of you have not heard about the stock up until this week. We're down 4% on the stock itself. Hua Hong Semi's unchanged. Vanco limit up, I believe, yesterday. If not close to that, we're down about 3% as far as A shares go. Right, the broader read across the Fed conversation with Donald Trump moving to fire Lisa Cook. S&P futures are down, maybe not because purely of that. There's also the tariff story to tell you about, but I can certainly tell you the dollar and rates have been really more a function of that story, with the dollar weaker. And as you can see, the 2s and 10s curve right now at the steepest, going back, I believe, 4 months at 59 basis points above zero.
All right. Certainly that's a lot to talk about here and unpack, right? Because obviously we have to talk about, whether there was cause in all of this, of course, to this move to fire Lisa Cook, but also what does this mean for when it comes to the dynamics within this FOMC board now, where, if Trump succeeds, we're talking about 4 governors potentially that are going to be aligning with his view, whether it's going to be a question of Fed independence, that's still kind of up in the air, right? Yeah,
but the economy also kind of needs to cooperate, I guess, with any stronger case to cut, right? So there's a really good quote right now in the Bloomberg story that talks about now the dust has settled from Jackson Hole. If you think about it, nothing really has changed because the Fed will still be dependent on these 2 upcoming reports, at least 2, right? So is there a hot enough number the jobs report that makes them change their mind.
Yeah.
As far as the Fed cut is concerned, or you push it back to October, right?
Yeah. Let's talk a little more about that. Let's bring in our MLI strategist, Mark Cranfield. He joins us now. So we've seen a barrage of news, Mark, really everything from tariffs reemerging and the threat of that once again to the removal of Lisa Cook by the president. Tell us what you think is really going on right now across these sort of markets.
I think what you're seeing is that traders are needing to price an even bigger risk premium for the US assets, which they feel will be most impacted by moves by President Trump or by the White House, the US administration in general. So the US dollar, the Treasury yield curve are certainly the ones that will be in the forefront of any action in that respect. So there was already some concern that the frequency of talking by outside voices to try and influence the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, that was becoming more prominent already. Now they've gone even a step further. They're trying to oust a Fed governor, and investors are probably thinking to themselves, where will this end? Where do we go? How many Fed governors are in line here at risk? And what does it mean for policy? So all of those things undermine confidence in the independence of the central bank. I'm sure you've been discussing that a lot already. But you need to reflect that in some price action. So the places where assets most at risk, the US dollar in general, especially against G10 currencies, you would expect to see the US dollar underperform there. And then probably against places where people take more care about their currency, such as China. They're doing a very good job of stabilizing and making the yuan relatively strong. So that would be an outperformer on the other side. Then there needs to be a discount for the long end of the US Treasury curve, because the more you try to influence US policy in the short term, when the data may not support lowering interest rates immediately. That was Jerome Powell, sounded dovish, but it was very nuanced. He was still saying that he's data dependent to a large degree. Well, if you try and enforce lower interest rates before the data really justifies it, that will be taken out in the long end of the curve. You'll get an even steeper curve than we're seeing at the moment. So those are the places where traders are building in the risk of more things going wrong in terms of the US assets. Then they've got the stock market, which is a slightly different beast. You've got to worry about Nvidia and earnings and those kind of things. But you put it all together, and investors clearly are going to start to weigh things up and say, do we want as much money in the US, or should we start moving it to Europe, to Asia, to places where, let's say, policy is a bit more transparent than it might be in the US?
Okay, well, Mark, let's put all those things together, right? So on Fed pricing right now, I'm looking at let's call it 85% probability on Fed fund futures. Similar odds when you look at swaps of a cut in September. Now, you could make the argument that if they don't move in September, they'll simply move at the next meeting. But Mark, just tell me this: has anything changed though with the I wouldn't say full consensus, but the majority view there that the dollar will continue to still weaken from here?
It's pretty hard to see a convincing case for a rebound in the US dollar. When you just had at the weekend, Jerome Powell, it's going to be very hard to walk back the comments from Jerome Powell. He pretty much set up a September interest rate cut. There will be some disconnect among Fed speakers, but in general, he's got time to try and persuade them that, yes, they need this cut to give them some breathing space. So September is pretty much a done deal. That undermines the US dollar already. Then you've got, if you think of the spending increase in Europe, the fact that Japan is still heading towards an interest rate hike. BOJ Governor Ueda reinforced the moves over the weekend when he was in Jackson Hole. It wasn't an outright hawkish speech, but he's certainly nudging sentiment in the direction to say that the Bank of Japan is getting closer to the next hike, probably in October. That will support the yen and steepen the yield curve in Japan as well. So those things are all working. Plus, you've got Asian currencies are getting more support because of the money flows into relatively undervalued markets here in Asia. So it's very hard to make a case for the US dollar to make a serious rebound in the near term at least. And that probably takes us through pretty much close to the end of the year.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much. Mark Cranfield, out of our MLive team in Singapore for us. Let's get more insights really on not just what this means for Fed policy, what this means for the lineup of Fed governors, what this means for the path of the dollar. Is there a case actually for a cut in September? Bill Lee is with us right now, Milken Institute Chief Economist and Executive Director, is with us right now. Bill, good morning from the Asia Pacific. Thank you so much, and I know we dragged you into the show very last minute, so appreciate the time, sir. You were formerly at the Fed. What do you think is going on as far as Fed staffers are concerned now?
Well, the surprising part of the story is that Lisa Cook herself didn't resign. The history of the Fed staff and all the governors and presidents who have served at the Fed Reserve as on the FOMC have always been held to a very high standard. We're all told you cannot do anything that would even look or smell of something wrong, regardless of whether it is wrong or not. We have examples, for example, with Rich Clarida, the former vice chair of the Fed, who resigned because he was doing some portfolio adjustments that were pre-programmed. That is, he already told everybody he was going to do it. And apparently the disclosure wasn't complete. He omitted one or two transactions. And that was enough to cause some sense of uncertainty about whether he was doing something wrong. And he voluntarily resigned. Robert Kaplan also has some stock transactions that he didn't fully disclose. And there again, he resigned. There was nothing wrong with anything these guys did. But nevertheless, anything that besmirches or potentially besmirches the reputation of the Federal Reserve and its integrity of the staff is something that the staff takes very seriously. And they all tend to fall on the knife rather than to cause any kind of harm to the Fed's reputation. And Eric Rosengren, the Boston Fed president, also had some real estate transactions that supposedly were behind his retiring. So there are lots of examples of very high-profile individuals that themselves took upon themselves to resign rather than to bring any hint of scandal to the Fed.
Sure, Bill. But what's the intention with what the president is doing? Do you think that it's in some ways Trump trying to control the Fed? And it seems like those concerns are really kind of bubbling up now.
Well, I think President Trump has always been concerned that the Federal Reserve just is not lowering interest rates quickly enough, although he also probably knows that it's the long-term rates that matter, and the deficit has more of an influence on the long-term rates than the Fed does. But nevertheless, the general atmosphere of lowering rates is something that he wanted to put in place, and the FOMC wanted to put in place. The issue is timing. But right now, with all of the commotions of Chair Powell being too late, Chair Powell already put that aside by saying we're ready to move. So there's really no reason for President Trump to just fire Lisa Cook just to get his way by appointing more members of the FOMC that are more dovish than hawkish. So I think this particular case of Lisa Cook really surrounds the integrity of the Fed's staff reputation and the Fed governors being squeakier clean than clean kind of atmosphere that he apparently wants to maintain.
Right. So, Bill, let's follow that specific sort of thought exercise now. Do you think there is a case to cut, not just once, by the way, to cut successive times?
Oh, David, I mean, I've been saying that we could easily go 50 basis points at the last meeting. And the Fed's new operating procedures, right, for the next 5 years, the new policy framework, they were very clear to say that inflation expectations are the most important thing to maintain and to anchor. And we will let inflation as reported go up, say because of tariffs, or we can let the unemployment rate go up because we recognize that circumstances change what is normally considered the equilibrium level of unemployment. The natural rate has always been like between 4 and 4.5%. But Chair Powell said because of the changes in immigration laws and the changes in the productivity of labor and the demand for labor, the demand and supply are highly uncertain right now. So he's looking at a whole bunch of indicators. And that's what's going to make Fed watchers a very hard job going into the future because the new policy framework gives the Fed a lot of flexibility. They got rid of the inflation, the average inflation targeting regime, which is, will keep things higher than average. If things are below average, if they were above average, you have to keep these lower. And that's kind of a wishy-washy kind of way, which always was doomed to failure. And now they're much more specific. They say, look, we have full employment and price stability, and we're going to get there. And we're going to do whatever it takes to get there.
On inflation, though, what we heard from Jay Powell at Jackson Hole was that it might be it's not all at once, right? Because given what we've been seeing with tariffs and the like, that this looks like it to be something that is very slow moving, but maybe more persistent Does that in any way change how they look at whether or not to cut interest rates or not? Because right now it seems like we're not seeing the data, but it could be something that comes in waves.
The key is to keep an eye on those inflation expectations, and not just surveys, but the break-evens as measured in the financial markets. If those start to rise, then that will cause concern. But even if we have waves of tariff-related price increases, Chair Powell has made the brave move of saying, once again, I think those are going to be transitory. and we're willing to move policy in advance of what we see developing with tariffs because we're concerned about the labor market weakening, even though the unemployment rate itself isn't moving. So that's an example of the new framework at work that gives the chair and the FOMC more flexibility to make the right decision, even if the traditional indicators are not all there. So I think even though, as you say, the tariff price increases will take a while to kick in, he's convinced enough that it will not lead to a dislodging of inflation expectations. And that, again, is you can get a daily reading of that or an hourly reading of that by looking at the break-evens in the treasury market or the swaps or however you want to calculate that.
Bill, do you think Jay Powell's job is safer now?
I think it's unlikely that he'll be firing Powell because there's really no cause. And now there's no reason because Powell already said we're ready to move. And if the next set of data on inflation are really hotter than what people expect, then it'll be 25 basis points. If it's cooler and we have some weak payroll numbers, it may well be a 50 basis point cut, which I would vote for if I run the FOMC.
Right. Bill, just one last question for you, sir. If the jobs number comes in not extremely hot, but a solid jobs report, do you think there's a case for the Fed to hold? And do you think if the Fed holds, that in some way underscores their independence?
I think the one thing that we've learned now is you don't let any one data point push you around. You cannot make a decision based on one data point. Based on the data we have so far and the likely number that comes in at the beginning of the month, the Fed will move. So I think and given the lack of certainty and data revisions associated with payrolls, no one number is going to be decisive. And if it was incredibly hot, like 150,000, 200,000, I would tend to dismiss that more than anything else. If it was 20,000 or negative 20,000, I would tend to dismiss that too, because again, the quality of the data are so poor. I cannot, and the Fed will never make a decision based on any one data point.
Bill, thank you. Bill Lee there, Milken Institute's chief economist and executive director, joining us from Henderson, Nevada there. Coming up, Fortescue CEO Dino Otranto joins us after their full-year profit narrows as China's property slowdown hits iron ore demand and prices. Look at the outlook. Coming up next, this is Bloomberg. All right, we're looking at Fortescue shares here this morning. We're down about 1.5%. The world's fourth largest iron ore miner says its full-year profit fell 41% due to lower prices as demand from China plateaus. Revenue and final dividend were also down compared to last year. And right now joining us is the Fortescue CEO, Dino Otranto from Perth. Dino, it's great to have you. Thanks so much for the time. Obviously, it's been a challenging year, whether it is scaling down your green hydrogen business into, obviously being hit by the lower prices of iron ore. Tell us what stood out to you.
Yeah, look, as you've called out, we have been impacted by a downside in the iron ore price on the full year. However, our underlying results that we announced today were exceptionally strong. Meeting guidance at the top end on both safety, production and costs, and at a price point of around $100. It's a really good price for us as a business. We also announced a dividend of 65%, right in the middle of our range, and we understand how important the stability and certainty of that dividend is, and that really underpins a lot of the decisions we're taking on our growth option portfolio.
Dino, you mentioned the magic number there, which is 100 on the price. And I wonder, given, I'm not sure how the best way to describe it, but some would call it weakness in the market, why do you think prices have remained fairly stable at a fairly elevated level?
Yeah, look, I mean, I heard the term weakness around the market in China, and I've heard it for a number of years now. I frequently visit China. I'm heading there this evening again, and every time I'm just in awe of the development that continues to go, really unwavered. What we're also seeing is a much more diversified and mature sector, really growing out of what drove iron ore demand, which was the property sector. You're seeing that somewhat plateau now, and it's being more than replaced by automotives. You're seeing the EV penetration in China, just phenomenal rates, and most recently the announcement of the mega dam project on the inner west of China, 3 times the size of the Three Gorges project, which we thought was the biggest project we'd ever see. 3 times will spur growth over the next 10 to 20 years for commodities like ours. And I think that really is the story around the price support that we're seeing in iron ore.
Dino, I have to ask you then, are you seeing, I know it's very early because that's a multi-year project, if not more than a decade, but are you already seeing a pickup in interest in your product because of that specific project? What are you seeing specifically, if any?
Look, I think it just talks to the general sentiment of the market, and I think when you get outside of China, there are more doom and gloom commentators around the iron ore market. When you get into China, we're still seeing our product suites flow. They're very liquid. They're enjoyed by our customers. Most recently, we had a roundtable hosted by our Prime Minister in Australia and the head of state, Premier Li in China, with mills and iron ore producers discussing the current business, but also the future business around greening the supply chain, which was very, very encouraging. And that's where mega projects like this enter into the arena.
So Dino, are you confident then that Beijing has the right policy settings and tools in place to really kind of boost demand in China?
Well, for me, it's not only future directed policy and regulation, but what we're seeing on the ground now. Last year alone, $1 trillion of investment in the energy transition. That's more than 400 gigawatts of solar, wind, battery, electrical infrastructure. All of that requires a lot of steel. And I can see that continuing now for the next 10 or 20 years as China commits and really doubles down on its peak carbon emissions. Many would say that it's already reached peak carbon emissions, and the downward trajectory over the next really generation that we certainly encouraged by the supply into that process for iron ore and some of the other businesses that we're involved with.
Yeah, Dino, I'm glad you underscore that, because from a demand perspective, that's really not as appreciated in the market, so thank you for doing that. They've also been tinkering with supply, this whole anti-involution campaign. We talk about it a lot here in shows on the consumer perspective, but, the steel mills, for example. I wonder, what you're hearing from your contacts in mainland China as far as steel capacity is concerned, and what's your outlook there?
Yeah, certainly a new word I've had to add to the vocabulary, anti-involution. Finally understand what it really means. But for us, from the demand side of the steel mills, you are seeing some structural reform, which is largely expected as the blast furnace enter now into the retirement phase and being replaced by electric arc furnace. Also a vision around China around moving some of those higher emitting polluters outside the country or further away from the mega cities of Shanghai and Beijing. On the supply side, I've always maintained the view that iron ore mines will get lower and lower in grade and smaller in sizes. So big projects like Simandou, our own project in Gabon, become more replacement in nature than adding more supply side pressure. So we believe that the market is quite well poised for largely a sustained price support model over the next 5 to 10 years. And that, like I said, that's a great price point for a company like ours.
And Dino, it seems like in the mining industry, there's a very big high capex environment right now. We've seen that with your peers like BHP, like Rio. They're spending when it comes for growth. Fortescue has been spending, but a lot of it has to do with your decarbonization plans. I'm just wondering, how much focus are you putting onto growth now?
Yeah, look, for our organisation, it's always been about growth. Certainly, the last 5 years, we've doubled down on many different growth options, really suited to the energy transition around the world. We have an extensive list of exploration options in copper. Also on the energy generation side, as you rightly point out, our investment has been focused here in Australia to decarbonise our terrestrial operations, real zero by 2030, to be the first industrial leader in that space. And we're doing it because we believe it's economic. And the market is certainly starting to indicate to us that they are demanding a lower carbon footprint product. Again, as evidenced by the decarbonisation roundtable we had in Shanghai with steel mills and iron ore producers.
There's been some, I guess, reports of people talking about some of the projects and delays with Belinga, this project that you have in Africa. Can you give us an update on how things are going there?
Yeah, so certainly our project in Belinga is not delayed whatsoever. We're most of the way now through a 3-year study commitment that we had with the government there. That consists of exploration and really defining how big this ore body is, and in parallel looking at the feasibility study of a rail and a port option in that part of the world. So absolutely not delayed. It's on track, meeting all our commitments, and we're getting increasingly excited about the potential of Mount Belinga. Maybe you talk to some of the public announcements we've made around Arizona and in Gladstone. What I'll add some colour on there is we really haven't changed our strategy around energy at all. What we have acknowledged, though, we went a bit early on the electrolyser manufacturing ability, and we've seen that really being taken over in a good way by China, driving the cost of electrolysers down. The environment in the US at the moment, as your program is rightfully calling out, isn't really conducive for that investment into green energy, so we're pausing that project. It still remains an option for us, in addition to many other options that we've created and cultivated over the years. And as those economic conditions in terms of the pricing profile, CapEx, government support in some of those countries come along, we'll pull the trigger.
Okay, so suffice to say it's shelved for now, but not completely.
I think those two projects, absolutely. We're doubling down on decarbonisation. Our green metals, green hydrogen project here in Western Australia is going full steam ahead. So I think those two in particular are on hold, and we'll pull the trigger as soon as the economic conditions prevail.
Thank you for clarifying that. Dino, final question for you, sir. You mentioned you're headed to China later today. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you guys were in China a few weeks back and secured this loan from Chinese banks. I'm curious, is that a deliberate move to diversify your funding sources away from, say, the U.S. debt market? What was the rationale behind that?
Look, it's actually surprised me we haven't done it earlier, to be honest. As most of our product goes into China, we have an RMB trading facility now. So it was really just a matter of time before the banks of China and our balance sheet were in a position to accommodate such a structure. And I think it's been called out as somewhat novel. It's been on the cards for some time for us. And the amount of interest we're getting from some of our competitors mean it's the right thing.
Yeah, not to mention, to your point, that borrowing costs that side of the world are probably on the lower side compared to elsewhere. Dina, do I take it then that you're open to more funding coming through from Chinese sources?
Yeah, look, we look at a diversified mix of lenders and financing options on our balance sheet. We are always open to land at 2% off the standard rate globally. Was a phenomenal result for the team.
All right, Dino, we're going to leave it there, but thank you so much for the time. Dino Otranto there, CEO at Fortescue, joining us live from Perth here this morning. We got some breaking news when it comes to Danantara. Of course, this is the newly established sovereign wealth fund in Indonesia. So it looks like they are sounding out investors on a plan to raise about 50 trillion rupiah. That's about $3.1 billion US in bonds from these so-called Patriot bonds, and the yields that they're quoting to people familiar with the matter are below market. So they're issuing or seeking to issue 5 to 7 year parts at 25 trillion rupiah each starting on October 1st. And that could carry a 2% coupon, according to our sources there. So that is going to be the latest there. We'll get you more details coming through once we have more. Back to our top story now. President Trump is moving to remove Fed's Lisa Cook, but Bloomberg Intelligence thinks she is likely to challenge her removal. Now, this is interesting. This is from our litigation team, right? So what they're is saying that there could be some kind of legal challenges moving forward, right? So this is their thesis. The path for Trump to control the Federal Open Market Committee is not easy. The Federal Reserve Act requires cause to oust Fed governors, and determining if that standard was met likely requires lengthy litigation with an uncertain outcome. Though a Trump win could influence the FOMC's makeup, as the FRB must approve in February 2026 the reappointment of Reserve Bank presidents who rotate onto the committee. We doubt a Cook suit would be resolved by then.
Yeah, but it also goes. So this is the initial reaction coming through from, as Ivana's pointing out, our Bloomberg Intelligence litigation team, of course. The spin, I guess, which I think Billy from Milken mentioned earlier on, that there is a case anyway to cut interest rates, right? So what surprised him is really more
news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Fed Governor Lisa Cook plans to sue the Trump administration, challenging President Trump's attempt to fire her from the Fed's Board of Governors. Her attorney, Abby Lowell, released a statement saying that President Trump just doesn't have that authority. Cook has already said she's not stepping down. President Trump's move is a dramatic escalation in his battle for more control over the U.S. central bank. It's unnerved investors. Former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd tells Bloomberg Surveillance this can have an impact on other board members, too.
There is nobody in the Federal Open Markets Committee, the monetary policy setting committee, that can't be thinking, well, what does this mean for me?
You can watch the full conversation with former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd on YouTube on the Bloomberg Podcasts channel. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says that Trump's move to fire Fed Governor Cook presents a real assault on Fed independence.
There's been a reason why we've been moving in the direction of greater central bank independence over the last 4 decades across the world, because central banks that have independence in terms of how they conduct monetary policy to achieve the objectives set for them by Congress and the administration do a better job in controlling inflation.
Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance, and Trump's move to oust Fed Governor Cook pushed long-dated U.S. Treasuries lower. The dollar fell, too. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is now 0.1% higher. NASDAQ 0.2% higher. The Dow is flat. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.26%, the 2-year yield at 3.68%, the 30-year yield now at 4.91%, and the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is down 0.3%. Americans' view on the U.S. economy declined in August, with anxiety over jobs rising for the 8th consecutive month. The Conference Board's gauge of sentiment decreased to 97.4 from an upward revision a month earlier. Senior economist Stephanie Gouchard at the Conference Board says there are a couple of interesting trends to watch.
One of them is consumers' views about the current situation on the labor market has been deteriorating. Overall, it's telling us that consumers are thinking that jobs are getting harder to get, that there are fewer jobs available. The other thing that's interesting, if we look at inflation expectations, we saw a slight rebound, which is also associated with persisting concerns about the tariffs and the impact of tariffs on prices.
Senior economist Stephanie Gouchard at the Conference Board on Bloomberg Intelligence. The Trump administration outlined plans to implement a 50% tariff on products from India. The president announced the plans to double tariffs on Indian goods over its purchases of Russian oil. A draft notice of the measure says the increased levies would hit Indian products at 1 minute past midnight tonight. The Indian government has decried those tariffs as unfair. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has suggested the government is looking at the defense sector for potential stakes in companies, like last week's deal giving the government a 10% share in Intel. In this case, Lutnick is singling out Lockheed Martin. Shares of Lockheed are 1.5% higher. EchoStar has agreed to sell spectrum licenses to AT&T for about $23 billion in an all-cash transaction. The sale will expand AT&T's network and add about 50 megahertz of low-band and mid-band spectrum, with the deal expected to close by mid-2026, pending regulatory approval. AT&T shares are nearly 2% lower. EchoStar has advanced 75%. Eli Lilly's experimental obesity pill helped patients lose 9.6% of their body weight in a trial. The company says it's on track to file for regulatory approval by the end of this year. Shares of Eli Lilly are more than 5.5% higher. California, Washington, and New Mexico could lose millions of dollars in federal funds if they don't enforce English language requirements for truckers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says this is a safety issue, not political.
Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. We are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance, or we're going to look at federal funding.
The administration issued a rule 3 months ago requiring truck drivers to speak and read English, notably aimed at Mexicans who ferry imports across the border. A federal judge has dismissed the Trump administration's lawsuit against all 15 federal judges in Maryland. Trump sued over an order that stopped the immediate deportation of migrants, challenging their removals. U.S. District Judge Thomas Cullen tossed that case. Cullen was nominated by President Trump, and he serves in the Western District of Virginia. But he was tapped to oversee the case because all of Maryland's federal judges are named as defendants. The Masters is moving away from inviting PGA Tour fall winners, and now will invite the winners of 6 national opens around the world. This decision was more about recognizing the global nature of golf. Starting this year, Masters invitations will go to the winners of the Spanish Open, Japan Open, Hong Kong Open, Australian Open, South African Open, and the Scottish Open. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
If you've noticed your electricity bill going up, you're not alone. Utility bills are rising at twice the rate of inflation. This map shows which states have seen the biggest increases over the past year. You'll notice that there's a hot spot that stretches from the Great Lakes down to the Atlantic coast. It's called the PJM grid, and it's the biggest grid in the United States, covering about 67 million customers. It also happens to be home to what's called Data Center Alley, centered on Northern Virginia, which is the epicenter of the artificial intelligence boom. AI is the biggest factor behind this jump in electricity bills in PJM and in other parts of the country. Why? AI is very energy intensive. It takes a lot of electricity to run those chips and to keep them cool. Now, if you get a large new load, like a data center, coming onto that grid, it uses a lot of power. It needs new transmission equipment, new substations, and all the rest of it. We spend a hell of a lot of money building the grid, building the power plants, and then those costs get spread across everyone to make them manageable. If those costs get layered into everyone's bill, then guess what? That goes into your bill too, even if you've got nothing to do with that data center. Now, in response to these rising electricity bills, PJM has announced some reforms to how it runs some of the auctions that determine prices. But we've seen lawmakers in states like Pennsylvania and New Jersey announce or propose more radical measures, such as withdrawing from the PJM grid altogether. This is, in a word, nuts. AI is supposed to be solving problems, not creating them. The idea that we would roll back decades of deregulation in power markets to accommodate a thing which is supposed to be advancing what we're doing as a society and an economy just makes no sense. Data center operators will have to bring their own power to the grid. They should be signing long-term contracts to sustain the building of new power generation, not just drawing power from the grid that we're all using already. With midterms just over a year away and politicians always extremely sensitive to energy prices, this is a problem Silicon Valley needs to solve now.
moment.
Yeah, finally a closer of that bid-ask spread. Finally,
Indeed.
The piping's been fixed.
Indeed.
What about the financing parts? How has that also evolved alongside, of course, better matching of prices right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still seeing the private equity landscape as being tough, right? It's no surprise that there's a massive pent-up demand of M&A activity with private equity sitting on large value of portfolios which need to come to market, right? I think a really interesting data point that we're starting to see is that the number of PE exits in the first half of 2025 is starting to rise again. And our predictions are that the annualized number is going to be up to the highs that we saw in 2022. And again, the fundamental driver behind that is that bid-ask spread is reducing. So along with the pressure from LPs wanting liquidity amongst their private equity investments.
You mentioned strategic domestic investment. I'm just wondering, there's been so much talk about anti-involution and the need to bring down competition and really kind of try to consolidate some industries. Are you seeing a lot of that now?
Indeed, right?
Yeah.
You look at the data.
What sectors, yeah.
High tech, so semiconductors, right? So again, driving the government policy about really trying to invest into the semiconductor, the high technology, the AI investment. That's really what we're fundamentally seeing driving this M&A activity in China. Again, it's the consolidation. The data suggests that a lot of the M&A activity is driven by A-share, SOE-listed companies. So again, they're moving away from becoming the behemoths. They invest in everything and really starting to narrow in on what are their core competencies. A lot of the mega deals were very much centered around consolidation.
What other sectors? You talked about semis a little bit, I think, there in AI. Is there any other thing that stands out to you? Because from a policy priority perspective.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's AI, as I said. It's still health and pharma, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think consumer is struggling at the moment. But again, that's where we're seeing a lot of attention. And again, I think that's mirroring with the financial sponsors. They're very much invested in services, healthcare, education to a lesser extent.
What about outbound M&A for some of these Chinese firms? How's that looking right now?
It's still sluggish, right? I think kind of early signals we're seeing, particularly in our business, is it's starting to rise. But I think the real interesting trend is not so much the strategic outbound M&A, but the financial sponsor outbound M&A. Historically, we've seen sponsors in China very much focused on investing in the China market. But there's this new and emerging theme at the moment of China-headquartered asset managers, private equity funds, that have had to really pivot their strategy away from domestic-orientated deals and really pivot that to more of a regional and global focus. And I think that's going to be a key driver of outbound M&A alongside the strategics as they start to participate more and more in the M&A space.
And what do you suspect is the motivation behind that sort of push out?
I think a lot of these funds, they've got a large amount of US dollar capital. And as we know, right, it's hard to deploy US dollar capital into China. We're seeing continued growth of renminbi funds in China. But those who are sitting on large amounts of US dollar dry powder that have the expertise in investing, it's them we're seeing them pivot to more of a regional and global focus.
Right. And are there specific geographies that stand out to you where that money is starting to show up?
I think Southeast Asia or is definitely one, and Europe at the moment, right? I think US is still a little bit sensitive, but Europe and Southeast Asia, obviously.
In terms of, do you have any projections of how things look? Even when it comes to just deals, transaction volumes and the like, I think we're still not quite near the peaks that we saw back in, 2016?
Correct.
And 2021.
Correct.
Are we likely to surpass that, you think, or get back to those levels?
I think in time we will, right? I think the big uncertainty at the moment is the tariffs, right? We saw really good momentum leading into Q1 of this year. Liberation Day, tariffs comes out, halted everything. Boardrooms and investment committees, they're just struggling with the uncertainty at the moment. So I think as that starts to play out and there is a bit more certainty, where they land, it's anyone's guess, right? But I think the certainty will ultimately drive more activity. Whether that happens in back end of Q3 or Q4 or pushes into next year, I think it's anyone's guess. But I think that demand is there, right?
Hong Kong has an exit strategy because the market's been doing well, has seen tremendous progress. Are you seeing anything onshore, for example, in the Asia market, and whether or not we will see that listing market pick up because of what's going on the last few weeks?
Yeah, I think we will, but again, it's going to be very much domestically orientated businesses, right? I think we're seeing a lot more activity in Hong Kong, obviously, because people want to attract the international investor community.
Okay, fantastic. Great to see you.
Thank
Very
you.
nice report. We could get into most of this thing, but Yeah, I think we'll be here until the next version of this comes out in 2026. Thomas Crasty, the M&A advisory partner at PwC here in Hong Kong. They recently just put this out just this week. Plenty more ahead here on The China Show. Right, welcome back. You're watching The China Show. President Trump has refused to change the terms of South Korea's tariff agreement, despite lobbying from President Lee Jae-myung during, of course, their first in-person meeting. After talks at the White House, the two leaders did agree to cooperate on security issues and also shipbuilding.
We're going to be buying ships from South Korea, but we're also going to have them make ships here with our people, using our people. And we're going to go back into the shipbuilding business again.
Let's bring in Stephen Engel, our Chief North Asia correspondent. He's here with us, and that was quite a long and varied briefing as far as topics that they eventually covered. But so where do we stand as far as the relationship between the two is concerned?
Well, it could have gone pear-shaped because the tone beforehand sort of set it up for a confrontation, because Donald Trump had put out some tweets, not tweets, Truth Social, social media posts, essentially calling out the political uncertainty and the chaos in South Korea, and he was unsure whether they could do business with the South Koreans. He also raised concern about reported raids on churches. So it could have started off badly, but I think President Lee came in with a clear plan, a bit of a charm offensive. He complimented Donald Trump for the, helping lift the U.S. stock market. He even complimented on the rather gilded,
gold, right?
Yes, the gilded nature of the Oval Office with lots more gold, and essentially praised him for a number of things, including Trump's peacemaking efforts. I think that set the tone right off the bat, pretty in a cooperative tone. It was cordial, if not friendly. And again, there's details that need to be fleshed out on the pledge that the South Koreans have given in that last-minute July trade deal, which basically lowered the tariff, the threatened tariff, from 25% on South Korean goods to 15%. And as you rightfully said, Dave, President Lee came kind of looking to reduce that, if not remove that. Trump says we stuck to our guns. They did not do that. But we're still trying to get more details on that $350 billion worth of planned investment in the United States. We know Hyundai Motor is going to up its investment by $5 billion by 2028, and also Korean Air is buying 103 Boeing jets.
Trump also wants to meet the North Korean leader once again. What do we get on that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he actually says he'd like to meet him again this year at some point. We do know Donald Trump has agreed to go to South Korea for the APEC meeting in October. I'm not saying that it's going to happen then. A lot has happened, obviously, since Donald Trump's first term. Kim Jong-un has been emboldened, if you will, by the Russian war in Ukraine because of the military partnership between Russia and North Korea. So a lot has to happen. But again, President Lee asked him to be the peacemaker and perhaps reach out to Kim Jong-un. So that is something we do need to watch out this autumn.
Steve, thank you. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel there. Meanwhile, also President Trump is also threatening to impose new curbs on advanced technology and chips. Now, this would be a retaliation against other nations' digital services taxes that hit U.S. companies. Let's bring in our Asia tech correspondent, Annabelle Jewelers, on what we can start with. Give us some context behind this. Why are digital taxes such a pain point?
Yeah, well, they've been a pain point for President Trump really for quite a long time now. Even during his first administration, for instance, he was talking about tariffs on countries that impose digital service taxes. So just sort of in brief, digital services taxes that are put on tech companies that generate revenue from users in a particular country. So whether that's online advertising, streaming, the sale of data, and more. The issue is that obviously as the economy becomes more digitalized, you've got countries or companies that are generating revenue in countries where they don't really have a large bricks and mortar presence. And so the idea is that essentially is not fair. You can see here, for instance, France introduced a digital services tax back in 2019, and every year they're continuing to increase the revenue that they make from it. President Trump's point is that really unfairly discriminates discriminates rather against US tech companies, and that's what he's been on social media this morning talking about, proposing new tariffs, export restrictions on advanced tech, semiconductors, if these digital service taxes aren't removed.
And what's this all got to do with China? Is there a connection?
This part wasn't so much clear cut, but in the social media post this morning, he was making the point that this gives, and this is quoting, but a complete pass to China's largest tech companies. So that's his point, is that digital service taxes unfairly discriminate against US big tech, and they give China a free pass, as he said. So I did find some interesting research from the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation that sort of bills itself as a nonpartisan think tank that's based in DC, and their argument in a nutshell is that digital service taxes are aimed at taxing revenue from the largest corporations. Right now, Chinese tech companies don't have such a large footprint in the EU, and they're particularly focusing on the EU, where we see most of these digital service taxes, particularly focusing on them there, and they don't have such a large footprint, so it kind of gives them a bit of a second mover advantage, because they can kind of just sit back, watch how US companies adjust to the tax environment, and then plan their market entry and expansion around that. And so, again, perhaps not a level playing field. That would be the point that ITIT or ITIF is making, and maybe the point as well that President Trump was getting to in his social media post this morning.
Belle, thank you. Well, you learn something new every day, certainly. That's certainly true today. For me, Belle, thank you so much. Belle Jewelers there. Now, more on trade news coming through, and this is according to the Journal, is reporting a senior Chinese negotiator is reportedly heading to Washington this week for what could be the first round of negotiations in the U.S. Capitol. That is, as we point out, according to the Wall Street Journal, which says Li Chungang will meet with Trade and Treasury representatives later this week. Now, the report comes as both sides extend their pause on higher tariffs through early November. Plenty more ahead. This is The China Show. Welcome back. Before we go, just to check on some names about 90 minutes into the cash market session. We've been tracking very closely, and some names that have seen a massive amount of money come in. And, Cambricon Technologies is really one example with an RSI of 91, and the stock's up 550% over the last 12 months. A lot of that very recently, but certainly 550% is a lot all throughout the 12 months. But yeah, we're seeing a pullback as far as that's concerned.
Yep, and we might be seeing a pullback when it comes to India here today, but futures are flat here right now. But we did hear from President Trump reiterating that, and signaling that those 50% tariffs could hit India soon. So they're talking about August 27th, I think 12:01 midnight is when those tariffs go into effect. So that basically brings it to one of the highest among some nations in terms of tariffs, and even higher than China.
Yep, so something to look ahead to as we move into that specific deadline and how quickly things have actually changed. Was that on your bingo card as of last year? We'll see you all tomorrow. That's it from us here on The China Show.
Mike, I want to build on what you were talking about earlier on this morning, that the president's come out and said Lisa Cook is fired, and the Fed governor says, no, she's not. So is she fired or isn't she?
We don't know. That is the interesting question right off the bat this morning. If she shows up to work, what happens? Does the Fed keep her out? Does the president send U.S. Marshals to take her out of the Fed? How does this play out? And who takes it to court? We assume it'll all end up in court. And the issue will be the for cause clause in the Federal Reserve Act. Does whatever she did rise to the level of for cause? Courts have generally held that it involves what you do officially on the job, malfeasance or neglect of the job, things like that, rather than personal things that took place before you were nominated to the Fed. But that's a question for another day. First, we got to find out exactly what her status is.
So, Mike, there's some weird things going on here. It's very difficult to track. There's potentially two different tracks. One, you've got legal proceedings that haven't opened up yet and may not, over serious allegations of mortgage fraud. And the other one is whether the president can actually fire a sitting Fed governor. Mike, how are you tracking both at the same time?
Well, we're watching to see what, if anything, the Fed can say. They don't have the facts yet on what Lisa Cook's mortgage situation was, so they're not going to be able to publicly defend her until and if she can show that she is innocent. If she's not, if she did do something wrong, then there's a good chance the Fed might ask her to step down. But they don't know that yet, so they're keeping their distance from all of this. And the administration hasn't said anything since the president put out his statement last night. But we have to watch and see how they follow up on that. And obviously, Mr. Trump has a number of appearances today, and he'll do some stuff before the cameras, and we might find out more.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Fed Governor Lisa Cook plans to sue the Trump administration, challenging President Trump's attempt to fire her from the Fed's Board of Governors. Her attorney, Abby Lowell, released a statement saying that President Trump just doesn't have that authority. Cook has already said she's not stepping down. President Trump's move is a dramatic escalation in his battle for more control over the U.S. central bank. It's unnerved investors. Former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd tells Bloomberg Surveillance this can have an impact on other board members, too.
There is nobody in the Federal Open Markets Committee, the Monetary Policy Setting Committee, that can't be thinking, well, what does this mean for me?
You can watch the full conversation with former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd on YouTube on the Bloomberg Podcasts channel. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says that Trump's move to fire Fed Governor Cook presents a real assault on Fed independence.
There's been a reason why we've been moving in the direction of greater central bank independence over the last 4 decades across the world, because central banks that have independence in terms of how they conduct monetary policy to achieve the objectives set for them by Congress and the administration do a better job in controlling inflation.
Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance, and Trump's move to oust Fed Governor Cook pushed long-dated U.S. Treasuries lower. The dollar fell, too. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is now 0.1% higher. NASDAQ 0.2% higher. The Dow is flat. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.26%. The 2-year yield at 3.68%. The 30-year yield now at 4.91%. And the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is down 0.3%. Americans' view on the U.S. economy declined in August, with anxiety over jobs rising for the 8th consecutive month. The Conference Board's gauge of sentiment decreased to 97.4 from an upward revision a month earlier. Senior economist Stephanie Gouchard at the Conference Board says there are a couple of interesting trends to watch.
One of them is consumers' views about the current situation on the labor market has been deteriorating. Overall, it's telling us that consumers are thinking that jobs are getting harder to get, that there are fewer jobs available. The other thing that's interesting, if we look at inflation expectations, we saw a slight rebound, which is also associated with persisting concerns about the tariffs and the impact of tariffs on prices.
Senior economist Stephanie Gouchard at the Conference Board on Bloomberg Intelligence. The Trump administration outlined plans to implement a 50% tariff on products from India. The president announced the plans to double tariffs on Indian goods over its purchases of Russian oil. A draft notice of the measure says the increased levies would hit Indian products at 1 minute past midnight tonight. The Indian government has decried those tariffs as unfair. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has suggested the government is looking at the defense sector for potential stakes in companies, like last week's deal giving the government a 10% share in Intel. In this case, Lutnick is singling out Lockheed Martin. Shares of Lockheed are 1.5% higher. EchoStar has agreed to sell spectrum licenses to AT&T for about $23 billion in an all-cash transaction. The sale will expand AT&T's network and add about 50 megahertz of low-band and mid-band spectrum, with the deal expected to close by mid-2026, pending regulatory approval. AT&T shares are nearly 2% lower. EchoStar has advanced 75%. Eli Lilly's experimental obesity pill helped patients lose 9.6% of their body weight in a trial. The company says it's on track to file for regulatory approval by the end of this year. Shares of Eli Lilly are more than 5.5% higher. California, Washington, and New Mexico could lose millions of dollars in federal funds if they don't enforce English language requirements for truckers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says this is a safety issue, not political.
Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. We are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance, or we're going to look at federal funding.
The administration issued a rule 3 months ago requiring truck drivers to speak and read English, notably aimed at Mexicans who ferry imports across the border. A federal judge has dismissed the Trump administration's lawsuit against all 15 federal judges in Maryland. Trump sued over an order that stopped the immediate deportation of migrants, challenging their removals. U.S. District Judge Thomas Cullen tossed that case. Cullen was nominated by President Trump, and he serves in the Western District of Virginia. But he was tapped to oversee the case because all of Maryland's federal judges are named as defendants. The Masters is moving away from inviting PGA Tour fall winners, and now will invite the winners of 6 national opens around the world. This decision was more about recognizing the global nature of golf. Starting this year, Masters invitations will go to the winners of the Spanish Open, Japan Open, Hong Kong Open, Australian Open, South African Open, and the Scottish Open. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
ओके गाइस नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई है पूरा टारगेट तो मिल ही नहीं रहा है मार्केट देखो क्लोज होने वाला है तो कोशिश करो इसको यहीं पर बुक कर लो एंड क्रूड ऑयल भी साइडवेज हो गया तो कल देखेंगे क्रूड ऑयल में क्या करता है ये लेवल पे इस लेवल पे क्या गैप डाउन करता है या फिर थोड़ा सा अपसाइड यहीं से चला जाता है फॉरेक्स में अगर चला ही जाए यहीं से थोड़ा बहुत अपसाइड ठीक है फिर कल हमारे पास एक ऑप्शन रहेगा वापस इस लेवल पे अगर सेलिंग आती है तो उसको बाई में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए बाइंग करने का ठीक है तो नेचुरल गैस में बुक करना चाहो कर लो क्रूड ऑयल तो मुझे लग नहीं रहा मार्केट अब कोई नया ट्रेड हमें यहाँ पर देगा फॉरेक्स को ट्रैक कर लेना फॉरेक्स मार्केट पे क्या हो रहा है वाइट पॉसिबल फॉरेक्स मार्केट हेल्प कर देगा नहीं तो जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है लाइक भी कर देना डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम कुछ ही लोग देख रहे हैं फिलहाल के लिए ठीक है बुक कर लेना जिन लोगों ने सेल किया है अगर नेचुरल गैस कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है यहाँ पर बट नीचे भी आएगा चांसेस कमी है क्लोज होने वाला है मार्केट इस कैंडल के बाद एक कैंडल और है बस प्रॉफिट हुकिंग ही चल रही है कैंडल को देख के आप आइडिया लगा सकते हो दिस इज जस्ट अ प्रॉफिट हुकिंग नथिंग एल्स बाकी ओवरनाइट होल्ड मत करना, ज़रूरत नहीं है ओवरनाइट होल्ड करने की। हो सकता है गैप डाउन हो जाए नेचुरल गैस या क्रूड ऑयल, बट कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, कल का कल ही देखेंगे, इससे बेटर है। ओके, बाकी कोई न्यूज़ भी नहीं आ रही है कल से, आज रात से वैसे 12 बजे से इंडिया पे टैरिफ भी लग जाएंगे 50%। लेट्स सी कल इंडियन मार्केट कैसे उस पर रिएक्शन देता है। वैसे अगर गिफ्ट निफ्टी को मैं देखूं अभी, इफ़ यू लुक एट द गिफ्ट निफ्टी राइट नाउ, तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी भी इंडियन मार्केट जब क्लोज हुआ था वहाँ से डाउन ही चल रहा है, तो एक गैप डाउन ओपनिंग ही लग रही है कल भी। हमारा जो इंडियन मार्केट था वो जो क्लोज हुआ था वहाँ से अगर गिफ्ट निफ्टी को देखोगे तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी वहाँ से अभी करंटली 93 पॉइंट गैप डाउन में दिखा रहा है। अगर रिकवरी नहीं आई अर्ली मॉर्निंग पे तो फिर गैप डाउन होता हुआ इजीली दिखाई देगा कल के दिन। थोड़ा सा गिर गया वैसे भी प्राइस। थोड़ा ऊपर और आना था, आया नहीं निफ्टी ना। जिस हिसाब से गिर रहा है ऐसा ना हो कि और गिरता ही चला जाए ये अब। क्योंकि 15 सॉरी हाँ, डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे भी देखोगे बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर को तो नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया जरूर है 24,500 से 24,500 से 24,200 के बीच में, तो वहां तक हो सकता है और गिरता ही चला जाए। इस बार तो लोअर हाई बनाया तो नीचे का सपोर्ट भी ब्रेक होने के चांसेस काफी ज्यादा हो जाएंगे बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर में।
If you've noticed your electricity bill going up, you're not alone. Utility bills are rising at twice the rate of inflation. This map shows which states have seen the biggest increases over the past year. You'll notice that there's a hot spot that stretches from the Great Lakes down to the Atlantic coast. It's called the PJM grid, and it's the biggest grid in the United States, covering about 67 million customers. It also happens to be home to what's called Data Center Alley, centered on Northern Virginia, which is the epicenter of the artificial intelligence boom. AI is the biggest factor behind this jump in electricity bills in PJM and in other parts of the country. Why? AI is very energy intensive. It takes a lot of electricity to run those chips and to keep them cool. Now, if you get a large new load, like a data center, coming onto that grid, it uses a lot of power. It needs new transmission equipment, new substations, and all the rest of it. We spend a hell of a lot of money building the grid, building the power
Chicago
plant.
could be the next city to see the US military on its streets. Texas redraws its election map, and California hits back. Ukraine marks 34 years of independence from the Soviet Union, as Russian children train in military-style camps. Floods and mudslides devastate northern Pakistan, and a new report warns that luxury tourism in Africa may be deepening inequality. It's Sunday, August 24th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. The Pentagon is working on plans to deploy the US military to Chicago as soon as September. That's according to the Washington Post. US President Donald Trump has already this year deployed troops to Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles. Trump says he's cracking down on crime, homelessness, and undocumented immigration. Asked for comment, the White House referred to Trump's statement on Friday when he described Chicago as a mess. The Pentagon says they do not speculate on further operations. J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, says there's no emergency warranting a military deployment. And to hear how the troops deployed in Washington, D.C. are spending their time, listen to yesterday's episode of Reuters World News and our correspondents reporting from the streets of the nation's capital. Republican lawmakers in Texas have approved a new congressional map that would give them an edge in upcoming elections. In response, California Democrats are trying to redraw maps of their own to add 5 Democratic seats. But will it be enough to give them a shot at retaking the House? Politics editor Scott Malone is in Washington, D.C.
The truth is that Republicans have more options ahead of them to try to pick up additional seats than Democrats do. The Trump administration has been pushing Indiana to redistrict. There are lawmakers in Florida talking about redistricting. Ohio has to redistrict due to a kind of a quirk in state law. And they're also looking at possible changes in Missouri. That is far more than the options available to Democrats.
Scott says the effects could be long-term.
There's 2 things going on. One is that if Republicans do manage to break with recent historical precedent and hold control of the House of Representatives in 2026, they'd probably also keep the Senate, right? Both are up for grabs. That means 2 more years in which Trump has full control of both chambers of Congress and will be able to kind of continue to pass legislation and essentially do what he wants to do. Longer term, we're also looking at some kind of changes in population trends, including people moving into Texas, that forecasters say could actually give Republicans a real structural long-term advantage in holding the House.
Today, Ukraine marks 34 years of independence from the Soviet Union. To mark the occasion, President Volodymyr Zelensky has released a video of himself standing in Kiev's Maidan Square, saying that in 100 years, Ukraine's Independence Day would still be celebrated from there. On the eve of Independence Day, Zelensky led a Flag Day ceremony, saying, "We will not give our land to the occupier." Hours later, Ukrainian drones struck Russian energy infrastructure, damaging a nuclear plant in Kursk, according to Russian officials. Zelensky has repeatedly called for Russian President Vladimir Putin to meet him, saying it's the only way to negotiate an end to the war. President Trump has threatened Russia with new sanctions if no peace progress is made within 2 weeks. The Wall Street Journal has reported that the Pentagon has been quietly blocking Ukraine from using US-made long-range army tactical missile systems to strike targets inside Russia. Reuters could not immediately verify the report. While Ukraine marks its Independence Day, in Russia, children as young as 8 are participating in military-style training camps supervised by soldiers who have fought in Ukraine. In the Rostov region, dozens of children took part in a route march exercise this week, crawling through water and sand while carrying replica weapons, and in some cases, real ones. The training is part of a wider trend in Russia to prepare even young children for eventual military service. 8-year-old Ivan Glashchenko says his most memorable part was how he threw hand grenades and fired dummy shots. The instructors include war veterans like Alexander Shopin, who was wounded in Ukraine and brought his own daughter to participate. He says he likes passing his experience on to his children, and that she found it hard but didn't want to let her friends down in a team. Now to Pakistan, where floods triggered by monsoon rains and cloudbursts have killed nearly 400 people since mid-August. Now, a mountain mudslide has blocked a river in the northern Gilgit-Baltistan province, forming a lake that officials say could burst and unleash even more catastrophic flooding downstream. Correspondent Saeed Shah has been reporting on the destruction caused by these mountain floods.
When this happens on a mountain, there are limited places for the water to escape. There tend to be these fairly narrow mountain streams which soon become inundated and then comes rushing down the slope. If it happens on flat land, there is more space typically for the rain to disperse. And also on the mountains, because it picks up all this debris, particularly rocks and trees. So that is what makes it particularly deadly in a mountain setting.
Pakistan's National Disaster Management Authority has warned of 2 more rain spells by early September. Luxury tourism is expanding across parts of Africa, but not everyone is benefiting. That's according to a new report from the University of Manchester that says high-end resorts often do more harm than good, cutting off local communities and deepening inequality. The research comes as a new Ritz-Carlton Safari Lodge in Kenya's Masai Mara Reserve is drawing backlash. It promises tented suites with private decks overlooking a river at over $3,000 a night. It's opened despite a legal challenge from a local conservation group who says it threatens wildlife migration and local livelihoods. Aaron Ross has more.
Ritz-Carlton represents, a peak of luxury, and I think that's why these objections are getting a lot of attention. Tourism is a major economic driver in the area, and the government of Narok County, which actually manages the Masai Mara Reserve, they talk about trying to strike this balance, and they've put out reports that talked about ways to continue to promote tourism while protecting the environment. And they actually say that, high-end establishments like Ritz-Carlton are very much in keeping with their strategy because these are places that can bring in a lot of money and perhaps have less of a footprint, less of an impact. You can make more money from fewer people. But on the other hand, the head of the Conservation Institute, he says that these kinds of resorts do have a significant impact on the environment, and also that they're not really benefiting local people, that the investors tend to come from other places, the money ends up leaving the community, and that in many years of tourist development in Masai Mara, it hasn't brought the development that the communities have hoped it will.
And for today's recommended read, more people are turning to AI for therapy, but experts warn it may miss warning signs and put privacy at risk. You can read more about the promise and the limitations of AI-powered mental health tools by following the link in the pod description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player, and if you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters, 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.